Welcome to the IESF DOTA2 European Qualifiers for 2024. I'm Waxin, joined by Black, bringing you the second day of the group stage where all of the European teams are fighting for their national pride, wanting to represent their home country at IESF in Riyadh in November. Black, I'm so excited for the second day of group stage because this is the day when we are going to start seeing some teams go.
Seeing some teams go, and also how the winner and loser bracket is going to shape. So far, I mean, there have been some surprises, right? Many more than the other regions, where we basically always saw the favorites come through pretty easily. Yesterday, I think the biggest upset for me, I mean, I didn't see the Romania one, so I'm not going to talk about that one. But the biggest one for me was definitely North Macedonia beating Bulgaria. Pretty convincingly, too. It wasn't even close. But again, they let go of the Beastmaster. Probably don't want to do that again.
Big mistake, right? So Beastmaster, Darkseer, these two offlane heroes have been such a pain for everybody as we see. Is this? I think this is that game from yesterday, right? Yeah, it's Bulgaria definitely on the left side for Radiant. Are they playing? No, that was the first game of the day, I believe.
That was the first game of the day, correct? Yep.
Yeah. Well, many things have happened yesterday, both on stream and off stream during the European qualifiers, such as potentially the fastest professional Dota 2 game in history, Black, and that happened between Turkey and Slovakia. It was about 5 minutes and 44 seconds, complete domination from the Turkey squad. I haven't seen what actually unfolded that game, but definitely something to be proud of if you're a Turkish fan. At the same time, we also had Nisha in his off day from the Esports World Cup playing for Team Poland in sensational fashion, I would say, Black. So I'm curious to see how his schedule will look like today because we will get Poland on stream firsthand a bit later on, a bit of a spoiler. But we don't know if he has the time to represent his home country today or if they will need to get a stand-in. Otherwise, the groups are starting to shape up quite interestingly. You mentioned quite a few upsets. I'm going to look at Group A first, and before I let you talk about Group B, Black. And I got to say, that group probably, other than the fact that Romania is under delivering, it shapes up quite as expected with Greece on top, Slovakia at the bottom, and everybody else in between.
Yeah, as you said, it's pretty much what we expected. Upsets are still rare. I'm just happy that some happened, but the big teams will probably ultimately always pull through, especially in a double elimination bracket where it's then best of 3. Like double elimination really ensures that the best of the best go through. It's very hard to be upset that many times, you know. So if you're able to come out on top, how many teams go in total? Was it 5?
5 teams qualify, yes. So you need to get
5.
top 5 overall.
Yeah, which is obviously no easy feat. We mentioned yesterday like 5-6 teams already that we thought could even win the whole thing. So the race, I think the race for the top 5 might not be super close, but the race for the top 1, where you get this really good seeding, of course, is gonna be quite tight and quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this when we were covering other regions as well, right? I don't think there's anybody that wants to get that fifth seed, maybe fourth, fifth seed, that could put you in that peculiar position of potentially playing Team China in your group, right? So if you can stay as far away from Team China when you get to Riyadh, whoever may represent China, that is the way to go. But that's not to take anything away from this European region, right? Because this is probably the second most contested qualifier for the year with a lot of big team names. And obviously, we see on screen right now, this was, I believe, the Slovakia-France game, or no, Slovakia-Czech Republic game. But this was also part of Group A. I want to talk a bit about Group B, where I thought Sweden would be first, but obviously they only played 2 games yesterday. And Moldova, of all teams in that group, is 3-0, undefeated, almost guaranteed themselves a top 2 slot in the upper bracket. That is very impressive.
Yeah, what happened to Moldova? We haven't seen it on stream. Just like you, I didn't think they were gonna do that well. Being 3-0 almost guarantees them an upper bracket. They need one more game,
Yeah.
and then they are definitely guaranteed. But you know, the tough part about these qualifiers is that's just the beginning. After that, if you're the winner bracket, you still gotta win 2 more best of 3s,
Yeah, at
which
least,
we
yeah.
all know. Winning best of 3s is a whole different story.
Let's take a quick look at the schedule for today before we talk a bit more about the other two groups. And we will kick off with Poland versus France. Let's see if Poland, with or without Nisha, will manage to continue their undefeated streak over in that, I believe, Group C? No, it's Group D. Group D, because that is a very high contested group with Ukraine and Georgia as well. Following that, we will go back to Bulgaria versus our Azerbaijan, who will make their debut on stream today. Azerbaijan have had a really rough day one with 0-3, but they're looking to bounce back, Black. And then later on, France yet again versus Hungary. Low skills squad. Really underwhelming yesterday. I thought they would be maybe in a 2-1 power portion right now, but they're 1-2, so that could be a very make or break game for Hungary's chances, and not just the upper bracket, but even the lower bracket.
Yeah, who do you ultimately expect to be in the upper bracket from that group in particular?
The Hungary-France group, I
Yeah.
think Poland-Ukraine. I gotta say Poland-Ukraine right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the results also back that up. Also, the way they played yesterday also backs it up.
Yeah,
It wasn't pretty for their opponents, let's just put it that way.
yeah.
Pretty one-sided, and even more so within Poland game. Like Nisha basically just said, "All right, I got a flight to catch, or I got a sleep to have." You know?
Well, we talked about this a bit yesterday. Sorry, before we went live, actually. In that group, yes, Poland, Ukraine right now look like the prime teams to do it because Georgia have played one of their games and lost to Poland. But if Nisha doesn't play and Poland doesn't execute quite as well, there is a chance Georgia could bounce back and steal that second place from them. It's a lot of ifs, and the answers will be coming up next in this first series, Poland versus France. A hell of a game. France, despite their early defeat yesterday, they managed to get another victory. So right now they're sitting comfortably in that third place, 1-1. So let's take a quick look at their roster and who they're fielding for the 2024 season. Okay, well, it's Atuf, Joral, Krai, Shin, and Simas. Sadly, we saw them yesterday on stream in a losing effort, but like I said, they went offline and they defeated Hungary of all squads. I gotta remind people, no, Hungary? No, who did they defeat? They play Hungary today. They defeated Black Israel.
A much less scary opponent,
Yeah,
probably. But every win is important in these sort of groups. Yesterday, when we saw them on stream, the biggest weakness by far was just that they completely, well, it's a bit rough to say that, but they completely outpicked themselves. Last pick Brute Mother into multiple counters, and the
yeah.
entire draft really didn't look too cohesive. And in a tournament environment like this, you really can't allow yourself to do that. People
In
will
their
punish you.
in their second game, they picked some very funky stuff. Like they played Shadow Fiend, Dark Willow, Visage, Marcy, and the Puck, which I don't hate. I think it's a very very interesting lineup. You also have the interaction of Dream Coil plus Requiem of Souls to just pop you out of the Dream Coil. Terrorize Puck, same classic combination. Very good look for that. But let's take a quick look at their opponents for today and their roster, and that is Team Poland.
It's
Molex,
just, it's just
Eki.
Nisha there, but that might not be completely true, depending on what their teammates obviously told him he can or cannot do.
Is he in the lobby with us, Black? I don't remember what his nickname was yesterday.
Me neither.
I
I
know
do
we
not
had
remember.
I know we had Rihanna in the lobby yesterday, but I don't think he ended up being Rihanna actually.
No, but he might be. I do know that he likes Rihanna.
Ah, okay. Well, who doesn't like Rihanna, Black? Come on, let's be real
Yeah,
here.
like literally, I told you I'm like a gym instructor, right? I have like 5 of her songs in my playlist.
Mm-hmm.
Pure bangers.
Mostly
Everybody
Rihanna, yeah.
loves them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What's your go-to Rihanna song, Black?
I'm a big Umbrella fan.
Oh, Umbrella's good. I think I would go the DJ one. What's it called? Upon the Replay. That's yeah. I think that could
Yeah.
be a good addition to your workout playlist, Black. Umbrella maybe not so much for the workout, I would say.
No, that's not in there. But that's more for a karaoke.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
Black Dota karaoke, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Well, let's just assume Nisha isn't here. I'm gonna go on a limb and say he's not here, Black. Although I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, we don't
Do
know.
you think France can still beat Poland like that, or do you think Poland still has the upper hand even without Nisha?
Honestly, Nisha obviously was the biggest piece yesterday. Like the way he dismantled his mid lane was pretty clinical, very scary to play against for sure. But we have seen Exotic Deer on his Broodmother had a pretty much perfect game.
Yep.
I think they can still pull it off for sure. It would be much easier, much more comfortable, and much safer if Nisha was there, of course. But
Mhm.
I think they got what it takes in case he's not there.
Well, let's see. We're ready to kick off the second day of the group stage. Of course, final group stage day. Tomorrow we'll be straight into the playoffs. These teams really need to fight for every single victory, ladies and gentlemen, because if they find themselves in the bottom two slots of either of groups A to D, they will be eliminated. And even that third to fourth slot, it would be such a tough ladder to climb to make it to the top five from the lower bracket to the playoffs. But the draft for Poland versus France is now underway.
Well, at least if you're in the lower bracket, you have a best of 3 to prove that you do indeed belong there still. Whereas, obviously, if you're bottom 2, if you're out, you're out. There's no saving you anymore at that point.
Is that a format? Do we start with best of 3 lower bracket? Because that's great. If that's the case,
I hope so. I am not sure. It might just be best of 1s, actually. I might be, lying.
I've got
But,
no idea. I'm checking right now. I don't want to
yeah.
misinform our viewers. All series are best of 3s except. Wait, what? Okay. All games are best of 3, especially the lower bracket ones. The only best of 1 games will be the seeding matches. So once you make the top 5, it's not as important, so it will be best of 1s. That kind of makes sense to
Okay,
me.
understood. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that means lower bracket, you have all the chances in the world to prove that you belong, well, not to the lower bracket, but to the top 5.
So how many matches? You said, okay, if you go upper bracket, you need to win 2 best of 3s, and then you're qualified to Riyadh.
Yeah,
If you go lower bracket, you need to win 1,
I think it's
2,
4.
3, 4 matches. Oh wow,
Yeah,
basically doubling your time. Yeah, that's hard.
which is a lot more,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. That's a lot of Dota to be played, but at the same time, we see teams making a lot of good progress if they play through lower bracket. And again, would I read too much into it? Of course, we're not now in the African qualifiers about 2 months ago, Black. We are much closer to Riyadh, but still about 4 months away. So all the practice you get in now most likely won't impact your performance in the World Esports Championships because of patches and so much off time between now and then.
Yeah. Also, I do think Nisha's not playing. I don't remember seeing Poly G yesterday, so he
I
might be the
do.
sub.
I think Polyg played.
He did?
I think Final Stretch is the player. I don't remember actually.
Oh, well. Either way, it
Fine.
looks like one of them is a standard for Nisha.
Yeah. Most likely, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to bring you the bad news, but hey, maybe he just changed his Steam nickname. We don't know. But look at the openers. We have eliminated a few very interesting heroes, including the Lycan, first phase ban from Poland. Okay, they get their hands on the Wind Ranger. We saw the likes of Team Bulgaria also prioritizing the Wind Ranger a lot. And France says, you know what? We are gonna actually steal your Shadow Fiend, and they have it first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha didn't get it first pick, of course. He got it as an answer to the enemy's Ember Spirit,
Sure.
which he then, yeah, basically deleted out of the game forever. As a first pick is, I don't know. It's very
It's a flex.
exploitable, to be honest.
Okay.
It can be flexed, yes. I personally am not a big fan of SF safe lane. I just feel like the current itemization and everything. Oh my gosh, dude, that's like the biggest SF counter in the game.
Why are we banning Phantom Assassin? Hello? Who's playing that hero? I don't think there is a single player I've seen in the last 8 months. Okay, 2 months run Phantom Assassin. What is this?
I mean, people have been experimenting around with it in pub games. Honestly, when you take the calculated crit, I don't remember the fastest name, that thing hurts. Like, I think max level is like 550% damage or something, like some
Yes, yes,
ridiculous number.
yes, Black. But the Beastmaster was still in the pool. And also, mentioned this
Yeah,
yesterday.
okay,
Neither
okay.
of these European squads they're not running Darkseer. What's up with that? Darkseer is like an S tier pick, instantly banned or instantly picked in tier 1 Dota.
Well, the reason for that could be that it's much more complicated, right? Like it's not as cookie cutter as like a Beastmaster is. Like you get your axe, you run in, you deal damage, you tank. Whereas with Darkseer, you have more combos. Like you want to combo your vacuum with people. It's not a super complicated hero, but I do believe that Beastmaster is just a whole lot easier to play around.
Yeah, but then you just
And
build the auras. Like that's the key of this patch. Is Guardian, Greaves, Pipes, Crimson, and then whatever. Your Darkseer, you get the axe, you punch people. Isn't that the whole game plan? I don't know. I find this
it
very
is. But I'm just saying Beastmaster is a whole lot easier than, you know,
yeah.
Darkseer is. Chaos Knight to counter the Brute. I like that. Brute Mother hates Chaos Knight a lot.
Yeah, Broodmother kind of hates Dark Willow, Grimstroke, and Shadow Fiend as well, to be honest.
I think Grimstroke is fine, but yeah, Dark Willow, you can't even hit her. And then
Yeah.
SF, once you have BKB, you'll also kind of eat SF alive. So I think Brute is okay. It's just a very comfort pick for them, in my opinion.
If
Exotic Deer
Poland
loves the carry Brute.
if Poland wins this game, right? I'm gonna be very interesting to see if the other teams will start banning it, because obviously Brood is a good hero in the meta, and Poland this is the second time they bring it to the table. Maybe France really want to be countering it, but so far, yeah, so far I'm going with the Poland draft, especially based on the performance we saw of them yesterday with the Broodmother.
Yeah, yesterday the Brute Mother was impeccable. Exotic Deer on that hero. Like he, as I said before, he loves these carry. Um, these micro carries.
Yeah.
Brute Mother, Lone Druid, Phantom Lancer is also one of the heroes he really loves to play.
It's kind of
Terrorblade.
like it's kind of like Matumba Man, right, from back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. As I said, a lot of these players, they kind of have a stereotype, you know? They can
Yeah.
play other heroes too, but they love these type of heroes. And yeah, he's definitely the micro guy. He loves microing. He loves controlling multiple heroes. I'm surprised he doesn't play Meepo, to be honest. I haven't seen him play Meepo, but I think it would fit his wheelhouse perfectly.
Do you think is there a chance that both Snap and Windranger are supports, or are we 100% sure either of them will be the mid laner?
Well, Snap could be the mid laner, but support Windranger, I mean, it can work. It just doesn't feel as good.
I'm just thinking because Poland has overall last pick, right? That's what I'm thinking, and maybe they might want to flex it and pick something else to surprise this. I assume Shadowfiend mid, and they have the Rubik. Okay, Thompson spammed Rubik yesterday mid, and
How successful was that?
very successful. Yeah, they won. They qualified. They made it through. They lost one game, but not because of him, and then he picked it again and won.
Wow, I mean, mid Rubik
I think this is a mid Rubik.
would be fun if it was.
I think Eki definitely played support yesterday, and Poly G I'm 90% sure was position 5. Okay, this is very interesting. I'm excited to get into the game. Who knows? Maybe Eki might have flexed to mid now that Nisha isn't here. Eki, obviously one of the more experienced players on the Polish lineup. So yes, no Nisha today. Sadly, ladies and gentlemen, as they are, well, he's busy getting ready to play a top 3 match for qualifying to the grand final of the Esports World Cup, potentially the second biggest tournament of the year. So still, respect to Nisha for playing with his squad for 2 games yesterday. Now it's up to the rest of his countrymen to see if they can keep riding the momentum, or if France can pull up this Sand King. I think this is the first Sand King mid we see in IESF Europe this season. So this hero's seen a lot of play, Black, and he's doing better and better. His win rate has skyrocketed, and I think we had one yesterday off lane, but not mid. Is that correct?
I am not entirely sure that didn't catch that game, but I believe he's way stronger middle. Very exploitable in the off lane, and very, very difficult to deal with from the mid lane. So
Oh
it makes a
wait,
lot more sense to feel him there.
oh he is off lane. Wait, what?
He is off lane. I do not like that at all. Then.
Yeah, neither do I. I just realized because they have a Shadow Fiend and the CK. They're not gonna send Shadow Fiend offlane, are they?
Nah, that wouldn't make sense. No.
Although
But again,
I've seen CK offlane before. Hopefully not today, though.
against Brood, like the old Brood, like the really old Brood where you had early Spiderlings, yeah, you're good against that. But the new one, probably not nearly as good, because the new Brood is more just about laning and pulling you out of lane. And Sanking doesn't like that at all.
Well, smoke up. Jungle invasion from the French squad. Obviously, they do have a way better level 1 fight with the Sanking, with the Brambles, with the Grimstroke, the Chaos Bolt. Shadow Raze is much, much better than... I mean, I don't even know. Does Poland have anything other than a power shot that's good at level 1? I don't think so.
Yeah, they definitely want to avoid the fight. Make sure that they just get their bounty rune split. Yeah, level 1 is pretty rough, to say the least.
Do you think France just breathe a sign of relief right now when they saw that there's no Nisha?
Probably. I mean, how can you not? After, if you watched yesterday at all, like, Nisha made everybody look like a fool.
Yeah.
He died literally, what, 0 times?
That one game he was 21-0-10, so yeah.
Yeah, just sort of won the weak card. He died literally 0 times, which is ridiculous.
Well, it is going to be Eki flexing from the support onto the mid lane. Of course, Eki, like we said, a very experienced player. But when you are a staple position 4, I'm a position 4 myself, Black, and I'm just going to say I do also play Windrunner, but I'm not a mid laner. Of course, I'm also not 11,500 MMR like Eki is. So let's see if Joral could actually punish this Swapperoonie. But no, my God! It's the first blood down bottom, and... We talked about Sanking offlane and not believing in it, but when you can counter a Broodmother like that with a lot of right clicks, hey ho.
How did he die there, though? Like, you're definitely not supposed to die to a Sanking at level 1. That means he must have really put himself out of position.
I think his passive, the Stinger, is just so strong when you kill a couple of creeps in a row, but Simas might fall... Fade Bolt, still in cooldown. He's fine.
Apology also dead. 2-0 for them already. Damn, good start for them.
I mean, that's the confidence you get when you think you're probably gonna lose because they have the best mid laner in the world and he's not showing up because he's got a couple $1 million to play for. You gotta take advantage of that. And if France come up with a victory here, Black, they will actually be officially overtaking Poland in this group stage and get second place after 3 games.
Yeah, but as we know, there's still a lot of Dota to be played, so...
Yeah, I'm just saying, right? You gotta...
Yeah, I get
storyline that could happen here. Also, Eki is doing very well in this mid lane. The Wind Ranger Shadowfiend matchup is actually the way I would expect it to go in the first couple of levels, but as soon as Shadowfiend hits level 5 or even level 4, pushes the wave out of the tower, will go farm in the jungle, so the Shadowfiend of Joral should get back into the game quite easily. Brambles bottom, Power Strike, but the Telekinesis will allow Molex to get out of there.
As SF always does. It's so hard to lose lane with SF, which is why he's being picked a lot.
But now, Windrun, okay, no. He doesn't have a power shot for another 3 seconds. Joral will be fine. But he's getting quite bullied there. Oh, another set of Brambles land on top of Molex, and now Power Strike, Telekinesis, and the Shadow Realm will be out of vision. Molex still fine.
Lots of aggression in the mid lane.
Yeah, but
somebody's gonna die soon.
This is what we talked about, right? The sooner Joral gets more levels, the better. But now Poly G is way too deep. We see the Axis flying in from the Beastmaster. Now will get the trade kill on the support, and now Atuf alone between 2 boars, a hero and a hawk. And I think this Chaos Knight will fall as the hawk will land. Hawk? There we go. A bit too late. Atuf went back to safety.
I already see again Beastmaster overtaking the lane. A free farm Beastmaster is eventually, with the ancient stacks, gonna get such a fast Aghanim's again that he can easily take over the game. Heroes like CK do not enjoy at all playing into the drums of Slump.
Eki rotated all the way to get the bounty rune, allowing the Shadowfiend to have some space, and now Simas took the bounty rune. There's some harassment going, even a blood grenade thrown in, And now the water runes will get contested. We need the Shadow Fiend to go and get the water rune up top first. That will actually destroy Eki's lane. And I think he's going to get there first. But the Snapfire is here. Power shot. Joral pick up the water rune. Joral doesn't matter. Picks up the kill instead. And now will most likely die to Polyg, but no, Polyg already used Scatterblast and Joral is turning around. Shadow raises in 1 second. Can he chain them up together? Gets the first one, gets the second. Polyg still very healthy. Scatterblast to slow him down. I think he's dead.
There's the movement speed slow on it too.
Yeah,
and you're gone.
What a turnaround from Joral. Despite being punished early now, he gets a couple of kills. And now Zupa up top. 1 versus 2. You're a Beastmaster, but you're not going to survive. Elasto Axes. 1 HP basically escape for the CK, and now the Inkswell and Stroke of Fate get the kill. The bottom, the action continues black, and Cry is the one to pay the price, as I think the Dark Willow might get pursued as well. Simas, do you have a TP out?
You got the bite, so the first... Yeah, okay. You have a live? We don't. Yeah, we do, actually.
That was a very delayed TP there, Black, for some reason.
Yeah, like... If you know that the live has been used, which I don't know if it has or not in that particular situation, just TP. But if it wasn't, then, yeah. You ain't gonna make it out alive anyways.
Wait,
but it's the power of Brood, man. Like, Brood is just so sustainable. Again, I don't know how he died over 1. Must have been like a chain explosion, like you said. But it's also very avoidable, right? It's like
yes,
the
it should be
the
avoidable.
Pop Destroyer. Like, Dota 1, that happened all the time to everybody because nobody knew how to deal with it. But we're pretty advanced now in Dota 2. Oh, the Kuri actually gave the position away.
Eki is here, and I don't know why Eki is here. I also don't know how he has 31 last hits to the 18 of the Shadow Fiend, because I think they were doing quite evenly match in mid, but hey ho, it doesn't matter. That rotation will be not for nothing, as Shin will most likely fall here. But as long as that Tooth doesn't die, it's not a big deal. Power Shot does not connect, actually. Scatterblast will come in, but a bit late, and now Eki has to TP back to mid because his tower is getting pushed by Creep Wave. And now, the turnaround is there. Reality Rift, Chaos Bolt, Stroke of Fate. Nice cookie over the edge, and he will be fine, yeah.
Seeing a focus fire as well.
A lot of action happening everywhere around the map. Joral is standing his ground, though. I have to respect this. He also has managed to find a minute 6 regen rune. Maybe a TP up top could be good right now. Pop the regen. It's actually going to be the Dark Willow rotating. They want to get on top of this Beastmaster who sidesteps the Brambles. The silence from Phantom Embrace comes in. Reality Rift, Chaos Ball. That's a lot of damage and a lot of utility thrown on top of this Beastmaster. He shouldn't be fine. He's trying to kill the Phantom Embrace. Has the Lotus Pool. Uses the Wild Axis very wildly, but he does die to the long-range last hits of the supports.
Nice rotation. It's very good to keep that Beastmaster down so he doesn't get his axe too fast. I don't think he has been stacking too much either, so his game actually is going to be pretty slow. We're not going to see that minute 11, 12 axe that we see so often.
Interestingly, the minute 7 Wisdom Black was taken by the Sanking, not by the supports, which is going to obviously make one of the supports on France's squad struggle, but it's going to allow Sanking to accelerate into higher levels, which is what the hero wants, right? Sanking with level 8, level 10, some great timings for the hero.
Yeah, and he's been struggling in lane just a little bit. Because obviously as Brook gets higher and higher level, lane just gets more and more difficult. Yeah, this is really where Exotic Deer is going to take off in terms of CS. The Spider is going to farm the jungle while you can farm the lane. You got to be careful though. There can be a massive spider explosion, of course. Oh, beast again. Oi, oi, oi.
Nighttime vision.
The classic CK animation lock.
So far, so good for France. Playing into a Broodmother and the Wind Ranger that kind of dominated your Shadow Fiend. You managed to keep yourself in. You have the leading kills. He's very aware of this, but okay, maybe not aware enough. Never mind, he's dying. Requiem will get cancelled. 3 heroes mid. Obviously, the kill rotate potential is much higher from Snapfire Rubik than from Grimstroke Dark Willow, right? So that makes sense. But Joral, you might just need to go and, you know, use your raises in the jungle for the next couple of minutes before your Sanking can become that, you know, big menace that rotates around the map. Is this a build-up? Phase boots on Sanking? I'm not a Sanking player.
Well, it's either face boots if you want more mobility, or treads if you want to be more tanky. I personally prefer the treads route. You can
Yeah.
even go travels too if you're in mid lane. To
I
really
feel
get a
like
split push going.
I feel like the build has been like Threads, Bloodstone, Eternal Shroud that I've seen.
Yeah, you literally just tank up, run in with a sharp sandstorm, you heal up a ton. It's very obnoxious to play against.
Yeah, and also Threads give you like that extra attack speed to use your Caustic Finale. Oh my god, Simas gets eaten alive by... I don't think the Scatterblast even did damage. It was the Fade Bolt and the Spiderlings mostly. Look at that nice Observer Ward planted by Shin on the low ground of the cliff to spot when Zupa is farming. But there is no stacks like you mentioned. Now the tier 1 mid might fall. Scatterblast to slow down the pursuit, but 3 points in Wind Run, and Eki will get out of there safely. Deny the tier 1, boys? No? Boys? Team?
Maybe later.
Minute 10 power rune. It's going to be up top, but this Dark Willow might have actually sacrificed himself by trying to contest that. Molex, a couple more right clicks, telekinesis just for safety. Eki gets the kill.
Yeah, again, making it look very easy.
The
lead is slowly building up for Poland, though. I do believe, as a team as a whole, they are just looking better. So France will really they have a lot of work cut out for them if they want to, be able to beat them.
Cry doesn't have enough points in Burrow's try to get out of there. Turns around, gets one right click in, and in the end falls. And I think France played a very good first 8 minutes. Oh, Requiem of Soul was used.
To farm a stack? I'm usually triple raise enough for that. Interesting.
I don't know, yeah. Okay, Eki, why are you so deep? There's no tower there. What are you doing? Okay, still getting the kill is not going to be enough, but okay. Not worth it.
If he made it out of there.
Yeah, if he made it out, that would have been incredible. Otherwise, I don't know what the game plan was. I guess you forced 2 cores to rotate, but you are a mid laner. You'd still die. And that's the thing, right? When you are such a high level MMR position 4, he's definitely played Wind Ranger in his pubs. And if you're a support that does that, that's great. Sadly, my friend, that's not the case this time around.
No, I agree. Dying like that is, especially if you're a rich hero like he is. He's been having a fantastic game. Always got to be more careful. Ooh, now Beats is also gone.
This
They're
is
bleeding off a lot of heroes.
Oh, okay. Nice kisses, power shot flying through. And now they want to go for this Chaos Knight. The Focus Fire is on cooldown for 8 seconds still, so... it will be a 1-for-1, but it doesn't matter. Beastmaster for a position 4. Dark Willow, more than enough for France to sack their tower and keep going farming. The Broodmother, by the way, has invaded the Dire Triangle Black right now, farming the Ancients.
Yeah, he did the same thing yesterday too. That's why Safely and Brood can be very scary, because there's 2 Ancient camps there. Your farm accelerates very quickly.
But right now, because Focus Fire was used by Eki on the tower, Atuf is not scared anymore to show himself in the lane. And he goes back there and starts right-clicking and denying creeps. And now, the Soulbind for the reasons?
Maybe expect another hero to be able to come there. Oh, Cry again. Or the Orc is up. You're dead.
I really think that Orchid lasts too long.
5 seconds is a long time.
Yeah. Especially when you get it on these heroes that finish at minute 13, like the Broodmother. It's just like such an annoying spell. Like I know that this spell will come in the form of the Grimstrong Aghanim Shard with the Inkswell, but it's level in minute 13. Even if he wants to buy it, he can't yet.
Yeah, and then you still have to be next to them.
Yeah. And then if you're next to them, you're probably the target.
Yeah. And then you get sounds for 5 seconds, and then you're done.
Again, I guess. Oh, there's the blink on Joral. He's gonna pop the Requiem of Soul to only get the Rubik. It's not a big rotate, but it's not just the Rubik kill, right, Black? It's also the fact that you managed to push Broodmother out of your triangle at least for 30 seconds. Nasty piece top, though. They spot Eki, gets Chaos Bolted for 2 seconds. The Reality Rift is still available. No, it's not, but the Inkswell onto it. Yeah, pulling Eki back in into the Shadow Rays for Joral. And that is the much, much bigger kill.
Yeah, Eki, I realized, at least when he's playing core. Oh, Kisses Raw, you're gone. A lot of damage. Eki, when he's playing core, he feels way more confident, and he's really just in there.
I'm just thinking, like... Okay, never mind. We're getting another jump in. We'll talk about my thoughts in just a moment. We have Poly-G dying, dominating killstreak being taken by Joral, and so Molex will follow suit as well. Okay, well, never mind. My point was about to be, we usually see supports dying at this point, but both teams are losing cores, and then that was followed up by 2 supports dying. So never mind.
Yeah, didn't cast the curses though. So
yeah, I didn't say it. I just thought about it.
Well, maybe that kind of works still. I don't think you're allowed to think anything, actually.
Is that how I can get to cast, like, TI or stuff, if I don't think?
Yes. Do not think, be.
Oh, that is smart. That is smart. I understand. Yeah. I'm an overthinker, not an overcaster. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm also a chronicle overthinker. But thinking is good. It burns calories.
Okay. This observer up top in the triangle, the Radiant Jungle lasted for this entire duration, but they've never contested Beastmaster farming those stacks, which is a bit strange. As we now see the net worth that's gonna go even further in favor of Eki after that very nice kill onto Shin's Grimstroke. Also, Phantom's Embrace stolen by the Rubik. That's a pretty big one, actually, versus the Shadow Fiend. Sanking, pump faking. They're going bottom. They're jumping in. Exotic Deer should most likely fall here, but the damage, oh, nice Terrorize coming in as well. They're gonna secure this kill no matter what. Molex is stealing the Sandstorm, but power shots from Eki. Oh, Requiem of Soul. Can they chain a couple more nukes on top of Poly-G for now? It doesn't seem to be the case. And Scatterblast, Wild Axis, Joral just dying to these long-range abilities from the Radiant side, and he will get traded 1-for-1 in the core department.
Yeah, we all know SF is very squishy. He will need his BKB eventually. His damage is just too big. Wind Ranger, I like the itemization too, going straight BKB after Maelstrom. Hopefully, at least. Like, once you have the BKB,
I think he's getting the ATOS. I think he's going to go ATOS.
I hope he's going BKB, because if he does, he's basically immune to the entire team. That would definitely be the play.
I think he's gonna get greedy. I don't know. I just have a feeling.
Most people are, man. Most people are greedy. So I'm gonna say you're right, actually. But the correct call in this situation would definitely be the BKB.
Yeah, versus SF. All the heroes on Strands would be great. But Toof is like, okay, beelining for Zupa. But it could be a bit of a bait. Look at Eki and Molex coming in. It's a 3v3. The Roar turns around with the Soulbind onto 2. But the Chaos Knight just completely gets melted by the Drums of Slum. And now, look at Poly-G joining up with his team. They will manage to try and get out, actually. Simas goes south. Shin goes north. And the Power Shot doesn't connect. A bit of a speed boost. I think he's not gonna be safe here.
Yeah, the boss though is too much. Oh, slithering out of there, actually.
He had the vision, right? He had the vision on the high ground on the cliff that allowed him to move away. And guess what, Black? I called it. He's got the ATOS now on Eki.
Insert Star Wars high ground joke here. Yeah, I mean, greediness, I think, is part of every Dota player. If you can be greedy, you will be greedy. That's pretty much 99% of the people. Including myself.
Oh, Power Shot reveal, Orchid kill. But all this time, Zupa! Getting solo killed by the CK. This CK is full HP. You usually pick this Beastmaster because the Drums of Slum is good versus Illusion, and now Phantom's Embrace, Shadow Raises on top of the Requiem of Soul. A couple more will do the job, but Eki has the Wind Run. Can Joral get close to turn around? Wind Run. Coming in with a
fighting. Okay.
Oh my god, what a play from Eki. Sacrificial in the end, pulling it off. An Exotic Deer killing Cry in the process as well, but now a Tooth comes in. Nobody's picking up this amplified damage rune, but he will get the kill onto the Rubik. 3 for 3, I think, in the end?
Yeah, everything combined.
3 for 2.
But the thing is, Chaos Knight got a solo kill and another massive influx of money. Exactly what he needed. Like, look where he is now. He used to be fourth in the net worth. Now he's second. Ridiculous amount of money for solo kills, of course, in this patch. He got 800 for the beast kill.
Wow. That's kind of crazy, actually.
Well, and now we also know why he solo killed him. Again,
got...
the Orchid, man.
He's got Phantasm and Amplify damage for a few seconds. Okay, he's got to be patient. He realizes the Beastmaster might not be alone. I think he could have had the time to kill him before the snaps arrives, but it doesn't matter. Atuf will be patient, realizing that he is actually the winning condition for the French squad, so he's not going to give away his life for free.
Yeah, I like that. We just said, if you can be greedy, you
never mind, he just went and did it anyway without the Amplify damage rune. That's incredible. Atuf, you're on a different level of confidence today, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's Orchid. Orchid enabled the last 2 solo kills. That item is ridiculously strong. Now giving attack speed, regen. It's basically the perfect item to build for anybody that wants it.
This is like the story of two tales. CK dominating the upper half of this map, and Exotic Hero and the Broodmother dominating the lower half of this map. Obviously, the Broodmother has a way more tower kill potential, objective taking, and that's why we see them now tier 2. Tormentor, Wisdom Rune will get stolen in 40 seconds. And let's see who's going to get the first shot. It's going to be the... Ooh, very good. Self and teammate telekinesis is a great addition to Rubik's kit.
Definitely one of the better ones. Being able to lift teammates out of danger is always so... It's basically a force staff that also stuns.
I'm going to argue that all of the shards on Poland squads are very great. I mean, and I don't necessarily know... What's the shard Medusa? Because the other 4 are really good. I don't know what the shard of Medusa... Oh, sorry, Medusa. Broodmother.
Root shot? What was that?
I've got no idea. Broodmother is not a hero that I'm actually that familiar with. So.
I think, if I remember correctly, it was the Insatiable Hunger one.
Oh, okay, that's kind of good as well. Yeah.
Just more duration and more damage on it, which is good because it also works in the Spiderlings now.
Yeah, so five great potential shards for the side of Poland. Whereas for the side of France, I would argue that's pretty similar. We already talked about the most valuable one in the form of the Inkswell. And look at Poly-G. They left to take Roshan, and then because nobody took the Wisdom Rune, just walk back and stole the Wisdom Rune. Minute 21, that's going to be such a big bonus for the supports of Poland, getting both Wisdoms and both shards. I feel like Assume Poly-G might collect this one. Yeah, now he's going to have the Cookie with the Mortimer Kiss as well. Poland playing a very good mid-game.
Very planned out mid-game too. Like, the rotations are super nice. They take the enemy one, then go back as a group, take that one, while your third player takes the, what is it called? Wisdom Rune. I like what they're doing, but France, obviously, they're not out of the run just yet. 8k gold behind. Can get a little bit scary.
Yeah, we see how much good work this Chaos Knight has been doing without the BKB. Now that he's going to have a BKB, he's going to be much stronger. Also, what are your thoughts on the Beastmaster being the one carrying the Aegis?
Well, let's look at the fight, and then I can answer that much better. I thought they were going to initiate, and he was going to get a rampage cause of the Aegis. Then I could have said, I think it's really good.
Atuf gets out. The roar was used.
But yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, because he is the prime target right now. He deals the most damage. His aura is really viable. It's more either him or the Wind Ranger. So yeah, I like it. Makes sense.
I think the Wind Ranger has to be a priority next team fight. She has not finished her BKB yet, whereas this Broodmother has BKB Sanjin Yasha, so she's a very hard target to kill. If she can pick off the Wind Ranger and then kite the rest of the fight for France, maybe there's a bit of something for you there. But I gotta say, this Sanking hasn't really done much other than the first blood so far.
Hey, I am just gonna say,
we called it.
I feel that Sanking offlane in general.
Yeah, we called it. We wanted to see it mid lane. Obviously, they didn't have the picks for that, and now Joral gets caught, Gleipnir long range, telekinesis up in the air. He doesn't have a BKB. He will most likely die too with the focus fire, shackle shot, even kisses forced out. Maybe a bit of an overcommit. I think Joral would have died no matter what.
Probably, yeah. And kisses are a pretty long cooldown nowadays.
Yeah, like 100 seconds, I think.
Yeah, receiving a couple of nerfs, but still, it's a very valued target, right? Sorry, but want to be safe than sorry. But yeah, it's the same with SF, man. If he just invested into an earlier BKB, like people are just, everyone's so greedy. It's ridiculous.
They're catching the green stroke again. This time they're not going to use the roar. The shackle will be enough. Brambles to slow them down. We have a BKB in mid. They're trying to go on top of this Broodmother who's turning around to lifesteal. But if Exotic Deer dies here, this is a great hold. Atuf. We take a PKB, tries to run away. Eki does have focus fire in 2 seconds. Burrow Strike and Yule Scepter, they're not coordinated, and now the Sanking just gets roared and blown up. They're still alive for a second. Soulblind comes in, but the BKB targets are too much, and 3 heroes dead on the side. Atufno BKB gets spotted in the tree line, tries to turn around, but he does get caught. The Requiem of Soul comes in just a bit too late. 1v4. Joral has yet to purchase a BKB, gets caught by the Gleipnir, and it's gonna be a full team wipe with a Stolen Requiem from Molex to kill the Shadow Fiend.
That's lights out, and yeah, they use so much time and so many spells to kill the Broodmother through the BKB, had nothing left, and he was like, well, or Team Poland was like, well, in that case, let me just destroy you guys in a team fight where you have nothing ready. And Beastmaster's damage up is just so ridiculous, honestly. The fact that the drums also deal more damage on the axe stacks and whatnot. Like, the hero just synergizes too well with himself.
Like I said, I don't know why the other teams in the European IESF qualifiers are not prioritizing this hero as much. Even France, they had the chance to take it. They even had the chance to ban it in the second phase, right? It was a Shadow Fiend first pick, replied with a Wind Ranger, and then Beastmaster made his way to the second pick phase. So I don't know. I don't know why the teams don't understand how crucial it is to just have the hero or ban the hero.
Well, this might be a harsh lesson. Nice. Might be a hard lesson for them because this is one of... If they lose this game, they're in a rough spot. They're not out, obviously, but their chances to get to the winner bracket are pretty much... Are they 0? Close to 0?
I mean, if you hope Ukraine loses to someone...
So basically, you have to hope that something happens, right? It's not up to you anymore.
Even still, I think I would say if France loses this one, they will most likely not be top 2 in this group.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment.
It's also this Broodmother. Exotic Deer has played another flawless game, and Shadow Fiend gets caught, used another Requiem of Soul from Molex, who has it from the last team fight. Has still no BKB from Joral. Amplified damage popped by Eki, who has done decent job of flexing from position 4 to position 1. You know, very big shoes to fill in, of course. But for the most part, it has been the Zupa show with Exotic Deer just doing Broodmother things.
Yeah. Exotic Deer, once again. Like, he might not be the most flashy player, but he always does what's needed to win.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I like players like him. He's very similar to Matumba, man. You remember in Liquid, when Liquid won, like, everything? Yep. Everybody was like, oh, you gotta kick Matumba, man. He's not doing anything. He was literally the most stable player out of any player.
Everybody. Yeah.
At that time. Yeah. Like, yeah, he played his Necros and his Broods and his Venos and whatnot. But who cares? He never died. He always delivered. Great item builds. Great stability through every game. Like, you don't need to be flashy to win. You really don't. In fact, I much rather prefer a team that is not flashy and is really stable.
Absolutely. And we see that from Poland, and it's proof and statement to their, balance. The fact that they can play with a stand-in, flexing 2 roles, and still play at a pretty high degree, right? I mean, again, this is the second time we see them doing this with the Broodmother. I'm really interested to see in the final series of the day versus Ukraine, if Ukraine will bound a hero and how they will fare in that matchup versus Ukraine, which is another one of these favorites of the whole qualifier. But for now, they are in the driving seat, 22k net worth lead, minute 28, and I think we're about to look at the last potential team fight.
Yeah, obviously if France loses it, they're completely out. If they can somehow kill Poland, that would be a massive goal swing in their favor, giving them another chance potentially in the game. But it's gonna be tough to do that. Very tough.
Jumping in, Roar on top of this Chaos Knight, Requiem of Soul for separation, but the BKBs are there from the Radiant side. The damage is so much though. Zupa will fall in the end. No, he gets saved by the Glimmer Cape, and now the CK have fallen. 4 versus 5. The fight continues, but the big spells have already been used. An Exotic Deer just all behind the barracks, killing the Shadow Fiend, killing the Sand King. 4 are dead. GG's get cold, and Poland continue their undefeated streak in the European qualifiers.
Yeah, unfortunately, man, the early game was so good. It really looked good. Sand King, actually, I thought for a second that my assessment was going to be wrong and he's going to completely own the game. But then it just turns out how it always does with offline Sand King. You get bullied out of the lane, can't lane anymore. You even had to take your supports. Wisdom Rune. It's just not a good look. The hero in mid lane looks so different. You know, just put him mid. For me, it's a mid hero now. Like, offline Sand King just doesn't offer anything.
And we mentioned, like, the levels are so crucial. He needs to hit his level 8. He needs to hit the level 10. That's when he has, like, the higher tempos. And when you do play in the offlane, obviously, for our, you know, maybe more beginner viewers, you share that experience that you get from the creeps and even from the kills with another player. That's why it gets a bit lower. As we take a quick look at the highlights, and I think we will be starting in the very portions of this game. Actually, no, we're already in the mid game, where France was not in a driving seat per se, but they was still very balanced. They had the kill lead, yeah, it was the duo supports and Eki playing this very, very nicely. And by the time we first saw this turnaround from the big ultimates of France Black, it was a bit late. They were getting a kill, but every single time they were trade 2 or 3 of their lives for a single core.
I think this game is a great example of, you know, not outplaying an opponent super hard, just being the better overall team. Because the advantage came slowly, like 1k gold lead every minute, eventually accumulating to like 10k, and then you just have too many items and too much gold for the enemy to handle you. It was a very methodical victory.
And I'm looking at the way this is going, and I have to say this is really sad to see, because France, you know, you mentioned this. They had the first blood, right? They not only had the first blood, they also had a great Shadow Fiend keeping up in with the Wind Ranger, getting a few great kills before that minute 10. It was quite strange to see them in the end just falter like that after minute 15 rolled around. So hopefully now that they've had the experience of playing, well, the best 2 teams in the group, arguably, in Ukraine and Poland, now they might try to win the rest of the series and, you know, get that 3rd place.
Yeah, the upper bracket hopes, unfortunately, are pretty much gone with this loss. But as we said, you can still make it through the lower bracket. You have your chance with the best of 3 to show what you got. And it wasn't like they were completely outmatched. I just think Poland was too solid.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit more efficient, farming a little bit better, stacking a little bit better. I still think France had good plays. Like a pick up on the Broodmother bot lane. It was an even match until, yeah, Poland just what's the right word? Out-sustained them, out-efficiencyed them.
Outlasted them.
Yeah. Outlasted them, yeah. It was a very even match, and I think skill-wise, they're not that far apart.
Well, yeah. With that being said, that will be the end of the first series of the day. If you want to stay up to date with all of the results that happen both on stream and off stream of the DOTA2 IESF qualifier, please go to IESF.gg, as we will be sending into a short break waiting for the other matches to finish, but we will return swiftly with the second series of the day between Bulgaria and Azerbaijan. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the IESF European Dota 2 qualifiers for 2024, presented by IESF, I guess, right? They're the one presenting it since they're organizing it. I'm Waxen, joined by Black, bringing you the second best of one of the group stages of Day 2, and it's gonna be Bulgaria, it's gonna be Azerbaijan. But before we get into that series, Black, I'm gonna give you and our viewers at home a couple of updates of what has happened off stream during that game number one. Would you like to hear them?
Yes, please. Would be very inclined to hear about it.
If you want to know where to find the results at home, you can go on IESF.gg and find them out. But Romania defeated Czech Republic 1-0, Greece defeated Slovakia, Turkey beat Kosovo, Bulgaria, the team that we'll see in a moment, defeated Denmark, and Belarus defeated Serbia. These are just some of the updates. So let's not waste any more time and see what lineup Bulgaria is fielding today.
Pretty much the same as yesterday, although I do believe BZM was actually not part of that.
Yes, Mastermind was the one playing yesterday. I
Yeah.
mean, it's been a few days. Maybe he's finally made his way home. Okay, if BZM is here,
That would be beast mode.
I'm just saying. If BZM is actually here, Black, I think Bulgaria is definitely going to annihilate everybody else. Well, they should have even without BZM, because Mastermind is a very skilled mid laner. We met him last year in Yash. Remember, they had such a great group stage, and then they just kind of like faltered in the playoffs. So if BZM is playing, I'm very afraid for Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is also a squad that is currently 0-3, and if they want to even dream of the lower bracket, this is when they should turn it around. But I don't know. Let's see their roster. Maybe they made some changes since yesterday, or maybe they just had an off day. As we see Azerbaijan right now fielding Sneezno, Loom, Nizam, Merlin, and Flowny. And no, that's not Merlini, guys. Merlini is not from Azerbaijan.
Fortunately not. Yeah. He's also very much into tech nowadays. Very smart guy, of course. But yeah. As you said, this is do or die for them. And for most people that watch this, they'll probably argue it's death. Bulgaria is pretty damn good. Especially if BZM is here. Can they beat them if BZM is there? I almost would say no. Is there a chance if BZM is not here? Yeah,
No,
I think so.
probably not.
Come on.
A
small chance.
I'm gonna go there and say it, Black. I think this could probably be the second fastest game in the whole tournament if BZM is here. I don't think anyone will beat the 5-minute 44 of Turkey Slovakia, but I think this could be a pre-minute 15 GG.
It's always possible. Ultimately, how fast a team GGs. Like, we have seen games that are over after like 2 minutes, right? But are they going to GG out of 2 minutes? Usually it drags out to like 20, 25, destroying all the buildings and stuff is not fast. So yeah, I really, it just depends on teams and how fast they. Does this kind of mean how fast they want to give up? No, I think that's fair. Because some teams definitely GG out earlier than others.
Yeah, it's not often we see that in the IESF because playing for your country, you're doing your best to represent them as far further in the tournament as possible. You got to get as many playtime minutes as possible versus some great opponents. And even if you are one of the lower teams with less experienced players, getting that extra time on the server with the likes of BCM, Mind Control, Leo Pleb is something that can help you develop and grow future in your career as a potential professional Dota 2 player. So I would say it's rare we get these early GGs, especially in IESF, but hey, yesterday's definitely happened, so we'll see.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, a lot of these tournaments, a lot of these kind of tournaments where it's regions against regions, countries against countries, we already know teams don't have the best players of their regions generally, which is a bit of a shame. It's being taken more and more seriously, though. I think definitely 8 years ago, nobody took it seriously at all. So now more and more top players are playing. And as you said, the more top players there are, the more chance it gives for younger, more inexperienced squads and players to really grow. Because playing mid against BZM, you're probably going to get crushed badly, but it's a good experience to have. It's a good replay to look at and probably save in your, please never delete this folder kind of folder.
I'm also gonna add something to that. It's also a bit of a cultural difference because we see whenever there is a national, international team tournament, Team China always brings the best. They're not just bringing their best as in one team, they're doing their best to actually have other teams fight for the qualifiers, and all those three teams could arguably be top five in the world finals. So, this difference of culture between the East and the West is very interesting to me because I would say in traditional sports, like the Olympics are just around the corner, Black, right? You
Yeah.
get the likes of United States, of France, of Germany, of Canada, doing their very best of fielding phenomenal athletes and fight for those prizes and battle the likes of Japan, South Korea, and China in the overall category for the medals. And I don't know why that hasn't really happened as a transition towards esports, not just in Dota, but in all of the other esport titles as well. I believe in Dota last year, yes, we had nouns represent USA, but in the end, they weren't quite prepared for the tournament, so they got crashed out in top eight. But other than them, you mentioned yesterday Nisha. The fact that he played for his team is such an honorable thing, but an exception. That is not the rule that we've seen in recent years.
Yeah, I really wish it would be more of a, common thing to do that. Uh, yeah, pride within some players and willingness to, let's be real, it is a hassle. Like Nisha is at a tournament, he has a lot of stuff to do over there already. Like for him, it's a hassle. He doesn't have to do it. He does it because he wants to do it, and because he feels like he should do it. And I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
I just wish more players had like a similar sort of mindset. I'm very happy that Mind Control is here. All pro players that participate in this tournament, I really appreciate, and I think they're doing a great thing that
Yeah.
a lot of other people could learn from a lot.
They deserve a tip of the hat for sure, for sure. And hopefully, obviously, as time progresses and maybe as the season goes on, if you see that your team makes it uh, Riyadh in November, and you're like, oh, we could really use you to benefit for the results of our country, then maybe we'll get more of them showing up then. But for now, let's focus on this upcoming matchup, Black. Azerbaijan and Bulgaria. What are the heroes that you expect to not see in this game be banned out firstly in the first phase pick?
Well, I hope we are not going to get see Beastmaster. Too
Okay.
strong. It crushed. I mean, even in the last
We just saw it.
latest qualifiers, yeah. But even before that, in the qualifiers before that, in different regions, it wasn't picked much at all. Then suddenly it was picked a little bit, and then it completely exploded, and everybody picked it for good reason.
Yeah.
The hero is so busted. Like, get it out of there. You know, don't let it go through. If you have any plan against it, just delete that plan out of your folder, out of your scrape it off your whiteboard. It doesn't work. You can beat him in lane. He just comes back through ancients, gets his drums, runs into a fight, kills everybody. I'm not saying the hero is unbeatable, but make your life a little bit easier, especially in the best of one, and don't let that guy through. Whatever preparation you have, it doesn't matter. It's too hard to execute.
And I have to say, this is also a very important game for Bulgaria because if they lose, they will 100% be out of the upper bracket. Even with a win here, even with all of the wins remaining that they currently have, the chances of them still making the upper bracket are very much dependent on the results of Belarus and North Macedonia, which both have a 3-0 record. So Bulgaria needs to win all of their games and then hope that Belarus and North Macedonia, of course, one of them will get a loss to each other, and another one, ideally, to maybe force a tiebreaker and get themselves and steal that second spot. But even Serbia is ahead of them currently, so it's not as clear cut as it should be for the likes of Team Bulgaria. Even yesterday, losing two matches when you have Lil Pleb and Mind Control on your squad is not something that should ever happen.
Yeah. So TLDR is win now, so things are still in your own hands. You never, as a competitor, it just feels terrible to have to rely on other teams to lose or beat certain teams. Like you never want to have that happen.
Yeah, no, it's rough that it has happened for them. So let's see what they're gonna be able to do if they want to, get themselves back into this tournament. Hopefully, with the BCM addition, if he is here, they will manage to turn it all around. But if you start in the lower bracket, it is a best of 3. Luckily, it's not a best of 1, but still, you could feel off that moment. You lose the best of 3, and that could be really very much the end of the season. And Bulgaria not making it to Riyadh would be a very, very sad sight to see, considering the fact that, like I said, last year they got a top 8, and they would not just want to replicate their success, but actually go even further probably this time around.
Yeah, for me, they're still, though, at least minimum a top 5 team. Like, I don't see how they won't make it. Even if they start in the lower bracket, it could potentially be a little bit close, but ultimately, they're still gonna make it, right?
Yeah.
There isn't a world where they're gonna lose. Like, lower bracket, all that, in a best of 3. I don't see it happening. Unless,
Really? I think
I mean,
there is.
unless they play against someone like, Poland unexpectedly, or Georgia, like a really strong
Yeah.
team.
Which could be possible, because obviously in the Poland-Georgia group, only 2 teams can make it, and Ukraine is pretty much guaranteed for a spot. I'm just saying, there is a world in which Bulgaria, because of 2 hiccups yesterday, doesn't make to Riyadh, which would be very sad to see.
Very sad to see, and very upsetting for them too, because obviously, like, the players they're fielding, they wouldn't field them if they didn't have the ambition to go, right?
Yeah.
Like, all of them want to go. That's what they're training for. That's what they've been working for. So, yeah, give it your best, man. Like, you can't allow any more losses at this point.
I'm trying to figure out, I'm looking at the bracket right now. So they are in Group C, of course, Bulgaria and Azerbaijan both here. And if let's assume they get 3rd place, that means they will most likely face a lower bracket 4th place from Group A, I believe, which could be a very tough one. They could face Romania. If Romania scrapes by in 4th, we could get a Bulgaria-Romania matchup in the lower bracket with a WIHA versus BZM mid lane tomorrow. That would be a hell of a start to our day.
Certainly would be, and it seems like Romania is actually sort of waking up now. So that's the thing about these qualifiers, especially with a round robin into double elim bracket. Slower starting teams, they have a chance of still making it.
Yeah.
Like, if it was the same format as our other qualifiers, Romania would be dead right now.
I mean, we saw, what was it, the Australia-New Zealand qualifier? That was literally a single match, wasn't it?
It was, yep. 1 BO3, and that's it. That's all you get.
Do you think we have seen, other than Poland, okay, other than Poland, I gotta say that asterisk, no Poland and Ukraine. Maybe Poland and Ukraine are the best teams we've seen in the qualifiers up to this point, all around, not just Europe. So other than Poland and Ukraine, out of the teams we had on stream so far, Black, do you think is there one that could hold a candle to China?
So you're basically implying that the 2 of them could.
With Nisha, 100%.
Okay, yeah. I think I sort of agree with that. I mean, we haven't seen Greece. Have you seen Greece on stream yet?
No, we haven't. No. So, okay, yeah, we know Greece in theory, but we haven't seen them. So, out of the teams we have seen.
Out of the teams we have seen. That's a tough one, man. You know me, I'm a realist. I'm going to say none.
We also haven't seen Sweden at all, which is quite curious, actually. I'm excited to get the chance to see them today. It won't happen today. We won't see Greece or Sweden today either, but Greece more than likely will make it the upper bracket, currently undefeated 3-0. Sweden in a similar position, 3-0 in Group B. So don't be concerned if you're a fan of the Swedish or the Greek squad. They will most likely be on our broadcast tomorrow during the playoffs.
What about yourself, though? So, as I said, I think none. Do you think any, other than the 2 that you mentioned, have a chance? Against China, that is.
See,
and it's going to be best of 3s. It's not going to be BO1s.
I gotta say Bulgaria should, but not by the way they've played. Because we've seen them on stream, right? And they've lost 2 games, which is crazy. The fact that they even lost 1 game, not 2. So I think with the full roster, Bulgaria should maybe play well versus China. Not beat them, but I think they should have a chance. With that being said, based on their current performance, I don't think Bulgaria could even beat Slovakia in this tournament. I don't know. It's been very underwhelming to see the fact, because yesterday they played on stream first game of the day, right? Bulgaria dominated 60 to 12 kills or whatever it was, and then they went off stream for one match, they lost, and then they came back for the very last match of the day, which you covered, Black, and they lost to
Yeah.
North Macedonia. So do you think North Macedonia could maybe not get slaughtered by China? I don't know, because I you tell me.
It's tough. Like, not only because I know China is gonna feel probably the best players they can, but it's just how seriously they're preparing for everything. Like, China never takes it easy. They're gonna boot camp probably for a month to make sure they have the highest chance possible of winning these tournaments, because otherwise Xiao 8 will probably say mean things to them in their sleep. It's tough to see, honestly. I gotta admit, even Poland and Ukraine, yes, I think they have a chance, but just the amount of preparation, I think, will be hugely different. China just takes it way too seriously. I don't think you can take it too seriously. I mean, compared to other regions, they take it way too seriously.
Well, I gotta say, China has also not looked good at all lately. Like even the tier one teams that are practicing all time, the likes of I guess what is it, G2IG, and the new LGD team, they're just not playing well. So maybe there's something there that, right, like maybe Europe and the rest of the world have completely overtaken China as one of the top two regions. Because realistically speaking, look at the last five tournaments. I think other with one exception, there hasn't been a Chinese team in the top three.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Right now, China's definitely struggling to find sort of their identity and their playstyle, what works, what doesn't work. In
You know,
theory, though, it should just be a matter of time, right? Like, China always figures out their way of playing, and they will come back very strongly. So, I mean, we still have teams like XG who are performing, but yeah, certainly not as well as we probably would love to.
yeah, China used to be like constantly a top three presence. Even if they wouldn't win the event, they would at least have a team that would make top three or top four. Which, again, other than like you said, G2IG and XG hasn't really been the case. But finally, let's not theory craft about what will happen in 4 months from now, Black, because this draft is underway with Bulgaria and Azerbaijan. Bulgaria having first pick and Azerbaijan overall last pick. Monkey King banned out. Another one of these heroes that is so good, both as a safe lane carry, mid lane a little bit, but even as support, that European teams are kind of avoiding. Azerbaijan, though, they do what I want to see. Ban out the strong offlaners in the Darkseer and the Beast. Well done.
Yeah, I liked it a lot too. Especially against a player like Mind Control, you do not want to give him any chance to, destroy you with those kind of heroes. We have seen a lot of Windranger picks from their team, which is interesting. I mean, not just from their team, actually. We're just seeing a lot of Windranger in general, which is a little bit surprising to me. I'm not sure why people like that hero so much right now.
I'm gonna be honest. I think first and foremost, it's just a fun hero to play. There's always a fun hero to play, right? So it's a Windranger. Let's be honest. But I think people see way more value in it than the hero actually provides currently. In my humble opinion, of course. In pubs, it has a very strong win rate for the carry role, 56. Actually, the highest win rate out of any carry in pubs. But I would say in team environment, the hero doesn't do quite as well because it's much easier to shut it down when the communication is on point, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a pub killer, as you said. Very hard to shut down. Runs around you, and yeah, I mean, just the damage output, right? We know Windranger, the memes. Ult and you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it, which is very true, to be honest, in many cases. Like, you literally
We
just
saw
die.
that even last game with Eki. He was like getting 2v1, then he would turn around with focus fire and still get a kill, sacrificing himself in the process. But do you think, okay, banning out all these like beasts, weavers, dark seers, are they trying to single out mind control, or are they just taking out? Because for me, it feels like they're actually taking out just the S tier picks in the meta.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily mind control targeted. Although I do believe if you give a player like mind control the chance to play them, it's a lot
It's easier.
scarier than your average player.
Yeah.
So it's not super targeted, I think, but it's like a nice little side effect of it, I guess.
Bulgaria banning a lot of position fours here. Nyx, Rubik.
The
Monkey
next one
King.
is interesting.
Does that tell us what they might want to play with? I mean, what does Nyx counter these days? It's a great hero, and I think the Carapace is very good because there's a lot of splash damage in the spells coming in this 736 patch. So obviously Carapace just instantly stuns the opponent from it. But yeah, first, oh, that's why. Okay, Nyx is a great counter to the Sand King. They wanted a Sand King first pick. That makes sense.
Yeah. Hopefully it's a mid one. Hopefully it is a mid one. I don't want to see another offlane Sanking. I know MC can pull it off. I know MC likes the hero, but please. Even if you go to MC, let him go mid.
I think he is also a grandmaster on the Sand King, but I think if this is BZM, I think BZM has played Sand King mid at Riyadh just this week, so we'll see. Oh, I don't think we've confirmed yet if BZM is actually playing for Bulgaria, or it's also going to be Mastermind. But Phoenix banned out. Obviously, Bulgaria can't play the hero now because the opponents already have Snapfire, so Azerbaijan would more than love to get that pairing of the Phoenix Supernova plus the Snap themselves. So that's why we've seen it banned out. Spirit Breaker taken out as well. This tells me that Bulgaria does not want to be ran at. Look at all the 5 bans. There are heroes that have an excellent explosive timing during the mid-game black.
Yeah, I really like the way they banned out the heroes. What are they really planning to do though with that? I mean, Snapfire we have seen pretty successful in this
Yep.
qualifier as well, and
Yeah,
different lanes. What's your favorite lane for Snapfire? Mid support.
Mid.
You like a mid best?
I was a hater because I saw people started trying it like 3 weeks ago, and I thought no, it's not good, it's not good. But after a couple of matches I've seen in the last 5 days, I'm actually starting to turn into a believer. The reason why I think this hero is back to being so strong is because Little Shredder does so much damage in the first 12 to 15 minutes, and obviously if you play it as a mid laner, you can prioritize maxing it out. Whereas if you play as a support, you see your Snapfire maxing Little Shredder, and 1 point in Scatterblast, you're gonna wonder what the hell are you doing, you know?
Yeah. No, it's very true. Little Shredder obviously got buffed quite a bit. And I mean, she can still transition very nicely into a core role anyway with Maelstroms because of her. I forgot what the facet is called, but like you have a miss hit or the glancing blow, and then it like is a double shot.
The scatter,
Basically.
I think it's a scatter splat, something like that. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And you know which one I mean. Which is also funny, because it triggers on miss hits too. Not just on the glancing shots that you have a 25% chance of getting. Oh, Pangolier is back in the house, baby.
Sorry, it's
That's a
called a
hero.
ricochet. It's a ricochet. It ricochets the shots. I kind of like, if you play support snap, I like the full bore one, the one that makes the scatter blast much longer but not more narrow. I think it deals way more damage as a support snap, but we don't know for sure. And with this Pangolier black, okay, I know we've talked about this Pangolier. I think it was in the Asian qualifiers for Chengdu. The hero just doesn't win mid. Even still, it's been a month since then. The hero has a great win rate nowadays, but only from offlane. Like 2 out of 10 games he's played in mid, he wins. But the other 8, he loses mid lane but wins offlane. It's a very strange point for the hero because he's building this Echo Saber build nowadays, which is not a build that you want to have on an offlane because we talked about the impact of the auras. But we see Pangoliers go offlane, rush Echo Saber, and take over the game like he was a mid laner.
Yeah, I think some heroes just don't have the capability of doing these auras, which is then what we would classify as a greedy offlaner, right?
Yeah.
Which I think Pangolier fits perfectly into that role. Like, as you said, the Echo Saber, him being a university hero. You just do so much damage. Heartstopper procs, suddenly have -8 armor, and you're like, alright, good luck dying, I guess, because I just deal a ton of damage now.
And now, Keeper of the Light, Ember Spirit, which automatically means support snap, support coddle duo.
Probably, which also means Pangolier Coddle off lane together, which is a very strong lane, like a super spammable lane. I like the setup a lot.
It's
Honestly, I
crazy.
miss Coddle, especially support Coddle. Like, he
Yes.
makes lanes really annoying.
I love support coddle. I hate support coddle mid, as you know. But I think this lineup from Azerbaijan is very greedy. Like both the coddle and the snapfire want to get items, like you mentioned. That's why she wants to get that Maelstrom and turn into a right clicker later on. And now the Faceless Void being picked up here. When you have these sank, that's such a classic, man. You get Chrono into epic. What is it called? Not Barrow Strike.
Epicenter.
Epic Center, not Epic Strike. There we go. Thank you,
Yeah.
Black. And a Macropire. And I'm going to tell you, I saw this in Tier 2 Southeast Asia just 10 days ago. I think I casted that game. I had a Void that did not go Chronosphere because he did have a Sanking. And they won the game. It didn't look incredible. But the thought process behind it was the Sanking can then move in the square instead of the bubble.
Or you mean what's it called? The facet names are crazy.
The poor man's Chronosphere. That's what I call it.
Yeah, I think that's very, very fair.
I think it's the time zone. I think, yeah, because
time zone. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Or time area. No, time zone. Time zone sounds about right. Yeah. So, if I'm Bulgaria and I really need to win this game to actually not lose the group stage and be eliminated, I think I'm still going Chronosphere. But you can understand why you would want to see, Sanking is an elusive hero in the classic combo from, 2014, Chrono, Epic Center. You get stale, you stop there. But if you have the time zone, you can be mobile. You can barrel strike in and out and chase targets, which is very cool also because the time zone slows down this Pangolier roll, the kisses, and all the projectiles, even the fire remnants of the Ember Spirit. So, again, I would be interesting to see the interaction between these spells, but I hope maybe not this game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Chronosphere is just such an overwhelming ability, right? Like you literally can win games with just hitting a good Chronosphere. So there's it would always be very hard to argue against just choosing that over everything.
Yeah.
Because of how ridiculously strong it is. But as you said, I do believe that the other facet, like the other Chronosphere, actually has its points and has not been explored properly yet at all. Just because Chronosphere is so dominant, nobody wants to explore it. But, today might be the day, man.
And I guess there is some counters to that. Right? Ember is quite elusive.
And the thing is, you can just BKB,
Yeah. But before you get BKB, that's what I mean, right? You got the Keeper of the Light pushing you back with his second ability, the Blinding Light. So that's usually a hero you pick versus Void to punish that. I assume Pangolier will build Echo Saber Guardian Greaves. That is one of the builds that I've seen that I really like, actually. And then finishing Harpoon.
Yeah, basically just means that you're building up to be a strong fighter early, and then you still transition to the auras like most offlaners would anyway.
Yeah. But granted, this is Azerbaijan versus Bulgaria. Bulgaria should be like top 3 team in the tournament, despite losing a few games. And Azerbaijan is 0-3, right? Are we even gonna get the Echo Saber completed on the Pangolier before the game ends? We'll have to wait and see. It's gonna be an individual performance type play, but that means Sanking offlane Black. It's gonna be mind controlled going for it. He likes the hero too much to let us have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can prove us wrong, but we'll see. We're not convinced. I would love to be convinced, though. I'm a big Sanking fan, especially farm Sanking. Just always makes games look so cool. From an observer perspective, I hate it from a player perspective.
Yeah, it does feel quite annoying to play into it sometimes, but we do have
CK.
Man,
CK is rough. Doesn't Sanking love to play against CK? Not just in the lane, but like in the game?
I swear we saw that matchup last game and the CK killed the Sanking multiple times. No, that was a Beastmaster, wasn't it?
That was Beastmaster, yeah.
Ignore that.
But it can function in a very similar way. Because once you get that Orchid, you can literally just solo kill.
Yeah,
pretty much anything.
It's going to be up to who has the better initiation, but it's quite hard to see because the counter initiation from the Chronosphere lineup of Bulgaria will be quite good. I also believe we did see Mastermind pick the Storm Spirit, so there's no BZM.
Again, yeah. Unfortunate. But, I mean, Mastermind himself, I don't want to downplay him. He's a very strong player in his own rights. It's just BZM is, he's BZM. He needs an introduction.
I'm just wondering. because we keep talking about Eastern European squads and their mentality, the likes of Team Romania, the likes of Hungary, and now Bulgaria. They were 1-0. Now they're 1-2, and they have the same. They're fielding the same lineup as yesterday. Black. Do you believe there is a potential for their mental to not be good enough to bounce back into today?
I think it can always happen, especially for, well, how do we call these kind of teams? Mixed teams, I guess we can call them.
Mm-hmm.
That, you don't always like each other. In fact, a lot of people from the same region, they played a lot with each other, which can mean you either like each other a lot or you really dislike each other.
Okay.
So, it could definitely be a case of them just not having the best sort of team atmosphere in general. And that impacts a lot on Dota, as we all know.
Well, let's see. The game is underway. We have a Grandmaster, Keeper of the Light support, but okay, I love this from Bulgaria. They just went for the heroes that they love to play. Storm, Zanking, Void, also Grandmasters. Let's see who's gonna have the upper hand in this level 1 potential skirmish.
Radiant's lineup is pretty damn strong. But so is Dire's with Coddle, of course. You can never downplay Coddle's effectiveness in these skirmishes. Let's see. It will all come down to positioning.
I guess there's way more reliable lock for Bulgaria than for Azerbaijan level 1.
Yeah, and a lot of AoE as well.
Should be a wash for now. Radiant should get the bottom water rune and their own jungle bounty. Although La Jolla might have overstepped too close, but no. He will be not go that deep, not get caught by Loom's CK. Or will he? Oh, never mind. I've just jinxed him. But he did not get in range for the Chaos Bolt.
Yeah, didn't go full greed. He was just like, I'm checking out where's someone here. Oh, yep, there is. Bye.
What do you think of the Spirit Brother matchup, Black? Ember Spirit versus Storm Spirit. Who has the upper hand on your
Storm always wins that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like Storm against melee heroes is just so oppressive. Especially with the Walking Remnant, you can literally never dodge it. And one Remnant is enough to take off Flame Guard level 1.
Can't you dodge it with the Sleight of Fist?
You can. You can, but then it has a, 3 seconds cooldown, so you just put another one down.
Yeah.
It's a tough matchup. Actually, it's gotten a lot better since it's percentage-based now, not on a full amount. So you don't break the Flame Guard as easily anymore. But yeah, Storm against melee heroes, as I said, it just always feels pretty bad for the melee hero.
Down bottom, this is a weird matchup. We don't see Keeper of the Light play support. Well, we don't see Keeper of the Light play at all lately, I would say. And the
yeah, like ever, pretty much.
Yeah, it's strange, and this Jakiro has been a favorite of a lot of people. This Liquid Frost seems to be considered by many support players in Tier 1 Dota very, very high value. That's why we see him go for it level 1 even.
Yeah, movement speed slow, bonus damage. It's a very strong ability. And Dual Breath just costs too much mana to really sustainably cast early on.
A pop. Mind Control. Will get out of his own Sandstorm to stay alive for a while longer. Scatterblast, they're turning onto La Jolla. Bushwhack to keep the snap far away. Chaos Bolt. Deterred, Mind Control, good bait, allowing the Hoodwink to get out there. Now the Acorn Shot plus Blanc Grenade, perfect turnaround. A bit of a mistake there from Gloom on the CK. He should have used the Chaos Bolt for the Hoodwink, but because he used it on Mind Control, allowed for that turnaround as the Hoodwink escaped.
Yeah, nice little exploitation of making mistakes there. Well, truth be told, I always explain Dota in a way where I say it's a game of mistakes, and the team that wins is the one that forces more mistakes and punishes the mistakes that are being made better. I literally don't know a single player that plays perfectly because it's impossible.
Not even yourself?
Not even myself, you know. I can be pretty arrogant, as you know, but you know, it has its limits.
It's arrogance, not delusion.
Exactly. And there's a big difference between the two, obviously.
Still, despite that first blood, Loom is still firing all right for now on the CK. We'll see how much he will struggle potentially once Mind Control hits level 4 and 5. But for now, he's trading equal last hits with the Sanking. In mid, as you predicted, Mastermind has a full creep wave advantage over the Ember Spirit.
Could get even worse than that, so Ember is actually doing pretty well for himself. But in theory, the matchup should get worse and worse. Time goes on.
Nice Searing Chains. Doesn't have enough mana though. We'll need to wait for the water in 20 seconds to refill that. Do we have any rotate potential? Yeah, definitely. I guess the Hoodwink is a great rotator. Oh, Scatter Blast misses! And now, Mind Control with the double Burrow Strike and the damage. Blood Grenade Loom might just fall there. They use the sticks and the cookie to get out of there, and he will be safe for a while longer. Acorn Shot will get the job done with the Facet. Another Barrel Strike. It could very well be a double kill. It's just going to be 2 casualties for Azerbaijan's safe lane.
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, Bulgaria is definitely... They're ready to play today. They know they're the favorite, and yeah. We'll see if they can do anything to stop them. But they're looking to be on a rampage. For today, at least.
For this match, at least.
For this match, at least.
Mastermind made his way all the way back to base and then TP'd back. He pushed the lane with using a couple of static remnants. Interesting. At least he doesn't have a TP now.
Yeah, also is level 6 though, so unless there's a rotation that kills him, it's a pretty common move that we see out of the mid lane. Push, TP back so you don't lose anything.
Nizami's playing this to the very best of his ability. I gotta commend this, right? He is only 3 last hits behind if he gets all of the ones under the tower now. He's a similar level with the Storm Spirit. And yeah, I mean, you said you were expecting this to be way more one-sided, and so far Nizam is offsetting that, looking like the best lane going for Dire's side up until this moment.
Yeah, certainly doing very well for himself, as you said. Not easy, especially against a player like Mastermind. As I said, he's not, the best in the world, but he definitely can hold his own. Pretty high rank player as well.
Do you know I'm an Ember Spirit player, Black?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I never played in my ranks because I don't want to grief, but like when I want to play mid, Ember Spirit is one of my go-tos, yeah.
What do you like about him?
I think it's just mobility, flash farming, yeah. It's fun, spellcaster, not a lot of cooldowns, just easy.
I mean, it is a very fun mid laner. It's just a very... I don't want to say it's very complicated, but he's definitely one of the more complicated ones.
Are you insinuating I can't play complicated heroes, Black? Is that what you're saying?
I would never do that. You know me. I'm Mr. Nice Guy. Sometimes.
Stun up top. Floney gets caught. I guess Mastermind was going for a gank. Just leached a bit of that XP. We'll walk back to mid.
Funny thing is, they are crushing top lane, but he's still behind the CS. You can't convince me that Sanking offlane is actually a thing.
I don't need to convince you, Black. It is a thing. It's just not a good thing.
So it shouldn't be a thing.
Every good needs some bad in life, right? You can't have
yin and yang. That's very true.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically the duality of Sanking. Kind of sucks in the off lane, kind of OP in the mid lane.
So let's put him in the off lane.
There was a missed cookie, I think.
It was, yeah. Oh, Storm with a nice rotation. Coddle, of course, against Storm. You are the freest of free foods. There's really nothing you can do.
No pleb. Okay. Playing under the tier 1 tower now. Fail. Wants to turn around. There is a stick and a raindrop on this Jakiro. Scatter Blast is off cooldown in just a few seconds. Fail. Can you get out of there? Floney. Good observer word. Knows he's still in the tree line. Continues the chase, and yeah, he'll be fine. Even Scatterblast comes in too late, but the damage would have not been enough because he went for the Ricochet.
The Ricochet as a support is very interesting.
I mean, you said it's good because you can farm out later with it, right? So I guess maybe that's why.
Yeah, but as a support, the other one is just much better in laning.
I agree. No, I mean, I said that's the one I want to see, but... is Lil Pleb level 6 to a level 4 of the Pangolier? My goodness, how is that even possible?
Well, Pangolier is historically not the greatest laner. Let's put it in a nice way.
Yeah, I guess Jakiro is quite hard to play into, I assume. Oh, look at mind control, going for the stacks. He's also gone for the face boots, by the way.
Yeah, it seems to be the offlane thing to do. I know a lot of mid laners love the threats. Just be tanky. Also depends on the item build he plans to go for, I guess. Whether he wants to go for the tanky Bloodstone build or not. And Storm comes in. Hello!
Slowly, even the Sharpshooter come in for a bit of an extra break. They're going forward. They want to get some Cheering Chains. There's not that much mana on the Storm Spirit.
The
nice.
Chrono!
Oh, they're gone. Yeah, what a Chronosphere. Lil Pleb just walking out of his lane to come here. Merlin really wants to get the kill onto Mastermind. Can he get on top of him? Sneasdaw will get right-clicked down by Lil Pleb. Ice Path, perfect. Double kill. It's actually a killing spree, not a double kill for the Storm Spirit. And it's suddenly 8-0.
Perfect score, yeah. I mean, let's be honest, it can't get much better than that.
I mean, we had a GG in minute 5 yesterday. It's minute 10. There's no GG. I'm just saying it could get better. Oh, La Jolla might be suffering the first casualty for Azerbaijan. Yes, he will fall to the long-range slide of fist from Nizam.
Alright, finally on the board. But Storm says, give me more money, Coddle, who's literally a walking ATM for the Storm.
Okay, the Scatterblast missed again. That's the third Scatterblast he misses. I don't think they would have killed him with the damage. But, like, I understand if you're going for the narrow Scatterblast and you miss. The target was standing still, for goodness sake. How did that not connect again?
Well, maybe if you had the facet, that gives it extra range, you know?
No. That's not the problem. He just missed it.
Yeah,
anyway,
I
never
know.
mind. And then 9-1. At least Azerbaijan has a kill. And CK is second in last hits currently in minute 11. That's not that bad. Considering Mind Control has a lot of those from the stacks in the triangle, the CK is not looking too bad, as we have another nice escape coming in the mid lane from Nizam, who's clearly a good Ember Spirit player. You can tell by the way he uses his spells, and he dodged multiple bushwhacks with both the Sleight of Fist and now with the Remnant. I think it's a good sign for Azerbaijan that they have at least a couple of very skilled players.
Yeah, still 4k gold behind though. And we already saw so many Storm Spirit games. That's the hero where if you fall behind, you can suddenly just feel like you have no Dota left to be played. Yeah, he's everywhere, so fast.
He's got 9 Galvanized stacks already, by the way.
Yep. Which I still don't know why Storm needed that to begin with. Please remove. Thank you.
Nah, I think it's fun. It
is fun, but it's also broken as heck.
Oh, maybe they'll change it. Maybe they'll nerf it like the Lifestealer one. I think it was nerfed slightly actually in 736C, but obviously still very, very strong spell still. As they're putting some pressure on Mastermind mid, and the Evan's Root will get taken by Nizam, but it's gonna be the Bushwhack connection from La Jolla. Ice Path not gonna get there in time, and now Nizam, beautiful slide of fist, Searing Chains onto 2 targets, and another kill going for the Ember Spear now failed. Kisses, okay, they're actually making enough vision for them to know that they can go up the high ground safely. Not the best kisses in time, but you know, just granting that extra vision so you don't get turned around by a Chronosphere waiting for you on the high ground is pretty important.
Yeah, and this game is, there's a slight lead for the Radiant, but Dire definitely has the heroes to fight back. They will have Orchids too to deal with the Storm in due time. So I actually don't really dislike their chances in this game. Yeah, they're behind, but they're not out for sure.
They're not out, but that's a level 7 offlane Pangolier to a level 12 Sanking offlane. I'm just saying, like, that's a 5-level deficit minute 12. That's kind of incredible.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell did mind controllers do?
Arm? I don't know.
Yeah, but they're gonna CS. He wasn't that fun initially. Holy crap.
That's a lot of damage coming in, but this Ember Spirit, when he's silenced, he's as good as done for as Mastermind gets that kill. Mastermind is second in net worth currently. And, you know, we talked about the build-up on the Pangolier. He's going straight into the mech first, before the Echo Saber, because of how rough his laning phase was.
Yeah, and that's really how Pangolier can trickle out of the game. The reason why people build Echo Saber early on is just because you can fight with it so well.
Yeah.
You deal a ton of damage because you are a universal hero. But as you said, his game has been pretty tough, to say the least.
And we see that yet again here. And Mastermind with his Orchid, he's gonna keep amplifying and multiplying his galvanized stacks. And I just gotta say, the last couple of kills, both the Ember and the Pangolier, were without the usage of the Chronosphere. Lilplib is just there right-clicking people. That's an interesting stat. More bounty runes were collected by Azerbaijan thus far, thus 700 gold lead out of those trades going in their favor. Thank you very much, production. Minute 14 wisdoms get traded. I don't know. I mean, be honest with me, Black. What is the best build the Ember could go for? Because he needs to both survive and get aggressive. So what does he build?
Well, I think he's going to the Mage there, which does help his problem of survivability, of course.
Okay.
But the problem with that is that you don't really have a great way of sustaining yourself in the game. Like, he has no acceleration item, basically, is what I'm getting at. No sort of Maelstrom, no way to farm.
For the 4 points in Steering Chain Sleight of Fist, I feel like the build I've seen on Ember recently is maxing out Flame Guard and Sleight of Fist, and only a point in Steering Chains, but maybe they feel desperate that they need the lock and the damage, and they're gonna find a Storm Spirit who turns around with the Orchid. Nice cookie on top of him. The Rolling Thunder will be pitch perfect to Mastermind, picked off by Merlin, and that's a mega kill streak. Collected by the Pangolier, who's now going ahead, wants to go on La Jolla. Nice bushwhack, but the Fire's Remnant coming there. Illuminate and Hoodwink, 1 HP. Gets popped a big Lotus from Lil Pleb. Had the greater healing Lotus, allowing the Hoodwink to stay safe there.
Yeah, slowly getting back into the game. The lead was a 6k, now back to 5. You know, as I said, there is potential. However, you are playing against the Faceless Void, and Faceless Void is very scary. I believe he hasn't really been touched so far.
Yeah, you don't have the realistic luxury of the ultra late game. Despite Chaos Knight being a very good hero in late game, it's not a Void with a Chrono.
Yeah, Void in late game is ridiculously strong, always has been. Probably will never change. Unless the hero gets reworked.
Oh, down bottom. They think that's the real kill. Oh my god! That is a lot of utility being thrown at only a couple of Phantasm Illusions. And Azerbaijan with the biggest debate, forcing out the first Macro Pyre Chronosphere combo of this entire match. And Loom, more than happy to see that one be used for nothing. Now, Chrono in cooldown, maybe you should go for a smoke and try to kill the Void.
Yeah, there's also almost Orchid ready, and they know they have no ult, so it's go time. Very interesting. Why did they think it was a real one?
I guess because there were 3?
Yeah, but the faster can do that, right? 50% chance of that.
Well, they took their chance, and it was the wrong chance.
Yeah, it's high risk, low reward kind of thing.
I mean, this Chaos Knight is the second most farmed hero on the map somehow, despite the fact that he hasn't been involved with any of these team kills. 0-1 and 0 has the Orchid now. That's why he's trying to find someone, and he wants to find a Jakiro who's playing in a very weird position just under the Ancients. But he will TP back up top, and I believe this is the sign that Azerbaijan will be giving the tier 1 bottom for free. But there's 3 players next to the secret shop. I don't know what they're doing.
The Orchid pickup is also very scary on CK. Now they have been answered the storm. Yeah, maybe they were just like trying to plan their next move towards the mid lane. Not entirely sure what they were playing there as well.
They've wasted about 40 seconds, and now they're finally going bottom to push the tower. Huh. Maybe they had a stack in triangle that they were killing. Maybe.
Potentially, yeah.
Tier 1 top gets taken by La Jolla and Fail. Both teams will lose their respective safe lane towers. And now Loom will invade the bottom side of the jungle to keep on farming. There's a lot of drawings on the map desperately from the Azerbaijan squad. As Loom, Black is not going for the greedy build. He is queuing up a BKB, which I think, as we spoke plenty of times this qualifier, is the correct thing to do.
Especially against the Sanking Storm. You don't have BKB, you will die pretty much immediately. I want to have them see and try to use the Orchid though onto the Storm Spirit.
So
right now is a very strong timing. You've got to be able to use it somehow.
And that you need to do it before the pipe comes in for my control. But oh, I think that timing's out because he has the pipe in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Pipeline, my brothers.
Manta style on the Void also will be completed, which means you will be able to dispel the silence of the Orchid Malevolence. And yeah, Storm will be the sole target that you can still pick off, as the Ember Spirit has actually caught up with the Storm in net worth. But my biggest question mark is this Pangolier. He's so underfarmed. A lot of this gold deficit is the difference between him and, well, that's basically all the difference. It's 5-6k behind the Sanking of Mind Control.
It's tough. If you have to go for an item build like this, and you can't really, itemize into farming a little bit faster and better, you can fall off very easily. And the Radiant Heroes are pretty good against you too. I'm a little bit worried about the Pangolier's impact come mid-game. But we'll see, maybe a good roll.
Yeah, we saw a good roll when they killed the Storm before the Orchid, right? Speaking of the Storm, he almost died to the Orchid, but he had a bottled up haste room allowing him to get out. The Orchid expired and just bolt lighting out of there, TPing to safety. Loom would have loved to get that kill, but you don't have the rune control versus a Storm Spirit. That's the type of stuff that happens.
Yeah, power rune control in Dota has been important for how many years now? Forever?
I think even more so nowadays, but look at it. They're going in for mid. They want to kill this Mind Control. He has the Blightstone pop up there. Can they kill him in time? The Ice Bat to create separation. Lil Pleb going in the backline to kill the Mortimer's Kisses of the Snapfire. There's no BKB on the Chaos Knight, so he's dying to all of the magic damage coming in from the Radiant side. They have yet to get a single one. Merlin swashbuckles away, but Lil Pleb coming in. Pigpole or not, you will fall at my feet. Ember Spirit and Coddle, the only two survivors, and 101 Dota with Black Dota, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced Black and his lesson of why you should not be focusing on Sanking with Bloodstone.
Very right. I mean, Mind Control is ridiculously farmed. Masterman, almost died.
He didn't get it.
He couldn't get in range for it. That's tough.
And Mind Controls, they was doing so much slow. Guardian Greaves come in from Merlin, trying to help Sneeze and all. If Coddle falls, it's essentially a full team wide. Mind Control would actually hold himself back. After that team fight, he had about 2,000 gold influx, so he's gonna purchase the Veil of Discord. The team fight lasted so long, the fight recap doesn't even show us all, but we can break it down quite easily for you. Focus Sanking, get wiped.
Yeah, especially a tanky Sanking like this. And even though he played from the off lane, he's literally itemizing like a mid laner would. So
yeah,
what's the harm?
He's level 18.
If you get that farmed, like I actually want to see the replay how he got so farmed. I'm probably gonna download it later.
It's ridiculous. It stacks, and he stacked a lot for himself actually.
Yeah, I mean it has to be, but still, that amount of farm is ridiculous.
We haven't seen a good chrono. I mean, we've only seen one chrono that was a bait, and despite the fact that the chrono wasn't used, Bulgaria is still 11,000 gold ahead. At least Azerbaijan will get the Tormentor. They're gonna sacrifice the Keeper of the Light for him, but,
Some sacrifices have to be made, my friend.
How do you kill this level 18 Sanking? You didn't kill him when he was 16 or 17, the previous team fight. He now also has a Veil. He is rushing a Shiva's Guard as his third item. He probably could have it pre-minute 26 at this rate if he continues accelerating his farm. He's got 240 last hits at minute 23.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. I know how he farmed, but it's still ridiculous how much gold he actually got. Especially as an offlaner.
I guess Mind Control has big shoes to fill in now that now that Nisha hasn't played today. He really wants to display that why he is now, without an argument, the most experienced, the highest skilled player in the tournament.
Yeah, he wants to show dominance on the server. Of course.
Oh, Lil Pleb smoked up, breaks, spots Loom, jumps forward, Chronosphere on top of the CK. This time it's not a Phantasm Illusion. The Macro Pyre comes in pitch perfect. They're using so much stuff to blow him up, and Loom will get killed and overtaken in net worth by Mastermind Storm Spirit, who has a BKB and almost a Kaya.
And it's only gonna get tougher from here. Only gonna get tougher from here, my friend. I actually feel like they didn't even play bad, you know? Bulgaria today just decided to show up.
No, I think Azerbaijan has played pretty good. I think they've had
Yeah, I
a
agree.
good draft. I don't know necessarily about the Connell snaps, the support duo, but they didn't get punished as bad as I thought they would because of them too. It's just, yeah, you're completely in a mismatch, and we don't know if Azerbaijan just had a bad day yesterday. Because potentially, if they played at this, they would have played at this level. They might not have been 0-3, right? Because they're playing like a pretty good unit.
Yeah, as I said, I really like what they bring to the table. And as you said, having an off day can be very punishing in this sort of format. Fortunately. But, I mean, it's not over yet. But Mind Control basically wants to say, it is kind of over. What are you talking about?
Let's see. Who can they pick off, if anybody? They're heading towards the Radiant jungle. They're invading it properly, but there's nobody there as Bulgaria is all up top. The smoke still about 12, 6, 15? I don't know. About a few more seconds available on it. And Mike, you can't jump on this Mind Control Sanking again under the tier 1. You've done it once when he was less farmed. He would just destroy you all, as he now has full Shiva's Guard. Nah, they realize that's impossible, so they're just hitting the creeps in the jungle.
Yeah, he's so incredibly tanky, actually. Wow. I think he might not die at all anymore in this entire game.
I don't think he's died yet either, so it's not anymore. He hasn't died and he won't die. As now we're gonna get an Aegis on Mastermind. Storm Spirit has it. Has the BKB.
Wait, what do we have to say now? Oh yeah, Storm Spirit is the best Aegis carrier in the game, of course.
Yeah, no. I think the cliche is one of the, if not the best carrier in the game. That's the way that everybody words it every single time.
Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
It's like,
I'll work on it for next time.
Yeah. I think it's like one of those things, like when you, I don't know, when you sign a contract to cast a Dota game, that's part of the contract. You gotta say it that way.
Yeah, if you don't, you can't cast the game.
Yeah. Of course.
So I'm out basically.
Kick W. Lil Pleb level 18. 3 points in Chrono. Rushing his BKB is gonna have it at about 800 gold. Smoke up. They are going for invasion. They see Floney bottom and the Illuminate wave from the Keeper of the Light. They're being drawn at the map from the support of Bulgaria. Now let's see. Can Azerbaijan cut their losses quick? Can they get out of there? Can they not lose anybody? Well, the Pangolier will be the first to fall. All the other 4 heroes should TP out. Now. Why is DCK still farming? Okay, there we go. Finally got out.
Don't worry, he's the man with the plan. He knew exactly what he was getting into.
Yeah, calculated risk. I wonder how calculated of a risk was the fact that you let your opponents play Hoodwing, who's now out farming your offlaner by about 1,500 net worth.
As we previously said, you can't be perfect at everything. And okay, the real question though is, are you convinced now?
By who?
Taking offlane. Do you think it,
No.
or is it just because the team match?
Yeah, I'm not convinced yet, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Max
Like,
TPs.
damn Sanking, man.
I think, okay, I don't hate the hero offlane as much as you do, but I would still argue it's just much better as a mid laner. That's basically my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds fair. The
Well,
problem is, for
Yes.
them, there isn't really much to do now. Like, they can't really team fight. They can only split push. But even at split pushing, Bulgaria is better. Like, their draft is better at it. So, what are your realistic options at mounting a comeback hit? You kind of have to hope that they misstep.
No.
I not. Ow, 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 ow. This
That was
hurts.
so close. That was so close. We saw that entire thing unfold. Ember Spirit was like a 0.002 seconds away from having Sleight of Fist again before he got orchided. Could have killed the Hoodwink at least. I wanted to say, right, Azerbaijan is doing a good job with the usage of the Illuminate from the Keeper of the Light and Snapfire, both great heroes of cutting the wave. That's why we see all of these rotations back, but this has been the third core dying for Azerbaijan back-to-back in the span of 2 minutes. Yes, you're not losing your objectives, but you're losing your big cores. I mean, it's not worse, but it's definitely not better either.
And the gold is just growing and growing, and we already spoke about the late game potential. Like Storm, Void, I mean, with my controls farm, Sanking too. What do you actually do? It's going to get insanely overwhelming soon.
And there's a BKB on 2 of their big cores. You mentioned Mind Control isn't dying anytime soon. A little plebs even collecting the Wisdom Rune for his side, doesn't even care about the supports. I think only because of that. You got level 21. You're not gonna get 25 anytime soon. I think Bulgaria needs to lose because of that. Little pleb, I've changed my mind. Azerbaijan all the way. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, I think it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. If it did, a lot of other teams would have won throughout history.
Another
Imagine you're a
Scarablast.
player.
Yep.
Ooh. Can you catch someone? Ember? Ooh. Like, imagine you're a player, and you could just say, I hope you guys lose, and then you win against them.
I don't know. There's people that believe in manifesting stuff.
Yes. But it would be unfair, right? If you could manifest, like, a team losing to you.
I guess. I don't know.
There must be limits to manifestation then. Like, players shouldn't be allowed to do it against their opponent players. Or something like that. I don't know if there's rules. Maybe you know better than me.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely do. Yeah, me and Manny, my good friend, are always festing. Manny festing. That's the joke. Haha. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all weekend long. As we have last hurrah smoke from Azerbaijan. Let's see if they can get on top of this target. Aegis has expired, so it's the perfect time to go for the smoke play. But Bulgaria is bundled up together.
As they should be. They really have no reason to be sold at this point. And with experienced players like Mind Control, this is where they really shine, right? Reading the map, making sure your team stays in the right positions.
Yeah, well, the smoke will dissipate. They're going to go back to farming. They're going to sacrifice their final tier 2 tower. And now, with no more outer towers, the next Roshan that could spawn any moment between the next 2 to 5 minutes will most likely guarantee a high ground initiation. Keeper of the Light gets caught in the tree line by La Jolla. Mastermind forced to TP back. But it's only a support. Tanking that like a champ yet again.
Yeah, but you only have so many lives to give, right? Like, the gold is steadily growing. That's the biggest problem. If they were split pushing efficiently and making lots of bank themselves, it probably would be okay to play this way, but the way it is, you're just basically bleeding gold to the enemy, and you can't do this forever. They're just getting richer and richer.
Oh wow, they're not just even waiting for the next stages, they're just knocking at the door. They got the Lotus on the Void. He's got a full Reaver. He's got 3k HP, 22 armor. They're gonna force the Fortify right away. And I gotta say, Black, right now, I believe
You
if
can
Azerbaijan...
fly. Oh, okay.
What? Yeah, well, no Aviana Feather yet, not minute 47. If Azerbaijan doesn't somehow manage to pull off a great comeback with a 1% given from Dota Plus for the last 15 minutes, they will officially be eliminated from the qualifiers, Black. Yes, they will have one more series to play, but that will be more for pride than chances of making even the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Especially look how Bulgaria is playing, man. They're playing so safe. Like this is literally tournament performance right here. The way they're playing. They're not leaving anything to chance. Wait for Roche. Finish the game in a clean fashion. It's really, really good.
They're playing
Way
top
different from the
Dota.
Bulgaria of yesterday.
Absolutely. And it's good to see that they learn from their mistakes. Are they jumping in? Hex forward, BKB's Ember Spirit. Glimmer Cape keeping himself alive with the Guardian Greaves. Pass to the BKB, Fire Remnant, and he does get out to safety. Now, wants to go back in onto the store clear. He does not have any Aegis. Nice Searing Chains onto Mastermind. The Lotus Orb trying to keep him alive, but Mastermind has fallen. But look at that pitch perfect. Ice Path set up for the Chronosphere onto 3 targets. The first one falls, and now the second will join him in the afterlife. Livenir onto 2. Loom has the BKB, gets thrown back in forward. Reality Rift tries to kill the Jakiro. The damage, is it sufficient? We have a buyback from the Snapfire, but the CK 1v4, not enough survivability, and now he will die. Mind Control continuing to pursue forward. Yule Scepter in the air for Floney. Dust, and he will most likely die to Lil Pleb. Does get slowed by time dilation. Nice bashes onto the Keeper of the Light, and now the Lotus pullback. Team wipe ultra kill for Lil Pleb as Team Bulgaria are right now spearheading to this victory.
Very one-sided affair. I really just have to say, I love the way that Bulgaria played this game. Yeah, they had the hiccups here and there, but ultimately, they played so safe. Again, it was really, I like to use the term tournament ready.
Yeah.
Not at all like yesterday. Which is very interesting, like how fast they changed over just the course of one day. What do you think happened, actually?
I think they probably came in thinking, oh, nice Fire Remnant dodge. Well, let's watch this final team fight, and then I'll answer your question in the after game. Ice Path connects again. Nizan, Bushwhacked, Lotus, Glimmer Cape, nice dodge with the Sleight of Fist, and now Remnant out of there. Rolling Thunder, they're trying to hold the range racks, and I think they might just do so successfully. Can they get a kill on either of these two supports? They're trying to get both the Jakiro and the Hoodwink, who will fall first. Both of them die, but Mastermind is back alive, coming in. Hex on top of the CK, no BKB for a couple more seconds. The Lotus, and now the BKB Phantasm comes through, but their right-click damage is just too much, Black. They lose the CK Pango again, the racks continue, and to answer your question, because I feel like I've been talking for 7 days. Oh, never mind!
Holding. It costs some buybacks, of course, but you know, they're not dead yet. Prolonging their inevitable death by a couple more minutes.
Just saying, the Dota Plus has never shown 100% yet this game.
Sorry.
It's been at 99 since minute 18, but never 100.
Which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think I've ever seen a 99% hold still for over 15 minutes. It's a 3v3 here, and the CK will be back before the Storm will. There's a level 25 though on Lil Pleb, and a full Satanic. And I think he's getting a... Is that a Daedalus? Or an MKB? Probably MKB, I guess.
We don't want to talk about that. Because that would mean that they, you know, have even less of a chance.
Oh, Ember finds the Hoodwink, maybe La Jolla, Bushwhack, and runs out of there. Yeah, I think that Bulgaria came in yesterday maybe thinking, being a bit overconfident. I honestly think that might have been the situation, especially looking at their group. I think they were the heavy favorites compared to Group D when we had Poland, Georgia, Ukraine, 3 teams that could all beat each other. I think Bulgaria looked at the draw of the groups and said, oh, should be a walk in the park, and they got caught by surprise. You know, first game went exactly how they expected it, and then they rested on their laurels and got punished by teams that have prepared and are way hungrier than they were.
I think that actually makes complete sense. Seen it many, many times. where people, as you said, they were just kind of expecting themselves to win, didn't really want to work for it, no preparation. But obviously, that looks very different today.
Yeah. I mean, again, I would have hoped that a single loss would have been enough for them to bounce back, but it was needed for them to also face North Macedonia in that main event yesterday to realize, oh God, yeah, we need to up our game if we want to have a chance in this because we're embarrassing ourselves. And like you said, today, showing up tournament ready, an almost impeccable performance on all fronts, top to bottom, from the draft to the early game to the execution.
Yeah, again, it's not the flashiest win that we've seen for sure. It's just very methodical, very slow, and a very surefire way of winning. Exactly what you want if you're the team playing. Definitely not what you want when you're playing against it.
Final stand, Rolling Thunder coming in, going forward, trying to connect onto the Void, who's sidestepping it very nicely now. There's a bit of a backdoor protection for a couple more moments. This Faceless Void does get Searing changed and finally stunned, but the Store Spirit, oh God, who's catching who? The CK damage from the Sharpshooter is so overwhelming. BKB or not, the Chaos Knight is done for, and the Void still up in the front, fighting with all of the other Dire heroes right now. Trying to hit the melee racks. This is the only building holding them away from the Mega Crypts. Ember going in the backline. This is such a spread team fight. BKB again. CK kills Jakiro with an instant buyback, but now the Chronosphere turn around. Pangolier and CK get called, and the Epic Center from Mind Control to allow himself and Lil Pleb to collect the other two core kills. It's only the Keeper of the Light and the Snapfire support duo standing between Bulgaria and their second victory in this group stage.
Finally, they had it coming. Bulgaria, I really, as I said a couple of times already, love the way they played today. I think this was much closer to the potential that we all expected than yesterday.
Of course.
Because even when they won yesterday, we were kind of like, yeah, not bad, but not at all as dominant as we expected, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well played. What can you say? Seriously. From start to finish, not the most flashy. Lots of farming, lots of stacks, lots of sticking together when you had to. They gave no chance to the other team to take it back at all.
And this is going to be my question for the future of the season for Bulgaria, be it going all the way to the World Esports Championships or stopping in this qualifier. Can they maintain this consistency long term? Because this was the issue last year. We saw them in the group stage as Yash, and they were incredible. Arguably top two performances in the group stages. Then they hit the playoffs and they started playing like a completely different team. So when you are, like you said, running with a bit of a mix, how much can you be, how much cohesiveness can you get together in the time you spend together to be consistent enough to replicate this sort of performances we've seen from them versus Azerbaijan perpetually?
I really think it depends on how seriously all these players are taking it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, some of the teams we have seen, they really boot camp a month, 2, maybe even longer. Like those are usually the, I guess, quote unquote, lesser, teams, lesser stacks without like tier 1 players. But I think if Bulgaria takes it like super seriously and they get the top lineup that they can get, scary team on paper. They have everything they need.
I'm just looking a little bit at the other results that might have taken place since we began our Bulgarian Azerbaijan cast, and I'm gonna go straight to their group, of course, Group 3, and the results have not come in just yet. Surprisingly, I would have expected Denmark, Serbia, North Macedonia, Belarus to be already completed, but that is a very important match happening off stream. North Macedonia and Belarus, they're both undefeated teams in Group C. Means whoever wins that one will be guaranteed a playoff spot and potentially, I believe, even first place in the group. So huge game there. If you are Bulgaria, you are hoping for North Macedonia to defeat Belarus, because then their final round 5 of this group 3 will mean Bulgaria has the chance to defeat Belarus and then equal them in 3 wins and 2 losses. So that's kind of the thought process that all of the Bulgarian players have to have in their mind right now, because otherwise, if Belarus beats North Macedonia, I would argue North Macedonia will most likely beat Serbia, and that means Bulgaria will start in the lower bracket.
Which, even then, as we said, Probably that would still be fine, but of course you want to have that extra life. You, you never want to, be one and done. Feels
Yeah.
terrible, especially for a team like Bulgaria that know that they should be, a top contender.
Yeah. Sadly, this is going to be the end of the journey for Azerbaijan, who are officially out of the tournament. There is no other way for them to make it, even in the lower bracket. But they will be playing one more match later today in none other than facing. Wait, who are they facing? Let me just update it all. Denmark. Okay, so both teams with 0 and 4 will be fighting to see which one of them can get at least one victory in the European qualifiers. And then Black, this is it. The second game is done. We will be sending it to a couple of minutes break, but we will return with the third one, and it's gonna be France yet again versus Hungary, making their debut on stream this year.
All right, and welcome back to the European qualifiers. Here we are back with another BO1 in this long, strange BO1 trip that we're doing right now. And we got ourselves France versus Hungary. So we're still on the road to seeing who's qualified for the
Yeah.
next round because there's rounds in this thing. And it should, start to level out who we're going to be seeing in the next round. I know a couple of things have been decided, so it should be fun to see how it stretches thin, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's definitely Hungary, probably one of the teams that have been the most underwhelming so far. B Cup, I gotta say, they with low skill in their lineup, I thought they would do a bit better. They're 1-2, similar to France. Both teams looking at not qualifying even to the lower bracket as we see the French lineup. This is the fourth time we have them on stream in this past couple of days. They even kick-started off the day with the match that went well. It was okay. Sadly, they faced Poland, so we know how that usually ends up.
Yeah.
But yeah. Otherwise, I think either of these two teams, neither of these two teams should be happy with their performances thus far.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting because one of these teams ends up being 2-2 at the end of this, but they've also got to deal with maybe Georgia coming into the mix. Although Georgia, a team that I was excited about, they lost to Hungary. They're playing the Ukraine next, and I could see them being 1-3. So at 2-2, you set yourself up to be in a pretty solid spot.
Wait, Georgia lost to Hungary? When did that happen? Oh yes, they're
That
one and
was
two.
today.
Wow. Okay. Oh, now we're talking because I was just saying Hungary was under delivering. Well, upsetting Georgia. Oh wow, that's not something I thought we'd see. I really, like you said, thought Georgia would be top two, top three maybe. But now losing to Hungary, maybe low skill and the boys can actually bounce back in this one. On paper, they should be the favorites facing France here. Crazier things have happened in this tournament so far.
Yeah, actually, Hungary dominated that matchup against Georgia. It wasn't even close. Wow.
Wow,
And
that's
they
incredible.
yeah, and they won every lane. It is Stormy instead of Wish, so it's to me, I would say not the best Georgian lineup we could have seen,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but I don't know. I guess there's something here against or for Hungary that might be able to pull it off. I'm not really too sure. With only a small sample size of BO1s, it's always hard to tell.
I'm wondering what is like the tiebreaker situation because obviously right now, especially in this Group D, there's a lot of tiebreaker potentials. All three of these squads that we're talking about right now could find themselves in, I guess, a 2-4 scenario. Does that make sense? I believe so. No, 2-3 scenario. Yeah, they could all find themselves in 2-3. So let's say Hungary wins now, and then they lose to Poland in the final game of the day, which I believe is the one that will be last. No, Ukraine Poland is last. I don't even know.
Mhm.
I feel like there could be a tiebreaker potential for eliminating or lower bracket in here, and I don't know what the format is. Are we playing best of ones? Are we playing best of threes? Are we going for the crazy 1v1 mid lane that we've seen some tournaments run?
It says, and doesn't mean it's true because it's on Wikipedia. Whether or not that's the actual tiebreaker rules, who knows? But it says head-to-head results between the tied teams, then BO1 tiebreakers, then a coin toss. Which I don't know how you get to a coin toss if the teams play each other. I never understood that part. Like if you played each other in a BO1, there would be no tie.
One of us. No. If head-to-head matches. Wait, what? If there's a head-to-head result, then we don't even go to BO1 tiebreakers, right?
I don't think
Right?
so.
Because we've played each other already. Like it's a
Yeah.
group stage. Everybody plays everybody.
Yeah. I don't know. That's
maybe,
that's what
maybe.
I think.
Okay, so in that sense, I mean, the truth still sticks. Every victory matters, especially when you are right now. Most certainly outside of the top two, Hungary, France. Even if you're gonna find yourself in a tiebreaker later on today, defeating each other would be great. And Hungary would pretty much guarantee themselves a slot since they've already beaten Georgia. So a victory here, no matter what happens in their final and fifth game later today would pretty much mean Hungary is guaranteed lower bracket playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I assume is the case.
Oh,
know.
I get it. The BO1 tiebreakers, I get it. So if the scenario is Hungary beats Georgia, yeah,
Okay.
France beats Hungary, and Georgia beats France, they've all beaten each other. That takes us to a BO1. If
Yeah,
in the
fair enough.
BO1 between the three of them, they do the same thing again, that's when it goes to the coin toss. But the only problem is a coin only has two sides.
Gotta roll a D3. Start getting some Dungeons and Dragons dice out here.
Fair enough. I'd just playing rock, paper, scissors, you think, if we get to that thing?
3-way rock, paper, scissors. I don't know. Who's reffing that? Us?
I hope so.
I don't trust us.
I think I would like to add that to my CV. Rock, paper, scissors caster? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If you think you could handle it, I don't know. What if somebody turns paper into rock?
Or like, what if someone does one of those kids things and they pull up, like, they say, "Oh, that's you. I've used my laser. That's not paper." I'm like, "What? You can't use laser in rock, paper, scissors." Yeah, no,
I
it's
make my
a
own rules. You know, that's what they start saying. I make my own rules in rock, paper, scissors. No, you don't. You play like everybody else. Stop that.
Okay, but very important, Pico. Are you a rock, paper, scissors shoot type of person or a rock, paper, scissors person?
No shoot. There is
No
no
shoot.
shoot.
Yes, Pico.
Never has been.
Virtual high five. There we go. My man.
I got you. Me and Black and Lacoste have played a lot of rock, paper, scissors. There's no shoot.
I 100 wholeheartedly agree with that. The game's not cold rock paper scissors shoot. It's rock paper scissors. You throw your hand at scissors. Thank you. Established once and for all.
I don't think I say shoot. I don't know if now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's on 4. I don't know.
What?
Yeah. Now I rescind that high five. I think.
I'm so confused right now.
We don't say shoot, but we throw on 4. It's rock, paper, scissors, and then you just throw.
Scissors. No?
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Production, let me know what you think.
Anymore.
Production, what do you think? Let me know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that anymore. Oh man. So we do have a draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like a weird. Yeah, we don't say shoot, but we just throw on the last one. I don't know. I'd have to play again.
Well, like we said, maybe if it gets to that after the coin toss doesn't come through in potential tiebreakers, we might have to officiate that two of us. But yeah, you mentioned the draft. The bans are underway, and it's the second time today I get to see a Lycan banned first phase, and I don't really know why.
Yeah, Lycan continues to find a couple bans and no picks. It's definitely a Black kind of question where you'd ask him. Because I feel like I don't really know why Lycan's getting banned that much. And if anything, it's got to be like comfort, because like the Visage is out there too.
I mean, I asked Black, he didn't know either, so
disappointing.
It's strange. It's a strange one. I guess you're afraid of. I don't know. What are you afraid of? Monkey King is gonna be making his way through the draft because obviously France can't ban all the S tier heroes. So that's great starter for Hungary. I like the flex. The tree dance with the reduction cooldown is just so annoying. Even if the monkey's a carry or a support, he just rotates around the map at level 3 and allows his team to get kill. If he's on the safe lane, he goes to the twin gate, allows the off lane to get a pick off. It's a great start, but Hoodwink, traditional good counter to Monkey King because he can find you in the trees.
Yeah, I like being able to take the Monkey King out of the trees, especially with that tree dance facet. That shit's so annoying. Now, I'm 90% health. Oh, I can just jump in and out of this tree all the time. Okay, cool. Bye. It's. I've seen it at work. That facet, it's so stupid. Like that is the word I will use to describe. It is so stupid. You just in tree, out of tree, over here, there, here, there, where. Oh, you're like Storm Spirit of the trees.
Yeah.
Enough. It's ridiculous.
Is this Monkey King's like audition to be the fifth spirit brother?
It really is.
Yeah. What would his name be? Would he be like the King Spirit or Spirit King or Monkey Spirit? What would you go for?
Monkey King of Spirits. Keep the name, but he's the King of Spirits now.
Fair enough. I like that. Yeah. That's good. He does still get countered by Spirit Breaker, uh, which is quite a good position for in this current meta. We are probably not going to see it because I assume this is a Hoodwink 4 most likely. Although, Thompson does play this hero mid lane every now and then. And they're putting through a lot of reserve time here for Hungary for this second set of picks and bans, which is surprising.
Yeah, usually teams kind of know what they want in terms of these BO1s, especially when you've seen quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
they knew they wanted to get rid of the Visage. They knew they wanted to get rid of the Lycan. And there's that Broodmother we've been seeing banned 1,000 times, but now we see it for real. Is it even going to be good?
So
That's the question. Because Monkey King, if it goes up in lanes against Broodmother, he can just boundless strike the Spiderlings.
France played Broodmother yesterday, and they picked it into 3 counters. As you could guess, probably by looking at their track record, they have lost that game. It wasn't that they played it bad, it's just the hero was already countered. So I think they now picking it second and allowing your opponents to, you said Monkey's great, now the Sven. I don't know, like I feel like they're putting themselves in a situation where they believe in this hero being so strong, which is understandable assessment. But you gotta also put stuff together around it to not let it get shut down completely.
Yeah, the Brood went 4, 8, and 9 in their safe lane last time they played it against the Ukraine. And the matchup that it was up against was Slardar Dark Willow.
Yeah, that Slardar completely crushed.
Yeah, 10-0 and 18. Goddamn.
It was a Stoneback, wasn't it?
Hmm?
Was it Stoneback on Ukraine? I think they played the Slardar.
If it was the off lane, probably. It doesn't say his real name on here. It says worst MM ever.
Well, that's
So I'll
probably
assume yes, it was Stonebank who played it
yeah.
in the off lane.
And I'll get the Jakiro here. Also a good hero of dealing with the Broodmother. I guess maybe not as good in the mid game. If the Broodmother gets the Orchid, she kind of likes getting on top of the Jakiro and eating him alive. So maybe a bit of a strange one here. But the Jakiro has seen a lot of prioritization as a position 5 lately because a lot of tier 1 supports really valued the Liquid Frost. Previous game, they valued it so much that they went Liquid Frost level 1, which I thought was a bit strange, but
Okay. And then the Venom, I don't hate it. What's your thoughts on the Jakiro 25 talent?
the Jakiro
Where it's just
25
obtain liquid fire.
I think it's
Or
useless.
100% dual breath range.
I think it's very useless. Genuinely.
I
it
think
doesn't-
I think that one is stupid, the obtain liquid fire, but I think the other one's amazing. Like
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's what I
extension
mean.
on dual breath is like way better.
Yeah, no, I mean obtaining liquid fire at level 25 is pointless. If it would be a level 15 talent,
Mhm.
that's way different, right? Like how often do you get to level 25 on a Jakiro support? If we would be in a patch where Jakiro's played as a mid laner or off laner, maybe that's different, right? You get it pre-minute 35, minute 40 if you have the best game of your life, and then you start melting towers. Otherwise, no, I don't think it's that good. Yeah, the second one, the breath fire, it's great. Extra range, it's much better. But again, how many Jakiros level 25 do you ever see, Bcop? Let's be realistic here. Even if you're running a position for Jakiro, more often than not, you're gonna build the Greaves 4 staff. You're not gonna go for the Midas Aghanim's Rush to
True.
farm the waves and get extra XP.
That's true, but maybe one of these days we'll see it and we'll see what everybody picks. If they pick it though, I'm gonna be very upset. If all of a sudden they just show up and they're just like, oh yeah, obtaining liquid fire is actually the best one.
Okay,
I'm
I've
gonna
done it.
be
I have done it. I have hit level 25 on Jakiro. I picked Liquid Fire, but it was like one of those like kind of base race scenarios type stuff where we were trying to like melt their ancient faster than they were doing ours. I lost the game. What a surprise! But
this doesn't shock me now in the slightest. And I'm almost gonna say deserved.
I think so. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take the L, and I'll wholeheartedly agree that was my fault. Darkseer finally getting banned out by a team in this tournament. I'm asking you, I'm asking Black, I'm asking everybody, I'm asking myself, what is up with the teams completely ignoring Darkseer in the IESF qualifiers? Because every other pro team is banning it first phase or picking it if it's not banned, but what do I know?
I don't know why they're just ignoring it because I agree. Like this is a first phase kind of hero, and
Yeah.
maybe they know something we don't, and they're just like, all right, well, we'll show them. Meta is stupid. Like, okay, cool. If that's what you think, sure. I don't
Oh,
know if you're right.
this is a Veno offlane, isn't it?
Um, it could be. It could be for now. They have three heroes that can kind of do what they want, I guess. When it
Oh, they
comes
played
down
this
to it.
yesterday. They played this yesterday. Oh yes, it was the same picks. I didn't like this. The Venom was the only saving grace of Francis squad. It was the same game with the Broodmother, and they went for the Plague Carrier build. They had a Spirit Breaker and the Broodmother, and they were trying to use the Plague Carriers on top of the Brood and the Spirit Breaker to go around the map and obviously burst targets, I assume. The Venom played well, everybody else got completely shut down. I think today I would like to see him go for the Noxious Plague.
Yeah, there's getting cute with it and being too cute with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of feel like they're getting a little too cute with it. Truthfully.
What, okay, so they need an actual mid laner, I guess. Broodmother's been played as a safe lane. And they have overall last pick, which is great. They will know if this Monkey King is core or support. At this current moment in time, I would assume it's most likely a support monkey. And or a support Sven. We have seen support Sven taking the Warcry facet, which is just so much armor for everybody, especially when you hit level 10 or 15 talent, I believe you get extra cooldown reduction for it, so you pretty much have plus 20 armor or so with a 5-second cooldown. So yeah, Hungary has a very nice draft with a lot of flex possibilities.
Yeah. Bat okay. Bat Rider deals with spiderlings again. So does Brewmaster.
Yeah.
When you just Cinder Brew, Flame Break, that's an easy little combo there. Very easy little combo.
France do have 50 seconds to come up with something to counter this. Counter. To complete their draft. And I'm gonna go on a limb and say that I think Void Spirit would actually be quite nice here.
It could be. Now I'm wondering, actually, I said Bat Rider in the offlane with Brewmaster, but this could just be mid Bat Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Could be mid Jakiro.
Could
I'm
be
always
mid.
okay with that.
Could be mid monkey.
Yeah, I hate that though. That one bothers me.
It's the storm. Okay, different storm, brother. The spirit brother. We have the monkey king spirit, monkey spirit king, whatever, and storm spirit mid. George is playing monkey king. George. That is the best nickname I think all in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of real name, first name, nicknames.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've always been a fan of that, where it's just like Frank,
Yeah,
Bob.
Frank. Frank's a good name. Bob's a good name.
Bob's a good one.
Does Frank still
George.
play?
I think so.
I think Bob definitely still does, but I don't know
Yep.
about Frank.
Frank's in the SA region?
Yes, he was a Peruvian player, right?
It says his last team was in May, where he was
I-
on Lava Esports, but he's probably, it's South America. He'll probably come back next year after TI. Wouldn't be surprised.
So what would be your what would you go for your name? Would you be going for Ben or Benjamin?
Oh, I don't know if I'd even do that. Ben's just such a default name. I don't think it's got the flair.
I mean, is it more default than Bob?
Yes.
No, come
Yeah.
on.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because if you really wanted to be slick with it, you could do 130130, and then you're Bob, or
I
you're
love that.
13013, and you're really bringing the bad luck. Just saying, that's the truth. I can't be 13EN. That's whatever.
133 could be 1331 dash 1. Does that work?
No, that
No.
doesn't look like Ben at all.
No, it doesn't. We tried.
But Bob, the 13013. That's how it's done. So
Well, we tried. Let's see how much are these two teams going to try. Like I said, Big Up France have already plenty of experience on stream. Their 4th series for our lovely viewers over at YouTube and Twitch. And they have pretty much been consistently on the receiving end of a beating. This will be their final chance during this group stage to come up with a W versus a resurging Hungarian squad.
yeah, and it's gonna be tough. I'm not surprised. It's gonna be really tough here. I think they picked the Brood's got to be a gotcha pick. Not being a gotcha pick, it it makes me sad. Because I'm always into the toxic gotcha, Tinkers and Huskars of the world and Brood. Like, I like seeing it every now and then. I know people don't like seeing it ever. But hey, I ain't those people. I like seeing a good gotcha pick. Do I like spending a good amount of money on gotcha games? No, but also don't look at my my Dota account because I've spent a lot of money, too much money.
And it's part of your job, right? It comes to the territory. When you work for Dota, you're gonna spend money for Dota. It's kind of how you keep the ecosystem going, right?
Yeah, and then or you try to buy the caches and you accidentally buy Treasure 3 because you're stupid, and it's a whole story. And then you open Treasure 3 and you don't open any ultra rares, and then you're just sad anyway. It's fine, whatever. I'm not bitter.
How many Arcanas have you dropped in the Candy Works this?
2, actually 2.
So have I. Which ones?
I got Terrorblade and I think the Crystal Maiden one.
So you've outdone me already because I've got an Ogre in CM.
Ogre's good. I think Ogre's fine. I mean, it's a weird one, but
I'm
the
a
CM
support.
one is good.
I'm a support, which is great for me.
Yeah,
but I'm
the
just
CM
saying,
one is good.
Terrorblade one is much better. Come on, Terrorblade, really?
The CM one is good, and I'll tell you why. Because I also got the set in the chest, in the Treasure 1 that goes with the Arcana.
Oh, I think I got that as part of the Arcana bundle, actually.
Oh wait. Oh,
I
then
think so.
yeah, because that comes with the Arcana, right? That
I
set.
think it can come with Arcana, yeah.
Yeah, which means that I didn't realize at the time, but I also spent candies on a Crystal Maiden Arcana that I didn't need.
Oh.
I'll check if it was that, but
We'll see,
Brood
we'll see.
already in trouble. This is the combo. It's just Cinder Brew into Flame Break, and you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and sadly, despite the nickname, Low Skill is anything but that. He's a very high-profile player, very experienced.
Well, that's not what his win rate says. Sorry,
What's his
sorry,
win
don't
rate?
hate me.
What's his win rate,
No,
Nico?
not him specifically. I mean the team.
Okay.
It was me being an ass.
I think Low Skill is a very good hero. He just needs to find like a break in the tier 2, tier 1 scene. You know he's actually top 20 Europe right now?
Damn.
Okay, no, I'm lying. Apparently 23rd. Still good.
That's still up there. Also, I looked it up and I got the Zeus Arcana, not the Crystal Maiden one. So Zeus and Terrorblade.
That's good. You know, I already have the Zeus Arcana, so I'm happy I didn't get like a duplicate. Um, but yeah, thanks, Gabe, for that. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. So what are the lanes in the end, by the way, for the Radiant side? Okay, so it's a offlane Veno, as predicted, with a safe lane Brood and a Midstorm. Okay, that's not the team we were confused about. No, Hungary. Who is the Monkey King? Monkey King is being played as mid lane. Ah, okay.
It should do all right for a little bit here.
Yeah, the one reason I don't like Monkey King mid is because his strength is in the tree dance, which he utilizes as a support or safe lane carry much better. If you're a mid laner, you're not a Shadow Fiend to push the wave and then go gank, right? Monkey King doesn't have those tools.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how Monkey King... I want to see if you can utilize the facet. Because you can tree dance with no cooldown, but Primal Spring still has a pretty hefty cooldown, so... I mean, can you jungle well enough as a Monkey King and go in and get a couple of camps? Guess we'll have to find out.
I'm telling you, I think the hero's broken. I genuinely think it's broken. I think Monkey King needs heavily nerfed. Or, I don't know, just that facet makes him broken.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I think it's ridiculous.
Well, on the bright side, I guess, for France, the Sven's not having a game. But sadly for France, the Broodmother's not having a game either, so both safe laners are equally shut down.
No, it's a lot of repeating of this, and they're going to go for this Dark Willow, and this should be easy first blood. Now you're into level 2 of Cinder Brew. And that's rough. It gets activated immediately off Flame Break. Now the movement slows 28%, the damage is doubled. And they can just do it again here. Look at this. Just running you, burn you out. And now they don't want to risk it with the blood grenade being thrown on them.
What is the...
Double bracer.
What are your thoughts on the Jakiro innate ability? Because I think it looks really cool, but I don't know if it's actually useful. Yeah.
I think it's kind of stupid.
Yeah. Like, it looks cool when he double right-clicks you, but it's like the same damage. It's just a gimmick.
It's a gimmick to get wards.
I see,
Which would matter if we were still whoever killed the ward gets the ward. But we ain't like that. It's whoever buys the sentry, so...
What is George doing?
He had Jingyu. He was still able to fight there.
Okay. What about now? What is he doing now?
Playing on the edge. Oh, this range creep's just running away from lane. This Radiant range creep. And top lane, they should be able to like continue to play aggressively. I wonder if he just denies him here. He hit him once.
Because they went for the play carrier again. It's the same thought process. I told you yesterday they ran the Spirit Breaker with it. Now they have the Storm Spear, right? So you're going to pop the words on top of him and he's going to board lightning. And I think that is the game plan, which I think it could be very funny if it actually does work out for them somehow.
I don't even know if I'd put it on Storm. If anything, I'd try to put it on Brood.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you got multiple of them as Joral. Oh.
Yeah, he just hit that 6. If he's 5 there, he dies.
That was unfortunate timing for the Hungarian squad.
That rider coming over, though, like, it leaves Brood to farm. And I think giving anything to Brood is an issue. Like, this is long enough where Brood's going to pretty much play uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, right now only 5 last hits behind the Brewmaster, despite that early pressure we saw from them. Quite curious choice from Hungary to do this here.
But yeah, once the Bat Rider's back, expect Cinder Brew. Yeah, there it is. And they ignite it without even using the Flame Break. Obviously, Flame Break's going to be a lot more of that damage, but I'm a little surprised that they just didn't want to... I mean, Bat Rider, you have to, kind of, right? You want to go into the Firefly and everything with a sticky napalm, and you get things like this where you're able to get the rotation from both the Jakiro and the Monkey King. And I think they know that Brood's really the problem.
This Monkey King is so absurd, man.
Storm could ball out, but we'll see how likely that is to happen. Is anybody buying an Orchid?
I want to know what Shin's doing here.
Swiping the Wisdom Rune?
Oh, is that
But
the new
He
route?
did not get it.
You go through the triangle, not through the actual path through the river? Okay. No, that's
I
fine.
don't know if that's the actual path. I wouldn't go that far. I'm not going to overanalyze his steps to try and get this Wisdom Rune. But I do think that he maybe was in that. If I had to give him an out, it was that.
I'm just saying. I think if you're safely in a Radiant hero, you want to steal the Wisdom Rune, you go through the Lotus Pool, through like that path over the river to the Ancients. That's what I'm saying.
That's fair. Also, I'm going to ask a question.
Uh-huh.
It's going to put listeners deeper into the immersion of being in the room with us.
Oh, I like that.
We're both leg up kind of guys
Yes.
in the chair. So
Yeah.
my question is, do you play Dota like that?
Oh, that is a great question. Sometimes. The answer is sometimes.
I can't actually. I can't play with my leg up like that. And I know there's players that do that.
You can or
I
you
don't-
cannot.
I can't. I just feel confined, and I almost want to be in. Like I like it when I'm casting, but playing, I can't play with my leg up on the chair.
So I'll tell you what the secret is. You gotta change your keyboard positioning and pull it closer to you.
I'll have to give it a shot, but not in a ranked game. I can't risk him more over that.
Oh, yeah, no, that's sometimes. Sometimes is the correct answer. Well, I didn't expect that. That's a good question, Big Hava. That was very good.
There's so many players who do it that I do always wonder, like,
Wasn't it Fenrir
Well-
that was playing both feet up? Like, that's hard. That's crazy. Like, how do you
that-
balance on a chair?
the L stance or whatever. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
exactly. Yeah, the Death Note stance. I think that's how Fenrir used to play. I swear, I remember some seeing him that
That's
back in the day.
wild to me. I don't know how anybody could play like that.
I mean, there's the whole thing where the pro players go to LANs and like take their shoes off to play. I mean, yes, I don't wear shoes in my own home, but I don't think I could take my shoes off, like on LAN on stage.
I guess you got to think that those stages are being built, like, as the lands are happening. So theoretically, they are as clean as they're gonna get. Maybe.
Would you do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh gosh, Jakiro just died immediately. Storm's kind of getting a line. He's got amplified damage. This could be a problem because I think Monkey King just dies here. Yeah.
George really tried there.
Oh wow, low skill's dead too. This is what they needed. Amplified damage. Now you've got a couple kills for Brood. Sven might die too. This amplified damage is still going on. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is a full team wipe.
No, I don't
That's
think Jakiro
crazy.
died. Did Jakiro die?
Yeah, oh, he died in the beginning.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the
Wow.
strength of Power Rune.
Yeah, that was amplified damage and just go.
I'm
Wish my
surprised
team
we.
responded like that.
I'm surprised we don't see more Oracle, only because of how important power runes are these days and his innate ability of predicting runes. Obviously, other than Insania, I don't think there's any support or any team in the world that plays this Oracle. And I actually don't think the hero is that strong, but I don't think it's that weak either. I mean, we were talking last night on Bcop's Twitter, you can go follow him at Bcop, about the strength of Ancient Apparition. And I think both AA and Oracle are kind of in the same position. I think both could be viable, but nobody runs them for some reason.
Ancient Apparition, from what people were saying, 343 actually answered, and he was like, it's something along the lines of weak lane, and then strong
Yeah.
safe lanes are the trend right now. If you lose your safe lane, your opponent position 3 has some giga fast pipe that and just takes your whole map, and AA doesn't really do anything to help prevent that. And that makes sense. That was more like, I asked for a breakdown on it, and I had one person just be like, look at win rates. And I'm just like, that's not what I mean. You know, like, I want to know why, because I'm not an analyst myself. I know what makes Ancient Apparition weak. I'm not going to say he's this strong, you know, beast of a man. But you know, it's just I wanted more in-depth analysis on it.
Yeah, but like, I'm not a former pro player like 3 years, but I would even go as far as argue that that's not a correct assessment.
What that
Because then,
he's
because you play a lot of. I mean, yes, I understand this, but I was mentioning about the setting up for himself. But when the Chaos Knights and the Svens of the world are being played, you do have that long range stun that enables the cold feet to actually be very effective in the laning phase, right?
ooh, Sven. I agree with that. Sven is. Can he fight back? No.
Nah.
No way. No.
Ooh, Flame Break was almost perfect there, but look at low skill
Oh,
here.
good terrorize. And yeah, Dark Will probably dies, but that allows the Storm to just ball lightning TP out. So my thought is, I think Ancient Apparition in a 4 position right now would be okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you get that Rod of Atos early, now you kind of made up for that lack of lockdown that everybody thinks exists. Because if you give Cold Feet to freeze and you've got Shard, it's like 4.2 seconds of lockdown.
I think at the same time, the reason maybe she's not played as 4 right now, it's literally just said, but the opposite way around. The Sven, CK, and the Ursas that we see a lot on safe lane kind of punish her.
Oh yeah, they would bully pretty hard. You'd
Yeah.
have to play pretty reserved.
But I think AA could be great in this patch also because of the troll. Like, it's
Yeah.
such a great counter to the troll.
It's a good counter to a lot of heroes, I think. The healing takeout is just a big point. And I'm wondering now, if you were to put AA with, say, a Brewmaster,
Mm-hmm.
if that would be a decent lane, because you're going to activate Cinder Brew with Cold Feet.
Yeah.
And if your movement speed gets low enough, you're going to freeze over, and then you just die. Because Cinder Brew will burn you out. You're eating Cold Feet. You're getting extra amplified magic damage with the Ice Vortex. And Cinder Brew is magical damage, so I don't know. Maybe there's something there. In a Brew Ancient Apparition lane.
We might be cooking something here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Speaking
Gaming Gladiators, listen.
speaking of cooking, George is finally going to start cooking up some farm with the Maelstrom because he's currently the least farmed hero on the map, despite the fact that he was holding his own quite well versus the Storm Spirit mid lane. And you're looking at the scoreline, you see it's 6-4, and if you're new to Dota, you're like, oh, Hungary's doing fine. They're not doing fine.
I didn't realize how much net worth they're actually down.
Yeah, they're not doing fine at all.
This Veno actually got so much out of the lane.
And I
Which is
like
a
this from
surprise.
France. I like this from France. Like, they played this yesterday and they got completely shut down, but they stick to their guns. They knew what they practiced. They knew what it worked. They realized, oh yeah, we just were mismatched by the fact that we did pick Broodmother into 3 counters, and obviously Ukraine is probably one of the favorite teams. So we gotta just stick to our guns and see what we can do versus an opponent that's maybe more evenly skilled with us.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's using something that they think would work, or if they're a team that has like a one trick, and this is that lineup, and this is all they can do. I'm wondering. Like, this is our best thing, is having the Brood and the Veno. We do it best. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
At least they didn't lose in 5 minutes and 44 seconds. You know?
I'm so sad we
No.
didn't get to cover that game.
Which part? The beginning or just the end?
I wonder if I could find the VOD and see if the picks lasted longer than 6 minutes.
They probably did. Who's got this orchid? Brood? Yeah.
Yeah. There's nobody else around, so I hope it's her.
Well, I'm just wondering, because I thought maybe you'd probably need an orchid or something for this Storm Spirit at least, and I guess Gleipnir kind of does the same for Storm, where you're just trying to keep him in place.
A Monkey can build Orchid, and I think we've even seen Sven's building, but I think Monkey will most likely go get it after he finishes the Gleipnir. I mean, he could go Maelstrom Gleipnir, Maelstrom Orchid, I wouldn't hate that.
There's more and more kills for this Brood. It wasn't enough. And they left lane. That's
How far
it.
is our Brewmaster from what radius? Like what, 500 gold, 400 gold? Okay.
Yeah, not too far away.
I mean, it's crazy because this game is probably the least action-packed game we'll had all qualifier long, and Hungary are just outright losing. Like they're 7k goal behind, and every single minute that passes, France keeps accelerating their farm. And yeah, okay, you make it ultra late game. You have a Sven Monkey carries. They will take you over the finish line. But are you gonna be able to hold for that long?
I don't know, honestly. The push is gonna start coming. Like they lost their tier 2 top. And
Without the
maintaining
Broodmother.
this- Yeah. Maintaining this is gonna be rough.
And now the smoke is coming up. Cry has the ultimate ready. Almost level 12. Would love to get that before the next team fight, I assume, to have 2 points in the Noxious Plague.
You know, like they're just setting up bottom. Take the tier 1. If they really wanted to push for more, they could take the tier 2. Fighting this into this is gonna be rough. And they know that.
And this Monkey King didn't do much this game, other than that great rotation bottom, which is what the hero should be doing more often if he's played on the side lane. Yeah, the hero's not achieved anything, I would argue.
You're far away from a BKB on the Sven, like you're just gonna get pushed through. You need to react eventually. Sometime soon.
Hungary beat Georgia, and France is beating Hungary. I'm telling you, Big Up, we're heading towards tiebreakers in this group. Did Georgia and France play already? Let me check that out. I'll find that out for us.
If they fight this with Radiance, I don't know if that's even enough. I
don't
really
think they
don't think
should.
that this. Yeah, I don't think they should fight. Their tier 3 is down to half health. Like this is a tower that's got 500 HP left on it.
Oh wow, okay. So France and Georgia is the last game.
Oh boy, Bat Rider's dead. This storm's out of control. The thing is, I think Georgia can win that.
Yeah, so do I. I think Georgia should have won even the Hungary game, but you said it was one-sided, so... Oh, Bushwhack missed.
I don't think that matters. And again, they just push in this lane, and they're just getting solo picked off.
There's only one tier 2 tower
Reacting to
standing.
this is so dangerous. Although Brood's kind of stuck in this peninsula spot, and they might die because of that. Whoa, I just got out of the Wukongs. Monkey King dies. Yeah, this might just be the end, especially if you lose nothing on the Radiant. Like, you're just losing one after the next. You've lost your cores. Down goes the Brewmaster. And from here, you've got Brood again, who could just push in.
Incredible methodical play and prodding in, out, and around the opponent heroes, kiting them perfectly.
This is why Brood isn't giving up, by the way. This is like... Just... This is Raxgon. I mean, they're actually so low level that they don't need to stay dead that long. They may not
That's
be
the
able
one
to get
saving
Rax.
grace.
Yeah. Actually can't get Rax because they've already respawned. That's pretty insane.
I thought the Brood might get punished there because she went for the greedy build, didn't go Orchid into BKB, completed Bloodthorn first, but somehow survived. And now, steal the Tormentor. Shin will have the extra Brambles spawned when the crown pops or gets dispelled. There's a DD, well, amplified damage rune at the bottom side of the river.
Oh boy, yikes.
I guess the
Yeah, that-
gliding is good on George.
I've seen a few fights in that little peninsula area of the secret shop. It's really good when you can just kind of go from high ground to low ground. And there's a lot of trees on that peninsula, too.
Yeah.
That make
Especially
life
during nighttime,
awful.
like when the fight actually did take place before minute 20, it's very easy for you to escape there.
They're just getting everything now. They're gonna get Roche.
Simas is 2-0-7 on this Hoodwink. Oh. Wisdom will be taken by the Hoodwink as well. All this time. Guardian Grease will offset all the damage that Roshan dealt to them, and Aegis collected by Storm.
Who's also got this amplified damage. They're up 10 levels right now.
There's a Gleipnir coming into Cry, I think. He's about to have a full Gleipnir Guardian Greaves on the Venomancer. Wow.
Really not great for the side of Hungary at all.
Lasso.
So, all right.
No Aegis.
That was a quick kill. I mean, whenever you kill Broodmother, you know, you get that chance to kind of come back into the game.
Yeah, it's
But
still a Sven with
just-
God Strength, right?
Yeah. Alone, that's going to be tough. I think as a team, though, it's still very doable.
Yeah, especially since they protected their racks in that previous push. Well, the BKBs are on the way. They don't have them yet, but I think they might get a chance to have them before the end of the game. Oh, Sven does have it actually after that kill.
Yeah, that's probably big gold, right? That was 551 gold, plus 738 between everybody.
This is where we might start seeing France be actually punished, because they don't have a quote-unquote position 1, like a traditional position 1.
Brood definitely gets away with it until, I would say, about 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
When you hit critical mass, because you've only got one item right now, like you're still getting BKB. So punishing is going to be difficult, but it takes some time. Like Sven has this BKB, but he still needs these 2 items in his queue. Like this Daedalus is going to be important, so he can start to really clean up everybody. It's not the easiest though, but with the BKB, like he could rip apart these heroes. You need to be very careful. Your positioning is going to start to heavily matter now.
There's still almost 3 minutes on this Aegis, and now a shield will pop by Joral. They should definitely get at least a tier 2 final standing in mid, but maybe force something else. Maybe force out a Sven BKB with the Aegis, so at least he doesn't have the 9-second one for a Aegis-less fight. I don't know.
Oh, now they're going tier 2s, or the final tier 2. Again, the question is, do they want to push for more? Fortunately, they know that God Strength is off cooldown.
Yeah, but they need to force some TPs back, right? Okay, they're going for the pickoff instead onto Aida Sven.
Yeah, getting this kill and this BKB is now unfortunate that this is the 9-second usage. Now it's on cooldown,
Yeah.
and they're pressuring top again. So you know that he's not going to have his BKB. Ooh, he's actually nearby. And now he's dead.
Wow.
Called where he was going to go to a T.
That was some sensational play, I gotta say. Forcing this Sven out to eat the BKB and then punishing him.
They use Split, they've used Macro Pyre, and this Hoodwink is now finally dead. I think get in on this. They've used that BKB. Yep. This is dead Monkey King, dead Bat Rider. Sven's still dead for 20 seconds.
1 minute on the Aegis.
Yeah, this is, again, another tier 3. Is it going to be racked? The respawn timers aren't exactly that long. Actually dive in the tier 3. Try and get this Jakiro. Just got a mech, but it's not going to matter. Now the Storm, who still has the Aegis, he can get the Bloodthorn help from this Broodmother. God Strength. Oh, God. Oh, no. The buyback on the Bat Rider, and he can't do anything.
And even the Slacks taunts.
Yeah. That one's going to get under your skin.
The Aegis won't get
Gosh.
killing back. Storm will be back to full HP. And 21k deficit. 14 kills behind Hungary. Well, are not going to call it just yet. They're going to try to go for one more with the next God Strength. But Monkey can gets caught again.
Yep. And there is that added Bloodthorn. There's that added damage. He's dead for 50. Doesn't have buyback. And the Aegis will expire. Full health, full mana back on the Storm. And this is looking like it's going to be megas. There's no God Strength for 35 seconds. Like, there's so much time where Sven's not going to hurt at all.
Well, he's going to have it as soon as Monkey's back, I guess.
If it lasts that long. Because now they're about to lose this Brewmaster. And they've gotten the lasso, but Storm popped his BKB.
And what
So he doesn't care. Yeah, they're going to clean up here. They're going to finish this game. There's no real answers, and they'll call GG.
Okay. Victory from France with by far their best performance in this entire tournament long. I gotta be honest, up until this point. Now they find themselves in a 2-2 and at the middle of Group D, which confirms to us that Poland and Ukraine are officially in the top 2 slots in the upper bracket. I don't believe there is any way in which Poland could actually tie break with France, as they've played each other already. Poland defeated them, so even if the two teams would somehow end up 3-2, Poland would still make it to the upper bracket. So right now, we are only looking at which one of these bottom 4 teams is still gonna make it to the lower bracket. As the highlights are on our screen right now, I gotta ask Bcop, what do you think is happening to Hungary? Like, they played sensational Dota versus Georgia, and then they got completely shut down by France.
I just, it's teams that maybe just don't have the chemistry. They're all trying to do what they think is best in the game. It did feel like it was 5 different games of Dota, right?
Yeah.
Or really 3 different games of Dota, if you want to just break it down by lane. Because bottom felt cohesive for them. Top, they were cohesive in knowing that they were getting nothing out of the lane, and then mid, like, Georgia's playing his own game, and it's just like, what do you really do? And they got beat by Brood. I think they were shutting down Brood, and they were continuing to make sure that Brood really didn't get much out of the game, but the second that you leave that to be, all of a sudden you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know what to
exactly
say.
fun times.
I don't know what to say about this Group D, because it is a very contested group, but I'm gonna give you some updates of what's happening off stream in the other groups, of course, as we've been following this Group D. I believe let's look at rounds. So in round number 4, Group A, Romania defeated Slovakia. Kosovo, whoa, defeated Greece.
What?
No.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
So probably the 2 biggest upsets that, like, Kosovo made. Who are these guys?
Kosovo right now. Wait. So they lost to Turkey and Czech Republic, but they beat Romania and Greece?
In 50 minutes. Okay.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Wow. What an update. I didn't see that one coming, I'll be honest, Bikov.
Yeah, that one's kind of wild to me. I didn't expect that coming at all, but we'll see. We'll see how the rest of this kind of pans out, because I thought Greece should be okay, but we'll see. We'll be going to a break. We'll see you guys soon. We'll see you in a bit. All right, and welcome back here to the European qualifiers as we are getting continued ways here for the EU quals. They're starting to get to the end. 2 more BO1s, right, Black?
Shaping it out. But then after that, wait, is that it for those 2 groups? Or there's going to be good brackets after, right?
Well, yeah, there's BO3s and a double elimination.
Yeah, that's
bracket
actually
after
going to be
that.
way more fun. Like, I'm not a big fan of BO1s. Like, the better team can always lose. Some people might say it's more exciting, but in reality, I feel like it really just makes games a little less exciting because teams play safer.
Right.
BO3, you can really leave it all on the table.
Right. Yeah, this is the Serbian lineup here with LeBron, Bornea, or at least it should be Bornea.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't think LeBron played yesterday, actually.
I don't think so either. But where are they? They're 3-1. Serbia's 3-1. North Macedonia also 3-1. So this is pretty much to decide who's going to be in the upper bracket for this group.
Correct.
So
very important, obviously. Only
Yeah.
2 best of 3 wins will get you there, and you have 2 lives. 2 lives are awesome. I would love to have 2 lives.
Yeah. 2 lives, double limb, North Macedonia roster. We could take a look at that. As it's, we watched these guys. They looked all right. North Macedonia, 3-1. They're in a good spot. They should be happy. All going well for them at the moment, right?
Yeah. If they win this, they secure the upper bracket, so very important for them, of course.
Yeah.
Big upset against Bulgaria yesterday. We'll see if they can sort of keep that momentum, because they surprised me, at least personally, with how well they played. But they got Beastmaster. Beastmaster. Not a fair hero.
Brood's not a fair hero. We just saw in that last game. That
Yeah,
was
lots of not fair heroes.
Yeah, that was insane. It was really just I couldn't believe it. But I don't know. It just the games have felt pretty one-sided. There haven't been that many like really close games.
Yeah, most of the games have been pretty one-sided. I mean, there's so many different factors, right, coming into play. Like how well do they know each other? For example, Poland with Nisha looked absolutely amazing because they literally played on the team for many years together, so the synergy is always going to be there.
Right.
But if it's like a new stack, how much synergy is there? Is there any synergy? Do you just GG out after 5 minutes? Lots of questions to be answered.
I mean, we've seen that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Which I don't think I've ever seen, actually. At least people try a little bit, like 15 minutes. If it still doesn't go well, then you're like, okay, maybe it's time to go. But yeah, 5 minutes is pretty interesting. Put it that way.
Right. Yeah, 5 minutes is definitely a quick one. And you could see what Slovakia, they were really struggling in their previous games. And they had that 20-minute game where it was like 60 kills against them. So it's just I understand that just after a long day, your last BO1, you just kind of want to be done with it. GG, get me out of here. I'm done. Right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wouldn't have a mindset like that, but as I said, everybody functions differently. Every team functions differently. I don't exactly know how long they have played together, or if they've played together at all that stuff. No clue. But yeah, GGing out early like that usually probably doesn't mean the best for your future prospects.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think is going to happen in this game? If you had to just guess.
If I had to just guess, I feel somebody's going to get Beastmaster, and they're just going to win the game because of Beastmaster.
Okay.
Yeah. Who's going to be? I don't know. North Macedonia had it yesterday, so maybe Serbia is more inclined to ban it out. But I really think between the two of them, it will come down to draft, like a lot.
Right. So let's get into it. We do have a draft starting in just a moment. Should be ready to show you a decent game of Dota. Should be fun. I mean, this is definitely upper bracket deciding. So there's a lot here to just give yourself a second life. And like you said, more lives, very important.
Yeah, just the security of only, well, of not being out of the tournament after losing a series. So it's very reassuring. And of course, 2 best of 3s are much easier to win than 4 best of 3. DK ban, wow, interesting.
Early DK ban as well.
Mm-hmm. Generally not something we see all that often. Is it a North Macedonia special? Yesterday they didn't ban it against them. Not sure, maybe they just don't want to play against DK.
Yeah, definitely a weird one. DK isn't exactly one of those like breakout heroes. So kind of surprising.
Yeah, also has lots of counters in this patch, of course. I wonder if DK is ever really gonna be dead. I feel like no. It's just the simplicity of the hero and what he offers just makes him a very attractive option most of the time, no?
I guess so.
I like safe Dota. I like click stuns. I like tanky heroes. DK does all of that.
I'm not on board with that. I think DK is a boring hero.
Oh, he's super boring, for sure. I hate playing DK. But I feel like whenever I play DK, I just win the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I literally only play DK if I want to super try hard and just win the game.
Right.
If not, I'll just pick A mid.
Yeah. Or line mid. Or Bane.
Or whatever. And then the team is like, why are you doing this, man?
Yeah, even though you're 12-1, you're quote griefing.
Yeah. And it's not anyone else. It's always my fault. You know, you can't have any creativity unless you're Thompson, of course.
Yeah, it does feel that way in pubs.
Dude, I literally get called a Thompson copycat all the time. It's so annoying.
Yeah. And you were
I
here
do like my
first.
own things, like, oh, you're Thompson. Now you think you're Thompson? Oh.
To
Maybe
be
he's
fair,
copying me.
To be fair, that's like not you are Thompson, but that is like that's like they just use Thompson as oh, you think you're creative. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
nothing-
Yeah, that's
nothing
what I
more than
mean.
that.
Like, why would they do that?
Yeah.
You know, back in my days, I also did quite a bit of innovative stuff.
Right.
Yeah, don't forget.
Hmm.
Well, Pangolier first pick, certainly not what I expected.
Yeah.
And my
Right.
prediction was already wrong. Beastmaster's out, so.
Talk about
Well.
boring heroes. I think Pango is boring in my eyes.
Oh yeah, I hate Pangolier. I hate playing against it. I hate playing with it. Hate seeing it. I don't
It's
know.
just boring overall. It's the same. It's been the same type of hero forever. I don't like seeing it. Get it out of here.
Hard agree.
Even when
Please
they try
get
to
it away from
nerf
me.
this hero, they make it stronger. Somehow.
It's just the way it plays. I feel is very, like, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
It's not exciting.
Yeah.
Hoodwink, on the other hand, though, it's a pretty fun hero.
We saw Hoodwink in the last game.
How to do?
They did good. I mean, they had a brute in their game, so they just ran over him.
Yeah, we also saw Hoodwink in the game prior to that. Also did amazingly.
We've been seeing a lot of snap. The meta's just been the same, you know? Like it's just a lot of it's been like the same heroes. Not much spread on what we've been seeing.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah.
It's just these heroes are good, so they'll always be picked. A little bit of a shame because Dota, how many heroes do we have? 123. But really, at any given time, I feel like only really like 40 of them are viable.
Yeah, over 100 will get picked or so, but I agree with that.
Yeah, like one game, and that game they probably lose, and then they never get picked again. And everyone's wondering, why did you do that?
But I would definitely like to see more viability in other heroes.
Mm-hmm. Hard agree, for sure.
All
I
right,
know.
SB. I'm a
SB.
little surprised that Darkseer continues to sit idly by. Unless that maybe is what they pick next.
Yeah, just in general, and this qualifier, we haven't really seen like any Darkseer at all. Like literally everyone's ignoring it. Which is very interesting. Because at tier 1 Dota, it's like a staple pick right now.
Yeah.
Phoenix into the Snapfire.
That's
Okay.
dangerous.
That's very dangerous. What are they thinking?
That I don't really like that.
No, I don't either. I'm not entirely sure what they thought. Or what the idea behind that is. I mean, even if they somehow win, it's just not good. It's like one of the hardest counters in the game. And what can you do about it? Nothing. I mean, you can build a Radiance and not skill Egg, but then you're not really playing your hero. They don't even have a good setup with it either.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't really get it. Like picking straight into counters is something we've seen a couple times throughout this event.
Yeah, and it never really worked. That's cause counters are counters for a reason, B-Cop, believe it or not.
See what else they pick up here for the side of North Macedonia.
They must be super happy right now with where they're at in the draft.
They've got 2 heroes that do well against Phoenix. They're happy with that.
100%.
And another hero that does well, you know?
Win rate. We have seen a lot of win range at this tournament in general. I know it has a very high win rate in pubs, but it's obviously very different in actual pro Dota.
What makes Windrunner so desirable as a hero?
Well, obviously, Shackle Shot can be game winner. Pretty strong lane. The new power shot is ridiculous. You have an insane amount of single target damage. One of the highest in the entire game, even. You can push buildings. You take rows fast. The hero checks pretty much every box. Can be ran as a support if you really want to. Roll. Well, this Phoenix is not going to have a good time.
No. It is kind of crazy that you just get banned, even though you're in the game with all these counters.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to expect that, though.
Right.
Like, we will see if they have like some, some sauce with that, or if it's just completely random. I mean, okay, it's a little bit better now. The lane is strong, of course, Brew Phoenix, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to judge before I see anything, but it already looks rather peculiar.
We saw how good it can be. That's for sure. The brew with Cinder Brew activating, but we'll see how good it is here.
I generally don't like just picking 4 lanes like that, though. Like, Phoenix usually has to play a big part in team fights, and it just doesn't feel like he will be able to have sort of impact in this game.
What could your last pick truly be?
Well, they need a carry that can deal with Troll as well. There aren't too many of that. I mean, Void would have been the best by far, but that's obviously gone. Now, what do they want to do next? The real question then. What's even left in the pool that really fights Troll well?
OD?
I mean, Troll always has been like the sort of anti-carry hero.
Yeah, and it's not a carry, but I always think OD against Troll.
Yeah, it just doesn't work because their draft is pretty locked in already, unfortunately. Like if they had a more open draft, I could definitely see an OD here.
I don't like Void, I guess, is the one counter to Troll, but I don't really see anything else that is like this crazy counter.
No. Especially not as a carry.
Yeah.
Well, time is ticking on both sides. Let's see if they have like a solution to all of these problems they have right now. Chaos Knight is not that solution. He needs to get a Bloodthorn. And that's obviously quite late into the game.
Yeah. And his lane is what? Him and Phoenix?
Or Spirit Breaker. Either way, not the strongest.
I'd more so want it to be Spirit Breaker just because I think Phoenix needs to be with the Brew to activate the Cinder Brew easily.
I agree. I don't want them to mix up the lanes too much. So Ember, okay, so it's Wind Ranger. That's actually pretty good then. I think like CK doesn't care too much about Wind Ranger. I don't know. I just really like this Phoenix is not doing it for me. I don't know how strong they're gonna be in the lanes. Maybe they crush the lanes so hard that it won't matter because they're so far ahead. But if they go into the mid game with any sort of like in an even game, I don't see what Phoenix can contribute at all to this game.
I don't think Phoenix really contributes to this game, but I'm wondering if the other 4 heroes can do enough. Because how do you... I guess you could keep people away from the egg with Rolling Thunder and having Chaos Bolt and the Brew.
Yeah, it's just really Snapfire needs what 1 second.
Yeah.
And you're scrambled up instantly. Well, we'll see what they have in store for us because again, they kind of drafted themselves into a little bit of a corner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Generally, it doesn't go too well.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it'll go that well, and we'll see because this game is the most important. So you gotta kind of fight for it, or hope to fight for it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can do that. We'll get into it in just a moment. It's the what's it called? Not the situation time. When you're
strategy time.
Strategy time. Yeah, I knew it had an S in it. All right, fair enough. But just the strategy time, then the loading
too far
in.
off.
Yeah, they've added a lot here. Games used to just start, where it's now strategy time, and then the intros of all these heroes.
Yep. And faster time, and that time, and every time.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes.
But eventually, you actually load into the game, and you can play the game.
Wonder what lane's going to go the best for both teams.
I mean, we saw Brewmaster Phoenix a lot. The lane is definitely strong. I don't even want to dispute that. It's just again, what will the Phoenix offer beyond that? Because if you want strong lanes with a Brewmaster, there's many options. It doesn't have to be a Phoenix.
All right. Doesn't look like they're going to contest, though. In terms of bounty runes. Allison
the
played
kind of
well
the
when we
cost.
saw him last time.
Yeah, he played well. I cast him as well. Very decent player, for sure. You know, I wonder how many of these players actually get scouted from like better teams through these
Right.
kind of tournaments. I feel like it should be quite a decent amount. Because there's definitely always players that, you know, like hidden gems that you just don't see because they don't have the opportunity to be shown.
Yeah, especially in your region. Like, if
Yeah.
this is like a regional thing, you find somebody who you want to play with.
Mm-hmm. For next National Cup, maybe even.
Well, it's hard for next National Cup, right? Like, this is probably the teams for those National Cups, so you'd have to find somebody else who would be within those qualifiers. So they'd have to be from your country.
But he just said WC.
Water closet?
Yeah, that's a big no-no for me. Yeah, you instantly threw my list once you do that.
How come?
Because you're supposed to do your business before the game. Unless it was an emergency, in which case it probably wouldn't take that. It wouldn't be that quick.
I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I have stomach issues. I don't know if I could even survive.
Well, in that case, it's an emergency, though, right?
I guess so.
I'm saying most people are actually kind of like, yeah, I don't want to go right now. I'll go another time.
Yeah, they just put the Spirit Breaker top.
Yeah, I think that's what they had to do.
Yeah, definitely. Immediately, a little Shredder. Like, we've seen Little Shredder level 2 be like a nuisance.
That spell is so strong now, early on.
No cookie. 102.
Yeah, cookies is gone. Nobody wants the cookie anymore.
It just doesn't cost for the damage that it does. It feels like it just does not cost enough mana.
You mean Shredder?
Yeah,
It's very similar to Beastmaster Access.
yeah. The mana cost just isn't high enough.
Yeah, way too spammable. I wonder what they think when they make these balance changes, because they obviously know.
Yeah. See how Allison does in this lane. This is I was gonna say, is this lane Pango favored? It's already looking very Pango favored.
Yeah, it's generally not that bad, though. Like, Ember is considered a pretty good hero against Pango, not just in the lane, but in the game overall. But of course, the early CS can always skew a matchup into someone's favor.
Yeah, Allison's level 3, so now he's the one who puts some damage here onto the Pango, which is quite nice. And this charge is going to be just a touch too late to stop this bottle from getting refilled. Cloud taking some damage and waiting to see level 3 here bottom. I think that's going to be a very big point of contention.
Yeah, level 3 with level 2 Spirits and Cinderbrew level 2. As I said, it's going to be a big upgrade for them. Definitely what they're waiting and looking for.
I thought for a second they might want to turn this around, but there were still a couple Fire Spirits left on the Phoenix. Like a Scatter Blast. That wasn't put together. Like, that was Scatter Blast on one and Axes on the other.
Yeah.
If that was Scatter Blast and Axes on Phoenix, I could see him dying. In North Macedonia, man, the CS wise, they're already up 1,000 net worth. Like, they're looking really good. And they're gonna get a solo first blood.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and a second. Ay. That is not how you want to start this at all.
I mean, North Macedonia against Bulgaria yesterday, they looked really good, and they seemed like a very solid team overall.
What was that? Bottom lane, going for this brew again. Icarus dive, and the blood grenade's gonna hold him off, and actually might be able to help them turn this around. Zipzap playing on the edge of like life.
Yeah, careful there with the with your life, as you said. You don't want to overstep any boundaries there.
Ooh, the scatter blast, and now a blood grenade of their own. But Cinder Brew, it's not gonna matter that it activates. They might actually get 2. Oh boy.
Just outplaying them completely. Very nice to see. I love aggression like that. Really well done.
Ooh. All right, kills himself to the tower. Actually, almost got a courier with it, and that would have been a bracer taken out of the mix. Yeah, no, a sliver more health. Bottom
the
lane.
days
Oh, good charge.
where if you kill a courier, the items drop from it.
I don't miss those days.
Why?
I guess there was one courier, so it was way easier to take care of.
Well, you say that, but everybody, like as soon as something happened, literally everybody clicked on it and did whatever they thought was best.
That's true.
Too many chefs in the kitchen meme.
The days of buying the courier and the upgrade. Oy.
That was
times.
great too. That was great too. Because I never had to buy it.
Do you think that it should be changed and everybody should have to buy their couriers?
I think it would definitely tone the power level of Dota down a little bit, and I would like that quite a bit, to be honest.
Bottom lane. Looking like they're gonna kill Troll again.
Yeah, I mean, you know how strong the lane is.
Certainly do. Yeah. They get this Pango though. That's a good trade. One that they should be happy with.
Yeah,
No.
probably are as well. I mean, Pangoli, we've seen last game too. Once you have a bad game, it's so hard for you to come back into the game.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, you don't farm amazingly well.
Yeah, we'll see how he ends up coming back into the game. Because it might potentially be a huge problem.
But at least they're shutting down the Troll a little bit. Though I don't know if that's going to matter all too much. This Windrunner's having a great time. About to be 7 minutes. They'll hit that Wisdom Rune up. Although Spirit Breaker trying to steal it. The charge is timed right. But now if you give up your life, it's never great. I guess it's sort of worth it, but both supports were there for that kill, so it's almost like they got a Wisdom Rune of their own.
Yeah, I mean, kills got buffed so much that definitely the XP gain of that is very, very valuable. I oftentimes wonder also how worth is it suiciding for Rune?
Ooh. This TP is late. This charge not going to do anything, and now they get another kill. Now they're way more than fine. Ember's level 8, 2 levels ahead of this Pango.
Making it look easy, yeah. I mean, got a solo kill, another gank on him.
4 heroes coming mid. Oh, man, looking for the charge. Do you just die here now? A Remnant back, shield crashing, slight used, Remnant forward now, and that'll send him back towards the Hoodwink that dies in retaliation, but Another kill there for Allison. Really
Yeah,
good with these
and-
mobile heroes.
Definitely. Very amazing.
Another
Every time
kill.
I've seen him, plays really well. And good night.
He doesn't have Primal Split. Going for this is such a tough play because, yeah, you just get focus fired down.
And now Pangolin in trouble too.
Yeah, he doesn't have roll, power shot, shield crashing, charge in.
Oh,
Good slight.
Beautiful.
Another kill. Allison also burning Alex. The shackle doesn't connect, but when the power shot's there, another slight and ultra kill for this Windrunner.
this game just went
Tits up.
kind of to poop for them. Yeah. Definitely not how they envisioned this to go at all. But a really good plays by Allison. I mean, the entire team played really well there. The Brewmaster rotation without ult, though. Very curious one. Generally, you would never do that. It's literally a power spike, and you're so weak without it.
I wonder if they felt forced to make that move. Like they just felt the game slipping so far away from them.
Looked like it, right? But this is like the sort of death trap of Dota. Because now the game is really far away from them.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you really bring it back. It is in such a rough spot. And it's not going to get easier. Mortimer's kisses already, and they do have Rolling Thunder, but... Oh, God. One shot from dead. Lucky he could go that direction. There was nobody else waiting for him. Like, this whole time, Troll's just bottom farming.
Yeah,
And
he's
he-
free farming
he's
completely.
he's happy to farm too.
100%.
Like,
Get
no
into a quick
reason
Battle
to-
Fury. I mean, Allison right now is the big winner, though. He's massive himself in terms
Right.
of both experience and gold.
They have the vessel, and they have a charge. He's got his ult. But there's the primal split. They'll stun him up, and they lose track of him in the trees. So it doesn't even have to use battle trance. I mean, they have vision of him still with this obs placed down. Which I'll
That
be
split
shocked if they
definitely
don't
should have
just get
resulted in a
away.
kill.
I'm surprised they didn't just commit for it. I don't know why they didn't.
I have to agree.
Oh, the scatter into the shackle shot to stop the charge. TP attempt. And they're safe. That could have been way worse. Much worse.
Well, Bruce Split, though, is supposed to be your team fight winning ability, basically. The fact that you don't have it now is... It's rather difficult to work with because now it's all onto North Macedonia again. They have free reign the map till that's back up.
There's no real reason to fight either. And make it difficult on yourself.
Ooh, Misty with a cookie, potentially.
I will say, you know, it was 5,000 net worth lead, and now it's coming down on this farming that the side of Serbia has been able to do.
They're definitely farming themselves into a nice position again. You're very right with that.
Oh, the focus fire. Oh, the power shot misses. Now you've just fed so much gold into the CK.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Brings him closer to his Orchid, and Orchid CK can solo kill literally everybody.
Game just went from one-sided to definitely doable here now for Serbia. Especially Brew is getting way open space down bottom, and now he's level 8. He's going into that Radiance. You need to be careful. You gotta check up on these heroes. You can't just let them have free reign of the map like this, especially the Chaos Knight. Spirit Breaker, yeah, that's all well and fine if you want to get this kill or try to get this kill. But not getting this kill now feels even worse. Oh. The slight on the charge makes that doable, but they'll lose the Snapfire in retaliation.
Allison, though, that would be the biggest kill. They cannot lose him, no matter what.
Yeah, they don't get it, though.
Yeah.
Close.
Again, he went for the mage there. I mean, he had a fantastic game. At least he's snowballing with it. But again, a Maelstrom, wouldn't it just have been better?
Yeah, I don't really think Mage Slayer is this amazing item, but what do I know?
What do we know?
Another kill there as they take out the Brew, and CK, he's sitting low within his own jungle going for that Orchid after that armlet.
Yeah, it's just a standard build-up nowadays. It's too good to not do. The fact that it gives HP, mana, regen, and attack speed is crazy good.
Very, very good. So, 3-man smoke. We'll see if they plan to do anything with this. Not exactly easy, though. We'll try. Killing Allison would be huge. I don't know how viable or possible that is for them.
It's a tough kill. He's very mobile, of course, and he has that mage there.
Oh, Mortimer's Kiss is mid. But again, Allison now just getting bounced up in the air. Slight and a Remnant to leave. That got very dangerous for a second. That could have been pretty deadly, honestly. Allison able to survive. Giving up the spree on Allison would be big gold again, just like when they gave it up on the Windrunner. Who's looking for the BKB.
Yeah, especially if you're just slightly behind. Like the way gold is calculated in kills is still kind of funky. Even if you're just behind by a little bit, you get so much out of gold. Out of kills, sorry.
That's pretty unfortunate that they just lost that courier. But it wasn't the full Radiance. It was just the Talisman. So not the worst thing in the world.
You know what's interesting is just a 5k gold lead looking at the CS purely, don't you think? Kind of looks more like a 10k lead.
Yeah, I don't know how it hasn't extended further, but they haven't pushed the lanes in. They haven't gotten these towers to start. Like, the tier 1 still exists mid and bottom. And you'd think with the lead and the way that they were playing, they would have gotten more out of the towers, right?
Definitely. I think they're probably a little bit passive with how strong the Ember right now should feel. A little bit more aggression would definitely be advised. Especially against the CK. He was so weak early on. Now it's actually quite powerful.
Smoke from bottom. Again, getting Allison would be big. They have this Orchid now.
Orchid is such a scary item. The 5-second silence can just completely destroy certain heroes.
Yeah, not really showing on the map either with the smoke and trying to set up. But Allison not allowing that to happen, and Actually, top Zip Zap might be the one who ends up in trouble. Good scan, though. Good intuition.
Yeah, that scan is not easy. For sure. I always wonder, is it the players themselves that do it? Or is it one of the teammates, you know? Could be either. Probably a healthy mix of both.
I would agree with that. Zip Zap, by the way, almost has this BKB. Then you can fight into
Windrun's
it.
activated,
There's that
though.
yeah, Orchid, but the wind runs out. Now they've got the Bushwhack. Supernova breaks that tree, so able to turn it around and get the kill onto the Snapfire. Supernova used, and they broke that tree. Was the sentence I meant. Not saying Supernova. Breaking that tree.
Don't worry, we got it. We're all very well educated.
I hope so. Troll has this BKB now, shipped out. And Orchid on to Allison. And the Rolling Thunder with the blink. The silence. Oh, wait, what?
No.
He just
The
went from
Orchid damage
half
blew him
health to
up.
dead. Oh my god.
Yep. Orchid damage, my friend. I've been lobbying for an Orchid nerf for so long. Like that 5-second silence, and the fact that it deals so much damage after, is ridiculous. For such a cheap cost to like a 3k gold item.
Wow. I just bursted him down, and that was streak gold for him as well. So 600 gold went to the Pangolier.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm starting to see this game kind of play out, and I almost want to say the Radiant have missed timings.
I agree. The Ember Spirit was so strong. After that Ultra Kill 2, the Wind Ranger had a very powerful spike. But after that, they kind of just sat back, right? And didn't do much of of anything, really.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
He did die. You said never in doubt, but he's dead.
Yeah, I'm at the CK.
Ah. Why is he rolling thundering? Okay. Did you see that?
No.
He was rolling thundering while being shackled.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
It was
troll.
It was the Rod of Atos from the Hoodwink. Snapfire's food at this point.
Game is completely back to even. Serbia definitely making the way better calls like the past 5-6 minutes.
I won't say longer than that, yeah.
Radiant is now finally up at minute 21. They missed so many timings, unfortunately, for them. And it's gonna get tough to really get into it now from here on out.
Yeah, definitely. God, Snapfire. Constantly dead. Even
Oh,
splitting
for
for
that.
this.
Okay.
That's a
How
surprise.
many kills a kill?
Yeah, but I would have thought maybe bait the Ember to come in with the split available.
Yeah, probably a little bit premature, the activation.
But the Ember had a remnant out anyway. So not like the most commitment made.
How dead would Ember be if you couldn't remnant after you took damage?
Awfully dead. Here comes the CK. Troll activates the ult immediately, gets the kill there onto the Phoenix. They've got the Orchid onto the Ember. They get 2 kills. No split was available, and now CK surrounded means CK's dead.
He almost killed that Ember on like 4 hits. Jesus. CK damage is ridiculous. Good exchange. Finally, Troll got to fight with that BKB. First activation, very strong. And you can just see, CK without Bloodthorn, you just can't touch Troll. They missed on the illusions.
Yeah.
Easy Roche.
Now an easy Aegis. Do they
Where's
just
it gonna
push
go
forward
to?
with this?
Yeah, I think you can. Definitely get the tier 2s with that.
Question is, can you hit the high ground as well?
High ground is probably a little bit premature, especially in the position they're in right now. Yeah, as we said, they have given up a lot of their leads, so best way to play it from here is get the tier 2s and shut the map down. So Serbia, especially CK, can't farm so freely.
Troll building next. Okay. Not bad. Manta for the CK. I don't know if Manta's enough. It's gonna be a good item for sure, but if you lose CK 1 or 2 more times, I think in quick succession, you might be losing your high ground. And they
Yeah,
are
I mean, the
pushing
big
towards
problem
top.
is that Manta only removes it from
CK.
yourself. Oh, no. Oh, he's
Orchid
in
after the
trouble.
win run and the shackle shot. They've got Radabatos, and they get another kill. 54 seconds. That's at least this tier 2.
Yeah. That's tough. That is real tough.
Now it puts you in this spot where you got to react to your high ground being taken.
I mean, I understand why CKs don't do it, but really, the refusal of buying like an earlier BKB is... It cost many CKs their life today.
Yep. Yep.
Why do you think so many, especially tier 2 and below players, refuse to build BKB?
It's not as appealing of an item.
I mean, of course it's not, but there's a reason why literally every pro player builds it early.
They get that kill, and now they're going to look to follow it up with another one, and they'll kill off the Brewmaster. Both these heroes don't have buyback.
Might be high ground time again. They're probably going to check for a buyback, and if they don't have it, they might actually get a tower. Glyph has already been expended. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they backed off. Or at least they were at the tower and didn't immediately go for it. This is a dead tower.
Easily. Troll is super strong right now. He almost goes Titanic too. If you just look at the net worth, he was completely even with the CK. Now look at that.
Phoenix. Fair, balanced.
All
Sunray
these
off the
nice
map.
words.
I'm surprised that they didn't pressure for more. Yeah, they got that tier 2, but I always thought that they could get a little bit more out of it.
I agree, they probably could have. But they're probably also scared because they were already leading pretty far just a while back, and then they kind of gave it the other way. So probably just want to be more calculated in their approach now. Which isn't bad per se. They'll still get further and further ahead. And I still think their late game too is very scary.
Again, Spirit Breaker stealing the Wisdom Rune, but dying. Not worth it this late in the game.
No, it is not.
Here's the MKB finish.
MKB, huh? Interesting pickup. I know it's good against Brewmaster, but don't you want a Satanic instead, or something to help you survive? We'll see if that ends up costing him or not.
You had the Satanic queued up before.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering why he went away from it. I thought it was the perfect pickup. It's good against Orchid, good against Disarm, Cinderbrew. Like, you need some sort of dispel.
Definitely do. $10,000, $11,000 net worth lead. Windrunner spots the brew. Leipnir, BKB, Supernova even, and this should be a dead egg. They're trying to fight this. Trolls in with the battle trance and has quite a bit of damage, but needs to be able to hold on to this Pango. Unable to do so for the entire duration, and now CK looking to maybe turn it around. They get the kill there on Amixa from behind with a Scatter Blast. Cookie back towards this CK, and Trolls now hit with the Orchid. The Mortimer's Kisses are enough to help out and get that kill, and I believe with the Cleave killed off the Brew.
Huh. He did kill him off with the Cleave, yeah. That's also why he got tipped. Ah, Troll, man. What a hero. Sometimes his damage output just looks so ridiculous. It's very tough for them to fight into the Radiant if they blow everything onto a Wind Ranger that has a Wind Run activated and pops their BKB. Like, you're gonna be so out of position. That's exactly what happened there. I think best targets would actually be, I mean, of course, Wind Ranger if you can kill her before BKB, but Hoodwink. He's doing so many stunts in the backline. I have to admit, though, his positioning was really good so far in this game.
Yeah, Hoodwink's only died once.
Yeah, he's always in the trees. Very hard to reach. It's exactly how you want to play Hoodwink.
I would say Aegis next on the list. And
then high ground.
High ground. Try to finish it off.
And they should not be able to restop it at that point. 70k lead now. Trolls are getting stronger and stronger.
Uh-oh. BKB committed. Ooh, CK coming through to kill the Snapfire. And they also, Allison remnanted away. They've got the charge on Allison. Doesn't matter.
She made it out on Phoenix by using the egg. I thought he was there for sure. Got it off with very, very minuscule health. Still top 3 cores though, all belong to the Radiant. They're still in a very comfortable spot. But in this minute 30 portion and beyond, like, gold starts to matter less and less. It's really how the team fights start.
Yeah. You can see CK still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, always will too.
Brew has Primal Split, but needs to get it off and won't.
Good night to him. And Troll's absolutely shredding Brewmaster now. The evasion doesn't do anything. Probably always want to be on the Earth Panda. Get a juicy extra armor. He finished the Blister Blade already on Troll. He's huge. They scout Roche. That's also the banner, which will be massively helpful in pushing high ground. And they should be able to do it pretty much, no problem.
Troll coming back now.
Wow, he's shredding.
And he heals right through it.
Yeah, Troll has always been one of the best Roche healers in the game.
Runner going top, and so is the rest of the team. Looking maybe for Phoenix, but I don't know if that Icarus dive is going to matter as much. It's the Sunray off the map that makes the difference.
Now with that Aegis, there's a potential that they can breach high ground, but it's still not going to be easy. High ground defense with the die is not. It's not bad at all. With that Phoenix, together with the Spirit Breaker, of course, and the Shadow Blade, very hard to control these heroes. I say that, but it is going for it anyway.
Backdoor gone. Top
They're
center racks.
just giving it up for free. Okay, I mean they can just go mid next.
They're
smoking
behind
from
them. They're
behind.
trying to make the move.
They know that. They have to know that because no one was in base.
Amplified damage. They'll go for the Hoodwink. Gleipnir use power shot in. They'll get the kill on the Hoodwink, who does have buyback and uses it. Primal Split comes through as well. Supernova explodes. Snapfire next to die. They've got two, but well, CK is in trouble. Falls has buyback. Phoenix gets back up out of the high ground. But with this Gleipnir, they control these pandas, and Brew's going to be in a lot of trouble. Shackle all connects. I don't know about that. Gleipnir from behind. They've got the Bushwhack on it too. They'll take out both. They'll look to take the Aegis away, and they do. But again, it is just the Aegis.
CK has no ult right now as well, so his damage output is very limited.
Oh, and he blinked in.
Oh, yeah.
He blinked in, and he bought back. And now the Gleipnir is there. Troll hits away. CK's going to die, and that should wrap this one up.
That was a very brave blink in.
Yeah, and this will be a triple kill for Allison, and they can go to the tier 4s. They know that the CK's dead for 100 seconds. No buyback.
Yeah, you have to be so careful when you blink in like that, especially after using your buyback. Backfired that time. I commend the bravery. He definitely felt like he needed to do something, and I'm kind of inclined to agree with that. But yeah, this game is done, which puts Macedonia, North Macedonia, actually into the winner bracket. I think 4-1 pretty much guarantees that.
Yeah.
So, congratulations to them. That win against Bulgaria really set everything up for them.
All right, there's the kill on the Brew. Did for 100 seconds, but now Phoenix is back. Phoenix is gone. Pango is back.
Tango
And
is
game
not
is
gone.
over. Yeah, not gone.
Yeah. Well, nice game at North Macedonia again. They built up into an early lead, which they kind of gave away, but the way they recovered it was very nice. And then after that, they were very methodical about it.
Yeah. They lost that initial lead. That could have been a big issue, but able to make it happen, you know?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, they made it look pretty easy towards the end. They didn't really make any mistakes after missing the initial timings, I'd say.
Mhm.
That one, of course, is a pretty big one. If you have timings in Dota, you're always going to make the best use of them. Otherwise, why are you building up for timings? You're just going to let the enemy do whatever they want to anyways.
Yeah. But it was really well done going around and making sure that they kept their lead after losing it the first time. The fights were well done. The positioning was really good from the Hoodwink and everybody. So the thing was quite a solid game for North Macedonia. They should be secured for upper bracket. And we've got one more BO1, but it's going to be after a short break. So we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
See ya then.
All right, and welcome back. Here is the final BO1 of the day, and probably the most hyped BO1 left to come, as we are at the end of the BO1's section with this last matchup, and it is Ukraine-Poland, which you would have held more stake earlier.
Yeah.
But both teams are upper bracket confirmed. So it'll be what it is, and we've got ourselves Ukraine against Poland. So let's take a look at the rosters. Ukraine, Crystallize, Moonlight, Infernal, Stonebank, QBFY as your players there
Hell
for
of a
the
lineup.
Ukraine.
Hell of
Which-
a lineup.
It's Infernal who's Eknart, or is that not Eknart?
I would like to say that is Eknart, yes. Eknart played yesterday. In the games we covered, Team Ukraine, Eknart was playing. So I don't know if he's trying to go through a name change. You know, we've been going through a lot of Faith Beyonds to Bachs and Yatoros to Redan. So maybe Eknart is trying to follow a similar career path, going from his Eknart name, which doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well as Infernal, does it?
No, not really. I'm trying to figure out who everybody is in this lobby as well. Because
Be my guest.
Sprinter is on the Ukraine side, and his icon is the picture of FY as the fireworks are going off for LGD, which is just
I
mean,
reckon it's FY standing in for Team Ukraine. Ukraine dual citizenship. I think this might be a way we get a European candidate upsetting Team China later on in WEC.
maybe. I'm also looking to see which one of these profiles is Nisha.
It's Nisha's not here. Nisha's literally playing right now.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, yeah.
right. So he's
So
not playing at the moment.
So what they did this morning, BCOP, which I think you might find very interesting, they had a stand-in, and Eki, who yesterday played position 4, swapped and played mid. Yeah, I mean they played well. It worked out. Eki had some moments in which you could tell he forgot he was no longer sacrificial support, but all around he had a solid laning phase, and then he just converted into victories. But like you said, I don't think this matchup matters as much because these two teams are both qualified, and yes. Representing your country and continuing your momentum and riding that winning speed that both of these squads have into the playoffs tomorrow will be really important. Do I think they're going to come out with all the guns blazing? Maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, what they could do is just go mid and then rock, paper, scissors, and that's it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know us. Me and you. I guess we could argue that rock, paper, scissors is the second best esports after Dota 2, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
So, like the fact that Poland and Ukraine are decided in Group A as well.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Greece and Turkey at the top at 4-1. Turkey getting 4-1 is interesting, and then Kosovo at 3-2, and then Romania made it in because they beat the Czech Republic and they got the tiebreaker to get in at 2-3. So they're in the lower bracket.
Oh man, I mean we made it somehow. It's gonna be a tough battle to climb. As looking at Group B, Croatia, Montenegro, and Belgium are still struggling to fight for those final 2 lower bracket slots, as Moldova and Sweden both guaranteed upper bracket. But I'm really afraid for Romania, BCOP, because of the teams in Group C and D. Bulgaria confirmed lower bracket. Georgia or Hungary, another one going there. I feel like that's going to be a tough matchup for my Romanian squad.
Yeah, that might be a tough one. And I was looking at the Moldova team, and one of their guys' name is the offlaner, allegedly, is 6 Minute God, which is CTY's nickname. CTY was known as the 6 Minute God because he could CS so well. Although I believe it wasn't 6 minutes. I want to say it was a higher amount of time. It might be on his profile. Let me check if the nickname is there. I believe it's CTY, who is like 6 Minute God. I'd have to look it up completely.
I'm gonna go on a wild guess and say that knowing Romanian Moldavian humor, that's not what it refers to.
I mean, maybe. It is also Dota. But yes, it was 6 Minute God for CTY.
I see. Do you think CTY is a fan of the Moldavian offlaner?
Or it could be the other way around.
Well, I mean, big up. Who's got the official Wikipedia name as 6 Minute God? I'm just saying.
Well, it's a red link, technically. So
My
it may
man's
not.
trying. You don't have to throw him under the bus like that.
I'm just saying.
They qualified upper bracket better than a Mind Control former TI winner, better than Weha 2 times run. I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting it out there.
Fair.
Who knows? What if this is a 15-year-old kid and you're bullying him, Peacock?
I don't bully. I only
No,
get
that's
bullied.
true. That is well, I don't know that, but no, you're not a bully, Peacock. Of course not.
I would never.
I'm just joking. But yeah, no, this is some very interesting. These are some very interesting results. Probably the most interesting for me has to be Czech Republic going completely out, not even lower bracket. The team that represented the European region last year at WEC, not even managing to go to playoffs. That's very sad. And whoever out of Georgia and Hungary will also be eliminated. Also a huge upset. But that Group D, we kind of talked about the group of death, as the letter D stands for.
Yeah. So, group of death usually happens in a lot of spots. The World Cup always being one of them. Although this time in the World Cup, there's going to be like 50,000 groups because they're adding. It's going up to 48 teams or something ridiculous like that for the World Cup.
Yeah.
I was looking. So this is going to be me going on a tangent because I always digress like this.
I'm listening.
48 teams in the World Cup.
Yeah.
I was looking with a friend of mine at the distribution of slots for this.
Okay.
And it's Europe is, I believe, 9 or no, not Europe. Asia is 8 slots or 9 slots, and Africa's 9 or 10 slots.
That's a lot.
Which is, for those regions, I mean, you're getting into the nitty-gritty of those teams at 9 and 10 slots.
I'm gonna go on I'm gonna argue against that and say that those are both huge regions with a lot of countries and a lot of potential for the future. So maybe it's sort of the way of thinking about, oh, you know what? We're gonna sacrifice a couple of additions to this until they get more experience, and then their level will be, catching up to, well, mainly Europe, which is, I would say, the main region in the World Cup football. I guess we're talking about football, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the B Cup hits me. No, it's the chess Olympiad. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, so my thing is, at least for these regions, your top teams are great, right? Like for Africa, you've got Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Tunisia. Like those teams in Africa, they're close. But when you start to get towards the back end of now 10, 11 slots for these regions, have you gone too far?
I'm gonna tell you a fun fact. There is a small country called, I don't want to mess this up. Gonna look it up.
Are you gonna say Burkina Faso?
Smaller than that?
I'm trying to look up where they're at in the rankings of FIFA.
Well, I didn't say they're that good, bro. Come on. I mean, don't put me on the spot.
They
bro.
are 4th from the bottom.
What about Malawi? It might be Malawi. What about check Malawi? Malawi might be. I think Malawi might be the one.
I don't know the countries that they're in between on this one, and that's just me not knowing the countries in Africa as well as I should. But Malawi is rank 126
Oh
under
yeah.
Niger and Sierra Leone.
I mean, that's not bad. 126. How many countries are in the world? Like 220, 50% upper echelon. I'm taking that. I'm taking that.
You could take that. That's fine.
Where's
many
the
co-
United States, B-Cop? Come on.
We're 16th now. We went down recently.
You went down. I don't even.
We-
Okay. Okay.
We went down 5 slots after our terrible performance in the Copa America.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you. So this gentleman has actually been promoted. Well, I don't know, promoted. He definitely changed countries. He's no longer representing Malawi. He's representing Liberia.
Okay. All right.
It's a small world. The world seems big at times, big up, but sometimes it is very, very small.
Well, he has. You said, where did he go to? Liberia?
Liberia, yes.
He has gone down 6 slots in the African region of teams. So now we get Darkseer in the draft.
Finally,
For
after
the Ukraine.
literally 2 whole days of broadcast. Amazing. I love the Darkseer. Iron Shell on the Spirit Breaker. Shadow Fiend is great. Vacuum Wall, Charge from the Spirit Breaker, the Requiem of Soul, a couple of Shadow Raises. Teamfight will definitely be plenty of there for Ukraine. And now the Clockwork as a counter to both the Batrider and the Snapfire, even to some extent the Hoodwink, because you can find him in the tree lines with the Rocket Flare. Snap pops the kisses. Hook shot, easy landing, you cancel it. Cogs to deter the Batrider lasso and escape. Also, Iron Shell Clockwork, similar fashion with the Spirit Breaker. And it's a lot of damage and a lot of early game presence from Ukraine.
Yeah. And I expect without Nisha, mid's gonna go a lot easier. So Shadow Fiend might have an easier time if he goes mid.
A fun fact.
Could be going safe lane.
France, I believe, played Poland in the opening game today without Nisha, and they also got Shadow Fiend first pick. And they played it mid, not safe lane.
Okay. All right. We'll see. Centaur. All right, tanky, which means snap mid most likely.
Yeah, snap mid. And then you get Bat, Blink, Lasso, Stampede, proper separation from the rest of the Ukrainian squad. In theory, it sounds like a fun play. You don't seem convinced.
I'm never convinced. I never know what I'm talking about.
Well, okay. Fair enough.
What can you do? I'm also still stuck on FIFA rankings.
I gotta ask you. So, do you think first place in Group D plays upper bracket second place team in Group C or Group B?
The first place in Group D plays Turkey, and
A?
the second place plays Greece.
Oh wow. Okay. So this match actually has a lot of stake here because Greece, we were talking about potentially the best team, somehow got upset by Kosovo in this entire qualifier. So if Poland loses this match because of no Nisha, and assuming Nisha is obviously going to play tomorrow lower bracket finals anyway, so he will be busy as well, they could go down to the lower bracket. This could get very dangerous for them.
Yeah, definitely could.
Or they could just win. That could also happen.
I'm interested to see if North Macedonia can hold their own against Sweden.
We haven't seen Sweden at all this group stage, did we? No, we haven't.
No. We have not.
So, okay, Poland really likes the Phantom Assassin. This is also the first Poland game when I cast them and they are not running Broodmother. But I know they like Phantom Assassin because in the first series versus France, they banned PA in the first phase. So they really believe in this hero for one reason or another. Nobody else seems to believe in PA. It might just be a comfort pick for Exotic Deer, but then you wouldn't ban it. It's a strange one, and I'm curious to see if they can make it work, as I'm definitely favoring the Ukraine draft overall.
Yeah, I want to say I favor the Ukraine draft, but there's a point where Phantom Assassin just gets to go off.
But are they going to hit that point?
They could. Their lanes shouldn't lose too hard.
Okay. Do you believe in this Batrider mid?
Against Shadow Fiend? It's doable. It's tough. you've got two good supports to rotate mid. I'm gonna say they need to utilize that.
Also, this is me just assuming they're going to do the same thing as this morning with Eki mid. Eki could go back to his support position and someone else could flex maybe Poly G on the Snapfire. But since Poly G is going for the full bore and not the ricochet, this seems to be a bit of a sense to me that we're looking at a snap support, position 5, position 4 Hoodwink, and position 2 mid lane Eki Batrider.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. We'll have to see. Eknard on the clockwork. We'll see what he pulls off here. And then it's showing off as I'm, in those pregame matchups. It's the Snapfire, so. Previous match, 9-0-5 on a Sand King. I have faith. In him.
Oh, and I love this as we're already underway with the final match of the group stage B Cup, and I'm looking at the dire lineup, of course, and that is going to be Poland, and they're running two heroes, a Grandmaster and a couple Silvers, Platinum, so at least they're going for comfort picks, right? Which is, I guess, when you are kind of the underdog in a matchup is always what you want to see. Comfort picks play the best of your ability.
Mm-hmm. Definitely true. See if anybody ends up dying mid or if anything goes down here. Would be interested to see a first blood happen, SEA style.
I think they would love that on the Polish side. But I think Ukraine has the slightly better level 1 fight. Phantom Assassin is kind of useless level 1, realistically speaking, in a 5v5 skirmish.
I don't know about that. Couple daggers. I've, no crit, but there's still the nickname, one dagger and I die. So that's up to you to make that decision. Whether or not you think dagger is worthless.
I think it's worthless. Level 1, yeah. Versus a Templar Assassin that could have refraction. She doesn't, but yeah. Is Poly G gonna eat this bait? Oh my god, yes, he is. Nice setup.
So good from Eknar right there. I wish I could just type in chat and be like exotic deer. Huge, big fan over here.
Moonlight right now got a first blood on the Shadow Fiend, and that's gonna be such a painful start for the Eki Batrider. Shadow Fiend will already have like 200 gold ahead of the Bat, and we already said Bat might not have a good time, but he's trying with the Firefly level 1. Interesting approach, trying to push the wave and force the SF to struggle with the last hits.
Yeah, try to keep his damage down and his soul's low.
Oh, I think Poly G went for the Ricochet in the end.
No.
Oh,
Still
no.
says full bore.
Oh, never mind. That looked very white to me, that's what I was saying.
It's a very wide spell.
Well, yeah, but when you go for the full board, the Scatter Blast just becomes narrow, that's why.
Yeah.
Or maybe we don't see it in spectator mode? That would be an interesting bug.
No, I just think it's a very wide spell. Even with, I know it's narrower and longer, but it's still, it's still wide-ish.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's still Scatter Blast in my eyes.
So far, Eki is doing pretty good for the first couple of early levels, and this is what he wants to do, because obviously when Shadow Fiend hits his level 3s and 5s, then the Shadow Raises are much more oppressive. But if Eki could actually get a bit of an early lead or get some stacks going in the jungle for himself, he could sack the lane at that point.
I'm interested to see, because I would expect with full bore, you can make the rotation over mid as Eki tried. Okay.
Maybe the tier 1 aggro tower is not something he's too familiar with if he's mostly playing support. And he gets punished by that Shadow Fiend, who now has 2 kills to his name at minute 2.
That's not good. I was going to say you could bring Snapfire over full bore from a distance and Scatter Blast, but now that you're behind like this, SF, again, you're trying to fight this, but a couple raises make you question that almost immediately.
Yeah, and also I'm afraid for Exotic Deer, as soon as we'll see 2 points in the Iron Shell, then his lane will be way worse than it currently is. Right now he's trading equally with the Dark Seer.
Yeah, he has to play safe. He does have Hoodwink to help, though.
Some very positions fives we had today.
Snapfire. Just surviving.
Nice stun from Zupa Centaur there to protect his support. But look at the Mail Strike. So much damage even on Centaur. What's happening in mid? Moonlight?
Oh, Eki.
I think Moonlight's a bit too deep, actually.
Yeah. Somebody's got to rotate eventually, right? They're going to get this Hoodwink top. Nobody rotates the kill off Moonlight, though.
Well, they were all dying. Snap was dying bot. Oh my god, what a Shadow Race from Moonlight.
Yeah, it's not going to get easier. Now they're level 3. They're just going to hit harder. And if he just fills up on a water rune or something like that, or he's going to actually go down and get this bounty rune.
Mm-hmm.
They brought both supports here, by the way, for Eki.
Well, a bit late. The Shadow Fiend left the lane, but hey-ho, what can I say? Also, what are your thoughts on Centaur currently? Because I feel like there's a reason why there's not many players still running this hero now. But, yeah, Poland seems to believe in it in this game.
Exotic Deer needs help. If he gets it, we'll see.
I'm trying to turn around.
Yeah, they can make this jump on Spirit Breaker. He's in the trees, but has that surge.
Oof.
End up killing the Centaur, though. Dear. And
Such
now
a
they're
tough
going
start.
for even more. Stonebank is able to TP out. So 4-0.
That was a level 4 mid lane Bat Rider rotating for a gank. Incredible stuff. Look at the denies from Moonlight under the tower. He doesn't care. He's completely taking over this game, and this is what he's, you know, up to full display. I'm a position for myself, and I know I'm not up to par of my own rank if I play mid lane, and that's probably what's happening to Eki right now.
Yeah. Very rough for him. As they're going to go for Moonlight again, but the raise is, uh-oh. That is another kill there for the Shadow Fiend. They'll bring over Eknart. They might be able to clean up more than this.
They're lining up for him.
4 stacks on the sticky napalm. Moonlight's actually going to be very careful because I think if he's in too far, he'll just die. Eki, though, raised up, killed off, double kill,
Nice.
forcing the rotation from Exotic
Doing
here
it.
to get at least 1 kill on the Moonlight, and that is a 4-time spree and then a kill on the Eknart. Good gold going the way
Sensational.
of PA.
Pickup, that's massive for Poland. I mean, your Bat Rider is essentially a support, a glorified support in the mid lane right now, allowing Exotic Deer, who has the most last hits on your side, to get 2 kills and potentially the 3rd here on the Stone Bank.
Oh, good
Nice
bushwhack.
pushback.
Oh, SF trying to
Right,
be
like-
here for some revenge,
They've got him.
but Stonebank dies to Exotic Deer, who made the jump in. They get the kill onto the Hoodwink, and now Exotic Deer has to find a way out, but with these daggers and nowhere to jump to, he dies to Moonlight, and that's easy revenge. And then this Centaur bottom lane gets run down by Eknar with the help of the TA, so what you just got back, you gave away.
It's a speedy, relatively speedy Bat
Eki,
Rider.
I don't know if you win this. It's
Yeah,
tough,
he does.
but if those cogs were a little bit better placed, that might have been a kill there for TA.
He had the haster. He wasn't just running fast for no reason. I thought, how is he so speedy with the boots and the windlace? But yeah, the haster that he had bottled up before he died was what allowed him to kill the biggest hero on the map in Crystallize. And yes, they're gonna lose their tier 1 top, but at least that's gonna open up the map. Why did the Snapfire just show herself, Polly?
Exotic Deer also showing.
Okay. I mean, they both got out somehow.
This tree's not easy to navigate.
I mean, your execution is not that hard in the mid lane. You need a blink on a bat, blink, lasso, stampede, you get a kill.
Charge?
Bushwhack misses.
Ooh, actually not committing to it.
I think the tree that was planted for the hoodwink, from the hoodwink, was destroyed by the charge of the Spirit Breaker. That was kind of a strange interaction, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Poland, no casualties for them this time around. And they're managing to hold despite, having a very rough first 5 minutes in the laning phase. They're only 1k gold behind BCOP, and if they can keep, splitting the fights until we get level 6 on center, which is not that far off, every single time one of your players gets initiated, you can use Stampede and get out of there.
Not every time level 1. It's a 100-second cooldown, but he might use it here and actually get hit by the charge or just die. Okay. To the meld strike.
That is how not to use Stampede. I'm glad we took that one out of the way with the first usage.
Yeah. Good cogs there. I believe the cogs destroyed the trees on that one.
You can tell Egnart has played a lot of Clockwork Dispatch because the way...
Big pulling, but the raises and the kill. Another kill for Moonlight. He is top of the net worth by a lot.
Goodness gracious. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, let's be real here. I was saying you can tell Egnart played a lot of Crystallize. No level 6 on the Snapfire. Just died.
Yeah, that should have been a free lane, truthfully.
That's the second death for Crystallize, I believe.
You're now equal here with the PA.
Okay, you really... Oh.
Man, getting Eki again. This wall is down, but...
I really want to commend Egnart, though. He's playing very well on this Clockwork. Like I said, I feel like he's plugged a lot of him. Like, the way you can tell by the way he is, like, hitting the cogs every time he plants them. Pitch perfect, connecting to all the targets. And now Zupa is going to be the next victim that Ukraine wants to collect.
Yeah, no Stampede. These kisses are a deterrent, and a kill. Surprised that Zupa just doesn't die there. Not committing once those kisses were coming through. This is all time for PA to find farm.
Yeah, I was looking just at what she wants to build. She is going for the classic Battle Fury build, but she's still quite a long way off. And now Moonlight stealing some of the stacks that Eki had for his Bat Rider. And yeah, Blink Dagger completed on the Shadow Fiend, going very aggressive for the build. But when you have such a lead, you want to keep accelerating with all the team behind you. Let's see, can Poland punish this from Moonlight? Not going Yules first, or even slightly more defensive, I guess, like the Sanj and Kaya. That's not even a build, is it? No, it's more Kaya and Yasha.
3k lead, though. They need to start protecting their side of the map. Hook shot in, a couple raises. Like he stopped moving. I think believed he was dead sooner.
They're strike top.
Yeah, this is Exotic Deer dead now. Snap to follow, and I mean, Stampede was used again, right? So it doesn't save them at all.
Sadly, a lot of exotic animals are, well, almost disappearing, and apparently this exotic deer is not doing much better.
Egnart knowing exactly where he wants to. Ooh, good little move there.
Eki?
Oh, God.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, Eki's just in, and they're gonna TP in a bunch. They
Lasso?
They don't have Stampede, but with the lasso, that's Moonlight dying again.
Nice cookie!
Just so sloppy.
Okay.
Stonebank too.
They don't have any other stun, do they? Bushwhack! Not in time. As Molex was slowed down. Great punish from Poland. Ukraine definitely overstepping there. Oh my God, Zupa, you can't get that close, my friend. So, thankfully for him, there's no nether strike, but I think they're gonna go for it anyway. Good stun.
Good stun.
Yeah.
Another strike.
That's funny. He's pump faking the nether strike.
Another overstay.
3 in a row.
Yeah, another overstay there.
I mean, the win condition for Poland is, you mentioned PA in the ultra late game. Otherwise, I would say it's a very tough job to get there. But if Ukraine keeps giving away freebies like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Poland survive the next 10-15 minutes until PA can maybe get a BKB as well as, of course, a Battle Fury.
Yeah, I mean, PA, it's not like ultra late game. It's like Battle Fury and like 2 more items, I would say. Maybe
Yeah.
BKB. But...
Definitely needs BKB. 100%.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's BKB or straight up after Battle Fury or something else. TA almost has Deso. Charge again. Oh.
does
Forced
it
out
cost?
the kisses.
Oh, sharpshooter wild miss. There's 4 players here. From the
Yeah,
Radiant.
Blink Requiem actually not really that amazing. It was zoning more than anything. Eknard ends up dying. Exotic Deer is here. They've got the
Oh.
charge. The jump in was already used by Exotic Deer, and this is...
Miss?
I'm wondering if he's just going to commit to this because he's got Battle Fury flying out. Any more gold that he gets is going to feel great.
1 for 1. Losing the mid laner for the Clockwork, but like we said, this is not a mid laner. It's a glorified support. So the worst trade, Exotic Deer, very good coming in with the help here, realizing that his team needed him even before the Battle Fury, allowing them to get a trade kill. And a lot of ultimates have been traded: the Requiem, the Nether Strike, the Hook Shot, Stampede as well as the Kisses, but they still have the Lasso because the Bat Rider was the focus target. So if he can maybe smoke up or join up with his team, he doesn't seem to want to do that. He wants Travel Boots first so he can be speedier.
Yeah, it's Battle Fury BKB. Okay.
I think you can. You can't play without BKB into Shadow Fiend these days.
You can certainly try. It's been working so far.
Oh. QBF?
He has been over aggressive.
That's the syndrome that you get of a Spirit Breaker support. It happens. You have a great start. Your team is dominating. You want to keep the pressure going, but the cores not necessarily don't follow with you, but don't have the same sense as you do. And you want to call the shots on the Spirit Breaker, but your Shadow Fiend is just using raises to farm stacks. So that's how you end up overstaying, overcommitting, and getting punished.
Yeah, It's a symptom of dominating the early game.
Yeah.
Or you think you can just charge in and do whatever you want.
I'm gonna say I think an Orb of Corrosion would be quite valuable this game for the Phantom Assassin. Not necessarily before the Battle Fury, but even now. I think just to kind of deal with that barrier of the refraction charges later on. A bit of slow in this very fast lineup that Ukraine has running at you. So it's interesting. Let's see what the item's going to be. Clearly, they want to get BKB first, and then Orb of Corrosion, minute 30 is too late, as Poly G gets obliterated
Knocked
under
down.
the tier 2. Yeah.
I will say, I don't know if Orb of Corrosion's the greatest, just considering the fact that they look to get Eki here. Once you're PA, you just never look back, you know?
True. No, that's
You
true.
get Battle Fury and you just don't look back.
That was the wall used. They didn't catch anything. Only losing a single support this time around, and Phantom Assassin is a great flash farmer once she has the Battle Fury, and that's why we can see in the top left corner. She's up there in the top 3.
Lasso.
Or stuff.
Oh, Eknart. Oh, dear Eknart. That's going to be a dead Darkseer. He tried to hook shot, but he hit the camp that was right there.
They need to cut the losses, Poland. I don't think you afford to go even deeper. You do have the Stampede, but I think you're really overstaying your welcome now.
Eki's dead. Mortimer's kisses.
Bushwhack!
Requiem in death. Oh, Exotic Deer dying. That's not great. That actually feels terrible, and they can go for more if they want to try for it, but it is TA and not really much else.
I think that was a good trade for Poland. I know you lost your Phantom Assassin, but she got the big influx of gold. She killed the Shadow Fiend before she died, so she also had a lot of that XP. bonuses going towards level 13, and Phantom Assassin is likes having higher levels. As soon as she gets level 18, 20 is great, closer to the BKB. And again, you're playing from behind, so having equal trades is not bad.
Yeah, yes and no. I agree with everything you're saying as PA gets top of the net worth, but I don't think your biggest competitor is going to end up being this SF. It's going to be this TA. And if the TA has Deso, and if they get this Aegis, like, this could be a big issue.
I think there is a slight chance where Templar Assassin gets punished, because lately I've noticed a lot of TAs, very high skilled players, tier 2, SEA, even NA, that go for these early dominating builds, which, I mean, here's the 4th network, he's not even taking over the game on Crystallize, but omit getting BKB until the 4th or 5th item, and that's how they get caught and punished.
Yeah, but this is usually the build right now. Good lasso getting that kill again. But look at the damage onto the Centaur even. He just barely survives. Yikes.
That would have been massive for Crystallize a solo kill on the Centaur. Oh, hook shot.
Who's there with you, though? You're doing great to control this Phantom Assassin, but nobody showed up till later. You will get this kill now onto this Snapfire. So I guess you baited that in.
Still, that was a lot of damage for a Phantom Assassin from a single Clockwork with an Iron Shield on top of him. No, you don't think so? Fair enough.
No, I
I'm
do.
joking,
I'm
joking.
My silence is agreement there for you.
Almost level 15 on the PA. She's gonna go for Manta style next. Okay, that's a curious choice. I guess Desolator would be slightly too late for that. Oh, mid lane. Oh,
Eki can't find any fun. You ever play a game like this where you just die all the time?
I'm a support, of course I have.
I mean,
that's most of my games.
So you said that answer, and I thought that answer from you after you, like, I was like, wait a second, he said he supports like me.
Yeah,
We've definitely experienced this. Oh,
Wait, that was a Darkseer illusion. That was essentially himself killing himself. It was the hoodwink long-range illusion killing him.
Oh.
That's sad. And now they're gonna steal the Tormentor, and then the Wisdom Rune. And it's like a walk in the park for Ukraine, this game. You know, we keep theory crafting, and I'm trying to theory craft about Poland. Oh yes, Phantom Assassin, Lasso, Stampede. They've used the tactic once. They've used the Lasso 4-staff, but not the Stampede to reposition that opponent completely. And other than that, I don't know. Can this PA actually carry right now? She's got the BKB now, I guess.
I think with coup de grace, anything's possible.
Just like in real life, I guess.
Coup de grace. Although somehow pronounced coup de grace. How did we get here?
I genuinely think in French it would be coup de grace. Genuinely.
Lasso. Exotic deer. Whee!
Fine.
Half health. That's what I'm saying, man. Coup de grace makes anything possible.
I'm gonna be honest. I still think that was a lot of time, considering there were 3 cores and an amplified damage rune on the PA. I thought that Darkseer will melt a bit faster.
Yeah, well, they didn't get the crit till the last hit.
That is true. That is true. What is the fastest that this PA is running? Let's see. She's got the methodical. Okay, so she does need multiple attacks until on the same hero to proc it. Okay, it's interesting. I don't know if I like it more or less than the previous Phantom Assassin Ultimate, but hey. Still early in the patch, right? It's been 2 months since 7.36?
Yeah, we'll get something new soon. I think they're going to introduce flip facets next. It's going to be this crazy new thing.
Okay.
Good cogs, and TA just sticks with it, gets another kill. Eki feeling the pain of every support in a pub game, and this is going to be a dead Snapfire, too.
Okay, Polyg was very optimistic there with those kisses. I know you wanted to kill the TA Aegis, but, like, was it really worth it?
I think they knew they were dead, and they were just trying to see if they can get anything out of it. But if they go in the high ground, now you don't have them to defend.
One time, please. Last one is to Stampede. Just one time. Ideally before you lose racks. Into losing Ancients. Oh my god. I feel like these stacks, and you know this feeling, Peacock. You're a support. You're stacking for your team. You're like, guys, we got a comeback mechanism. It's okay. You're feeding lanes. We're gonna get the stacks, and we're gonna bounce slightly back. Then we smoke. And then your jungle gets invaded, and your team doesn't care.
Yeah. Oh, another strike.
He's tanky, man. It's a beefy boy.
He's tanky against this Shadow Fiend lasso and
Back wall.
Moonlight. Oh, the vacuum wall.
Exotic Deer, though.
Oh,
Look
they
at the
got
damage.
the Requiem off. Oy! Oh, gosh. Oh, if Exotic Deer dies there, man.
I'm gonna say this. Right? Crystallize is about what 800, 1200 gold away from the MKB. Next time, he's not gonna escape that way.
Nope. I agree. Oh. I think you've given him more and more kills. Oh, Crystallize. I was in my head singing "I'm a Believer" because I saw Phantom Assassin get those kills, and then I was like, all right, well, maybe they can make the comeback. That song is still being sung in my head because I can't get rid of songs that easily. However, I no longer believe it as much.
I'm not a believer.
Basically.
Copyright strike.
No, it's not our channel. It's not our channel.
Oh my goodness. They use
Ugh.
Stampede for this? No, come on. Anyway, I'm really happy to see Ukraine play at this level. I gotta be honest with you, Peacock, because Ukraine was one of the teams I was very interested to see last year at the World Esports Championships. And Stoneback and his squad kind of under-delivered, which you could argue about a lot of teams last year's grand finals. And this time around, they don't seem to be messing around at all. Like, they're gonna most likely finish this group stage 5-0. You said they're gonna head to the upper bracket and face... I can check this. D2, D1, Turkey. Okay.
Yep.
Which is an unknown quantity for us, because we haven't seen them on stream this week yet. But they should be favored going into that one.
I would say Ukraine's probably favored in every matchup that they're going to play coming up. As long as it's, not Poland with Nisha.
Yeah,
Nisha's
true,
very
true.
busy, though, luckily for them.
Well, he might not be busy for much longer, as I believe he's now down one down in
Upper
this...
bracket, man.
Yeah, true.
He
He's
still
playing
have that
well.
second life. Another strike, the charge. Oh, my God. Okay, dude. Relax. That's ridiculous. Oh, I'm gonna die? No, I'm gonna buy enough time for my Shadow Phoenix jump in and Requiem.
That was a beautiful setup from him with the Spirit Breaker. Like, push them both back, then another strike for a reposition another teammate, and then double charge, allowing the SF to channel the Requiem. So, perfect. Like, I mean, I know Ukraine is essentially a full squad. There's like 4 players of the Monty roster. I understand that. So a big difference compared to the rest of the squads in the qualifier. But this would just be finding excuses for the opponents. They're just the much better team, and you can see it time and time again with these games.
Yeah, it's all about finishing this game, though. Against PA, that's the trickiest part, is just making sure you're able to get to the finish line.
My one concern is about Ukraine's future in the World Esports Championships this year is that it's about 2 months after TI, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Crystallize or Stoneback be nabbed by another CIS team. You know what I mean?
Ooh, hook shot in. Bat Rider trying to make a move in for the lasso. They got the kill on Eki. They've got the wall down, and they find Exotic Deer. Oh gosh, no deer, no chance.
Nothing exotic.
Yeah, these TPs are going to be successful for 2 of the heroes. But now this is Deso. This is pushing up near the tier 2. You just take this in 2 shots. You go for more. You take tier 3. Whether you take Rax is up to you because Roche is available. Realistically, you could stay up on the high ground and fight this if you want.
They're fortifying. They really want to keep going. They don't want to wait for the next Roshan, which they shouldn't be waiting for because it's already there.
Oy. Nothing to hide behind anymore from Alex.
No more Fortify. The first melee racks will fall. 40 seconds, no Hoodwink, but they still have the lasso and they're going for it.
But it's a lasso on the Clockwork. He's a pretty tanky hero here, and Exotic Deer's BKB, it's not going to last much longer, and he needs to be very careful. Oh, charge on Azupa. That was really good. I think that was a charge on him as he was blinking in
Yeah.
Book Stomp.
I think he was trying to get charged when he was just under the observer ward that usually gets planted on the high ground, and he blinked in, so the charge seemed instant.
Yeah.
Cool dynamic. But now they're going to go for the Roshan. They're also going to set Egnar to get the Wisdom Rune from their side. And it's going to be Aegis Cheese because it's nighttime, minute 28-second Roshan of the game. Full Monkey King bar completed on Crystallize. Desolator, 26 charges. Goodness gracious. He has the shard, of course. Probably one of the best items and additions to Templar Assassin. I think it was a little over a year ago when the shard got introduced, silencing zones with the trap.
S tier shard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, definitely an S tier shard. Enchanted Quiver for PA. Alright, well, PA is not included in this fight. And...
Why are they here even?
Oh, four-man vacuum wall. It's at least one kill. BKB pop by a Spirit Breaker. Go for this Bat Rider, who's able to sit through these trees, but there is a trap and another silence. Boomer Cape for some help to get away, and I like the Sharpshooter to jump levels, but they're still going to go, and they're still going to kill you.
I gotta give props to Molex. I think he's played a great game on the Hoodwink. Even with the Glimmer Cape usages, I know it's quite hard to highlight how well he's played when he's the second lowest from the bottom net worth and your team is trailing behind so much. But I like giving props to the players that are doing the best they can given the context of this entire map.
This is a glyph with no... Like, now you have no glyph at all. Backdoor activates for a second, but it'll go off in a momentarily because they've got creeps coming in. BKB again to leave here for Exotic Deer. Get back into their base except for Centaur, and they got the tier 3 bot. They'll go for the racks. No BKB for PA means the fight, truthfully, it may not last that long. This MKB is going to be brutal.
Oh, Kiss is coming
lasso onto Clockwork. He's tanky enough to not really care. Two-man hoof stomp's all right, but a three-man vacuum, and they'll kill Eki once more. Pullig will go down afterwards. They've got buybacks. I mean, they bought back on Bat Rider. They're going to try and go for Crystallize, but he's got an Aegis. Like, yeah, you get that crit there. You're okay with that, but I don't know if it really is going to matter. You've got no BKB.
What a bushwhack.
Jumping the other way into Moonlight, you'll end up dead. They'll kill off the Centaur. GG is called, and that will be Ukraine defeating Poland.
Sensational. I loved it from Ukraine. Crystallize finishing off with an ultra kill and the opponent's fountain taking Molex's life out, and they have secured the top placement in this group of death. And now, Bcop, they are only 2 best-of-3s away from making it to the World Esports Championships in Riyadh on the back of what has been a very impressive showcase from them. And Stonebank on the Dark Seer, this is the reason why all the Tier 1 Dota teams prioritize this hero so much. And Stonebank was like, guys, they've given us the Seer. Let me play with it. Let them show them what this hero is all about.
Yeah, a bunch of good vacuums on the multiple heroes looked really good. And you know, it puts Ukraine at the top at 5-0, Poland at 4-1. A really good performance from them, and like we talked about, that means Ukraine plays Turkey, Greece plays Poland, which that game is technically tomorrow. So I believe if Liquid win, Nisha should be there.
No, I think even if
they would have the. Oh, if they lose, he'd still be there because no, because if they lose, the lower bracket final is tomorrow at the same time, just about.
Well, today Nisha could have played the first series of the day. and he still didn't. So I would just assume that means that if he has a game for Liquid, he's not playing, no matter
Yeah.
what time that is. That's what I would assume.
Yeah. So if he wins, then he's got some time off, maybe to play before the grand finals. We'll see if that would be it. I mean, it would be one series if he missed it, as EWC ends tomorrow, so he'll be back in at least after day one of the playoffs. I would make
Yeah.
the assumption. Which could be a big difference maker against some of these other teams, but maybe even with Nisha, who knows?
I'm
Ukraine
gonna be honest.
are a strong squad.
I think, let's say Portugal loses this, okay? Let us cook for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. If Poland, sorry, loses to Greece tomorrow in the upper bracket, which could be very likely, right? Both teams 4-1, but the Greece have the 4 lineup, and Poland most likely won't. Then their lower bracket first matchup will be right away the same day, late the afternoon, but they will play it. So let's say they face the likes of Bulgaria, Romania, France, or even Kosovo. I don't know exactly where they would fit in that bracket. Kosovo's upset both Greece and Romania. Romania on paper has a good roster, and Bulgaria has Mind Control, Lil Pleb, and Mastermind. Even without BZM, they're still a very potent squad. So there is a universe where Poland could actually suffer a lot. But with that being said, okay, I don't want to say too much. Eki was put in a mismatch. Earlier in the day when he played versus France, he had a hell of a mid performance on a Wind Ranger. So maybe it just got, Batrider, Shadow Fiend, couldn't do much.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what teams go where. There's still a couple of, Georgia and Hungary have to figure out their last slot against, I believe they would play Kosovo. So still things to figure out, still things to find out, but that is the end of the day for us, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more European qualifiers. So we'll see you then. Have a good night.